I shall be crowned king. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 326 Military Council. Damn it, what kind of battle is this? A hoarse roar echoed in the deathly silent command post. The staff officers and knights, who had been busy discussing the map a moment before, fell silent, too terrified to even breathe, cautiously peering at the old man sitting in the armchair. He had recently celebrated his 81st birthday, and although he still felt energetic, no different from when he was 50, his once thick, golden hair, like a lion's mane, was now so thin it barely covered his head. The few thin strands couldn't hide his withered, wrinkled, and drooping face. At this moment, consumed by rage, he sat in the armchair, his face flushed, hysterically roaring at the poor messenger. His short stature and years of overeating made him look like a wine barrel wrapped in a magnificent military uniform, jumping up and down, utterly comical. But no one could laugh. Because Caspar Harried is not a name to be laughed at? For many young people today, the year 47 of the Saints' calendar is a symbolic one, as if the divided church had reunited that year, and the entire order world had ushered in a long and prosperous peace. But that was just an illusion, a beautiful dream. The cruel reality was that the flames of war never ceased, they were merely dispersed. Without the church as their greatest enemy, the nations that had once been united immediately fell apart, constantly provoking wars for their own interests. Caspar Harried was one of the witnesses. Born in the year 19 of the Saints' calendar, he participated in the righteous war against the hegemony of the Order Church, witnessing the fall of Saint Isaac, and in what young people today call the peaceful era, he participated in countless internal repressions and foreign wars. Although he was never given important positions because he was not a gifted individual, his royal lineage and high seniority still gave him a very special status in the imperial army, essentially on par with the imperial marshal. But status and being highly regarded are ultimately different. So when the current emperor, who, by seniority, was probably Caspar's grandnephew, appointed him as the commander-in-chief of the Hantu expeditionary force and granted him full authority, the man, who had spent his entire life as someone's deputy, burst into tears on the spot, almost ascending to heaven on his 81st birthday. Then, he discovered that the war was slightly different from what he had imagined. The Hantu have been fighting to the death for months, and our battle plans and logistical deployments are still based on the situation in March. More than 20,000 people are squatting motionless at the gates of the Duchy of Aden, waiting for the other side to surrender. More than 6,000 people didn't even understand the situation before daring to land directly at Kalandia port and jump into the enemy's encirclement. The old man suddenly stood up and slammed his pistol on the table with a bang, making a dent, which startled the messenger. Speak. Why wasn't the staff officer who devised this suicidal plan executed? The messenger swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. What did you say? I don't. Speak louder, I can't hear you. With such a soft voice, you're fit to be a messenger. I also. Get out. Amidst the hysterical roar, the messenger, terrified and covered in cold sweat, felt as if he had been granted a pardon. His trembling legs seemed to have been fitted with a high-powered steam core, and he rushed out of the command post like a madman. Just a messenger, a middle-aged man in cuirassier attire walked up behind the old man, slowly crouched down, and picked up the plan that the old man had thrown on the ground. The plan doesn't match reality. This isn't the first or second time this has happened. Lord Caspar, why are you so angry? Because these fools will never learn, and will be killed by them sooner or later. The old man snorted coldly. Bernard, what do you think? Clearly, we're late. Deputy Commander Bernard Morvis nodded slightly, saluting the old general before him. The Clovis have completely taken control of the situation. Their speed and efficiency are beyond imagination. In just a few months, they've almost turned the entire Hanta from fragmented pieces into a unified whole, to the point that our staff and officers haven't even realized that the situation has undergone a complete transformation. Oh, the old man glanced at him in surprise, his expression like that of a beast awakening from its slumber. You mean, it's possible, the kingdom of Iser the elf is just a decoy? Bernard put his hands behind his back, his upright posture like a knight's longsword, From the very beginning, Clovis's true target was the Hantu. Although separated by the Don Mountains, the Hantu is fertile, densely populated, and rich in agricultural products. It is also connected to the empire and has a southern outlet to the sea. Conquering such a neighbor is certainly difficult, but if they can be won over as a reliable ally, it would be an ideal breakthrough point for Clovis, who is currently struggling to maintain its front lines. Even if something unexpected happens, as long as they still hold Eaglehorn, Clovis doesn't need to worry about its homeland being threatened from the south, and by cutting off this vital passage to the Hantu, the Iser Elf Kingdom will completely lose the Empire's support. Its annexation by Clovis is only a matter of time, and they have no need to rush. So you think this is Clovis's conspiracy? Caspar examined the plan report he had crumpled into a ball. Send some immature guy to unify the entire Hantu. Bernard was taken aback, then chuckled. Indeed, entrusting such a heavy mission to an unknown young officer was rather surreal. While there were many delusional fools in Clovis's upper echelons, none were this stupid. There's definitely a conspiracy, otherwise the fragmented Hantu wouldn't suddenly decide to establish a kingdom just because someone raised their voice, Caspar said grimly. As for whose conspiracy it is, it doesn't matter, because whoever it is, they've already made this piece of junk ready to be thrown in the trash. We must revise the battle plan, send the order. With that, he crumpled the plan into a ball and slammed it onto the map table. The terrified crowd rose to their feet, and in the deathly silence, a young knight holding a notebook was pushed forward, staggering to the old man. First, order the advance force stationed at Calandia port to take control of the city and establish solid fortifications, crush the Hantu army in Green Valley, and open the road from Calandia to Hantu as soon as possible, Caspar roared. Second, order the fleet to complete the second landing as quickly as possible, harass the Aden garrison, assist the Calandia port garrison in achieving a breakthrough. And after the two armies converge, immediately advance and launch a fierce attack on the Duchy of Aden. Third, send envoys to persuade Aden fortress to surrender, and the expeditionary force should advance in full force to prepare for the siege, capture the fortress within 3 days. Fourth, order the supply troops to concentrate all the artillery in the army and give the Hantu who are desperately defending the fortress a fireworks display. Do you understand? The thunderous roar echoed in the command post. Understood. The young knight who responded loudly was covered in cold sweat, trembling as if he was about to faint. Then get moving immediately. Move? Do you understand? Understood. The knight trembled. Very good. The old man slammed his hand on the knight's shoulder, gripping his collar to prevent the knight, now awakened by his bloodline power, from collapsing to the ground. Since you understand, then execute 4 more orders. First, find out the total strength of the Clovis and the Hantu people. Second, find out their approximate distribution and whether there are any fortifications in each location. Third, confirm their firepower configuration and logistical routes, as well as the proportions of artillery, cavalry, and infantry. Fourth, within a week, deliver the above intelligence and orders back to me. Caspar, his eyes wide with rage, slapped the knight across the face with 4 short, thick fingers. Can you do it? I can. The young knight, his legs giving way, turned and ran wildly out the door, his voice trembling with sobs. Vice Commander Bernard, with his hands behind his back, watched all this silently, shaking his head. The moment the irritable old man turned around, his bloodshot eyes instantly calmed down, leaving only a murderous intent that seeped into his bones and the chilling aura of a beast pouncing on its prey. Bernard, unsurprised, nodded slightly, pondered for a few seconds, and then said softly, "You plan to organize a large-scale battle. Since we're going to fight, it needs a lot of people to make it exciting." Caspar revealed a cruel smile, which looked particularly ferocious on his wrinkled old face. Whether it's a conspiracy or not, the Clovis have succeeded, but even with a king and a changed flag, it doesn't mean that the previously rotten Hantu army can suddenly become strong. Right now, they're probably quite proud, thinking that banding together will keep them warm, and that they can swagger about declaring war on the Empire. Good, very good. Since they dare to declare war, we'll give this new king some face. They just finished a civil war, and their armies are concentrated around Mist. If we can capture the fortress within 3 days, the new king and his Hantu army should arrive in Aden at the latest within a week. Bernard frowned. Will he come? He will come. He absolutely will, Caspar said with absolute certainty. No king who loses territory can keep his crown, especially those newly enthroned kings whose positions are unstable. Even knowing death is inevitable, they must calmly face hell. Because only a powerful enemy in victory can preserve their crown? Bernard agreed, but still had objections. But this is the Han lands after all. The Empire has the most elite army, but Claude can still easily organize an army several times our size, in a battle of this scale. Numbers are a huge advantage, then we'll turn their advantage into disadvantage. Casper's ferocious old face smiled even more brightly. How many troops does the Han lands have now? Oh, Bernard glanced at the report in his hand. About 150,000. 150,000. Even if Claude can bring 100,000 troops, how long will his supply lines be, and how much baggage can his army carry? Pushing aside the trembling crowd, the old man walked to the map table, picked up an imperial flag, and moved from the port of Calandia to Iron Bell Fortress. Their army, a legion of 100,000 men, marched from Ironball Keep. The scale of their supplies is enormous. They need a distribution center. Ironball Keep is their only option, so if we capture Ironball Keep, burn the Hanta people's supply depots to the ground, and then divide Hantu in two, how long can these 100,000 men hold out? A day, or two. The command post fell silent instantly, so silent even breathing was absent. The staff officers and knights, who had been filled with trepidation just moments before, now seemed like motionless plaster statues, their eyes fixed on the fleur-de-lis flag planted on the map table at the location of Ironball Keep. The simple map, in this moment, was imbued with a vibrant life by this volatile old man, and with the cries and screams of tens of thousands of lives, suffering from hunger and slaughter. The only thing still moving in the deathly silent hall was Caspar Hererd's eyes, which gleamed with a hint of madness. Anything else to say, huh? Bernard quickly recovered from his astonishment and slowly said, your blood relative, my wife's brother Arthur Harried, gave me some intelligence about a Clovis officer. He said it might be of some help to you, Arthur, that famous dragon roar. The old man paused, frowning as he asked, is the other party someone he knows? No, but he found Louis Bernard, the heir to the Duke of Edland, to be his deputy commander. Bernard explained, he served as an instructor in the army of the Elven Kingdom of Iser and was also appointed as the commander of the Iser Royal Guard, having fought against this Clovis army. Oh, I see. Caspar suddenly understood, his dim eyes fixed on Bernard. He wouldn't have brought out such important intelligence without a reason, would he? He applied to join the 2nd Infantry Division that crosses the Dawn Mountains. Bernard sighed, feeling helpless about this relative. If that's not possible, at least transfer them from logistics to the frontline combat units. No problem, I approve. The old man waved his hand. Joining them into the 2nd Infantry Division is absolutely out of the question. Place them in my personal guard. That Louis Bernard gave them the title of staff officer, and put all their intelligence, including all their energy from the battle at Eaglehorn, under your command? Yes, sir. Bernard, having received his mission, didn't linger. Like the two before him, he left the command post as quickly as possible. Behind him, the old man's thunderous curses echoed repeatedly in the hall. Now, who the hell can tell me where our fleet is? Chapter 327 Tell a good story. Twilight Coast, Reef Town. On the map of the Republic of Calandia, this place is marked as a port town, but in reality, it's just a small fishing village where merchant ships, or rather smuggling vessels, occasionally dock. Despite having a not-so-short coastline, the rugged Twilight Coast has few good harbors. Apart from Calandia Port, there isn't even a second suitable natural deep-water harbor. This has both created the prosperity of Calandia Port and caused the entire Calandia commercial resources to be endlessly tilted towards this port city. The townspeople of Reef Town face barren land and surging sea day after day. This azure world, apart from the fish and shrimp that barely sustain them and the occasional passing sailboat, has never brought them any joy in their difficult lives. But today, when a group of dark-skinned fishermen prepared to go out to sea to fish as usual, they all froze on the dock. Under a clear blue sky, a sizable fleet appeared on the horizon. Although most were ordinary commercial cargo ships, the most luxurious being no more than a 3-masted cruiser equipped with only 20-odd naval guns, in the eyes of the fishermen, these were already unimaginable behemoths. Just as they were still marveling at this, sparks of fire lit up the misty sea. Boom! With a deafening roar echoing through the air, the peaceful reef town was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Faced with this unprecedented natural disaster, the terrified townspeople had no chance to resist other than scream and flee. Fishing boats and docks were ablaze, mud and thatched houses were reduced to ashes, fires burned everywhere, cries of agony echoed everywhere, and the stench of burning flesh even overpowered the fishy smell. filling the scorching air. Hundreds upon hundreds of Imperial Line infantrymen began to board landing craft and surge onto the small fishing village they had razed to ruins, carrying out the final cleanup work. Faced with the overwhelming Imperial vanguard, the surviving villagers offered only a meager resistance. The battle quickly transformed from a one-sided massacre into a hunting expedition for Imperial soldiers seeking amusement. 20 minutes later, the Imperial Iris banner was raised amidst the still burning embers of the ruins. The landed soldiers began clearing and reconnaissance operations around the fishing village in company-sized units. Villages like this were usually quite large, with the furthest boundaries often stretching a day's walk for an average person. This was my first battle in the vast lands. Watching the soldiers cheering and jumping for joy on the shore under the banner, Fleet Commander Tashin was utterly frustrated. He had 4 full-strength line infantry regiments under his command, nearly 4,000 men including the fleet's sailors and dozens of naval cannons, and that old codger Casper had assigned him the task of a rapid landing, then cooperating with the vanguard at Calandia port? What was this? As an army general, Tashin was already seething with resentment at being forced into the role of fleet commander, not because he disliked the Navy, but because the Navy had little to offer in this war beyond logistics and support. They finally had a landing mission, but it was given to the advance force, leaving him, the fleet commander, to land the entire Hanta fleet in a small fishing village, showing off to a bunch of fishermen. So what was he even doing in Hantu? Growing increasingly frustrated, Tashin shook his head, tossed his binoculars to his adjutant behind him, and leaned against the mast on the deck, closing his eyes to rest and wait for this farce to end. Just then, Lord Tashin, the adjutant, holding the binoculars, suddenly spoke, staring intently at the soldiers waving their flags on the shore. The landing soldiers report that enemy activity has been detected nearby. It's the Clovis. Huh? Tashin, startled, snapped his eyes open. Location confirmed. The Imperial fleet is just ahead. Fabian, covered in blood, stabbed the still screaming Imperial soldier in the throat with a dagger and said to Anson Bach, "There are about 4,000 men on the other side, 11 merchant ships plus a 3-masted small cruiser, exactly the composition of that missing merchant fleet from Carindia port." Behind him, the Grenadier Regiment soldiers were clearing the battlefield at top speed. All operations were conducted in groups of 3, 1 to collect spoils, 1 to examine the bodies with bayonets, and 1 to maintain vigilance. Due to the time constraints, no survivors were left. Although it was a surprise ambush, and although the enemy consisted of only 1 infantry company, Anson still deployed the entire Storm Regiment. The Skirmisher Company ambushed, the Line Infantry Company and Grenadier Company surrounded and annihilated, plus the division's Cavalry Company responsible for the outer perimeter, ensuring absolute success. The battle lasted only 10 minutes. Faced with a disparity in strength exceeding 5 to 1, the Imperial Knights, after several unsuccessful attempts to break out, chose to hold their ground and await reinforcements. They did not break down despite volleys of gunfire and repeated grenade bombardments. It wasn't until this knight seemed to be trying to turn the tide using his bloodline power that Fabian decisively ordered a concentrated barrage. After being riddled with bullets, the remaining Imperial soldiers scattered and fell one by one into pools of their own blood under the scattered fire of the skirmishers. "Tell me, how did you know the Imperial fleet would land here?" Carl, holding a monocular telescope, straightened up, gazing at the distant horizon. "Calandia has so many fishing villages, why would they choose to land here?" "So many fishing villages, but only a few are close to Calandia port." Anson crossed his arms, his expression smug. "Controlling a fleet means controlling the right to launch an attack anytime, anywhere along the entire coastline of the Han lands. If I were the Imperial commander, I would find a way to establish this force in our weakest position, cooperating with the garrison at Calandia port to conquer Green Valley and a third of Calandia's territory, opening a passage to Aden. Therefore, rather than saying I guessed right, it just proves that the Imperial commander on the other side isn't Lewis. I mean, that inflexible fool, but a smart man like me." Uninterested by Anson's boasting, Carl Bain silently pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, lit it, and the smell of cheap cigarettes began to waft around. On August 8th, 100th year of the Saints' calendar, in order to implement Anson Bach's strategic plan of defeating them one by one, encircling and annihilating them, of course, in his words, this was just a suggestion. And the real executor was Chief of Staff Leon. The fledgling Supreme Staff of the Hanta began to mobilize all available troops and resources to get this brand new war machine running. Of course, There is always an insurmountable gap between ideals and reality. Although the machine was new, all the equipment was second-hand, salvaged from the flea market. Anson, the junior clerk, and a group of junk collectors pieced together scraps from various parts, barely managing to get the machine moving and prevent it from falling apart on the spot. After countless chaotic command struggles and logistical wrangling, an exhausted Leon and his junior secretary managed to produce a plan, ordering Anson to lead the Storm Division and the Allied forces to immediately depart for the Duchy of Aden to support the front lines. The deployment remained the same as during the siege of Iranbul Fortress. 5,000 Toon Legion soldiers, 8,000 Aden Legion soldiers, plus the Storm Division's own 5,000, bringing the total force to nearly 20,000. Since the Han lands had been unified, the armies of the various duchies were no longer separated, becoming like one family. The junior secretary, in charge of logistics, naturally didn't hold back, directly issuing a promissory note from Leon to the Rune family's arms dealer representative, obtaining 20,000 muzzle-loading rifles and 30 cannons to equip these 20,000 men. In this way, excluding reserves, the 20,000-strong Allied army not only had largely standardized weaponry, but the artillery ratio once again reached 1 cannon for every 500 men. While this level of capability didn't match the Empire's 4 cannons per 1,000 men, it was twice that of the Clovis regular army, which neglected artillery, and far surpassed the other incompetent Hantu armies. Even better, all expenses, including subsequent logistics, were covered by the Hantu kingdom. This was another reason Anson insisted on establishing a general staff. He no longer needed to extort money from Hantu nobles one by one. Claudai and Little Leon would handle it for him. After all, in the year 100 of the saintly calendar, a time of light and hope, kings and lords were the only legal gangs and extortionists in the world, far better than in the previous millennia. Back then, they weren't the only ones. So what do you plan to do? Carl flicked his cigarette ash. We have over 20,000 men, but the enemy has an entire fleet. If we can't win, we can run, not to mention their ships have cannons. How many people would die in a head-on attack? You truly are worthy of being my chief of staff. You've spotted the key to this battle at a glance. Anson, beaming, gave Carl a thumbs up. We have to take back the fleet they seized from the Kalindians. At the very least, we have to burn the ships. Otherwise, as long as the ships remain, the Empire will still hold the initiative and can reinforce Kalindian port at any time, attacking the heart of the Hantu. Could you please not repeat yourself, my deputy commander? Carl rolled his eyes. I'm not asking you what I want, everyone knows that. I'm asking what to do. Simple. Anson blinked, giving him a you don't even understand this. Look. They can run once they're on the ships, so why don't we just prevent them from boarding? Nonsense. Why wouldn't we let them board the ship? Once the Allied forces of 20,000 show themselves, do you think they'd run away without boarding? Carl excitedly pointed behind him, saying, not only would they run away, but our whereabouts would also be exposed. Well said. Anson nodded repeatedly, giving him a thumbs up with an air of importance. So we can't let them know that our force number's a full 20,000. Well, actually, not 20,000, only 18,000. My esteemed deputy commander, can you stop playing dumb? No, I think you're absolutely right, and every word is exactly what I wanted to say, Anson said to Carl seriously, his sincere expression making the chief of staff deeply suspicious. This is my plan. Annihilate the 4,000 Imperial soldiers who land, and then take the fleet. To achieve this, we must strike by surprise, but the enemy has already discovered us. You don't think they're still stupid enough not to know anything, do you? Yes, they know we're here, that the Clovis are here, and then what? Anson's eyes burned. What will they do? What to do? Carl Bain frowned. Hold the line, I think so too. This army is probably here to reinforce the garrison at Kalandia port, unless we're sure we've run into the enemy's main force, even with equal or double the numbers. If it were me, I'd probably hold the line and wait for reinforcements. Anson nodded slightly. So we need to tell them a story. A story? Yes, a story about a Klavi army that stumbled upon them by accident. Anson nodded with a smile. And this Klavi army was originally sent to retake Kalandia port, but because they encountered them, they decided to defeat them. Isn't your story a bit too long? It doesn't matter, as long as they believe the attackers are a Klavi army. According to the intelligence the Empire received, the Klavi army in the Han lands only numbered a few thousand at most. Really? Carl expressed his disbelief. That's nearly 20,000 men. If they can believe that, Are the Empire's people on the other side stupid? If handled properly, there's a chance. Anson's lips began to curl upwards. Of course, it would be even better if it ended in a complete rout, but I'm usually quite modest and won't make any overestimations. Modesty, alright. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes again, Carl's face twitched. So how are you going to take down the fleet? There are no ports nearby, and the fleet's ships are anchored directly at sea. They can run away anytime they set sail, so we also need to make sure the fleet doesn't abandon its own people on shore and run away as soon as they see things are going wrong. Anson snorted. The best way is to make sure they can't escape even if they want to. How do you ensure that? Carl Bain's head was full of question marks. Anson smiled, not answering him again, but turning to Fabian, who was still supervising the cleanup of the battlefield. How's it going? Is everything ready? The positions have been found. The Imperial fleet seems very confident, believing there's absolutely no force around that can threaten them. The entire fleet is arranged longitudinally, making it very easy to locate. Fabian nodded, a somewhat sinister smile appearing on his face. I personally think they'll like your gift. A gift? Carl Bain looked even more confused. Chapter 328 Trap. August 12th, Saints Calendar 100, Reef Town 8:35 p.m., clear. Boom. 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 Thunderous cannon fire ripped through the midnight silence without warning. The fishing village, already scorched by Imperial warships during the day, was once again ravaged by shells streaking across the night sky. The slumbering earth trembled violently with the shrill whistling of the tearing air. As the booming flames illuminated the land, murderous shouts erupted across the Reef Town wilderness, rushing towards the fishing village's docks without warning. They've come after all. Looking at the flickering lights on a distant hill, Tashin, his ears filled with the roar of cannons, lay prone on the edge of the trench, a cold smile playing on his lips. The trenches, resembling muddy swamps, reeked of fish and the stench of burning corpses, reaching a level comparable to biological weapons. Yet, the commander of the fleet, staring intently at the battlefield through his monocular telescope, showed no pain on his face. Instead, he displayed a euphoric ecstasy akin to an addict experiencing ultimate pleasure. In the firelight, the shadowy figures of Clovis-line soldiers, waving blood-red unicorn banners, spread out in loose columns across the open field, advancing towards the villages. This image was reflected in the dust-smoke-laden telescope lens. Everything matched his suspicions perfectly. While it was strange that this Clovis army had suddenly appeared in Calandia, rather than in Mist or Aden, according to his intelligence, these Clovis seemed to have participated in the siege of Aranbal Fortress, a thought that, upon reflection, the reasons were nothing more than supporting Aden or attempting to recapture Calandia port. It was probably because the newly crowned king of Hantu couldn't immediately mobilize the powerful lords, so he could only send this Clovis mercenary force to attack first. Indeed, according to Imperial intelligence, the Storm Division was a mercenary force used by Clovis to win over and support Toon. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why a group of Clovis would burn, kill, and plunder in Hantu, ultimately unifying the entire region. As for why they would launch such a hasty sneak attack, what other possibility was there between a group of Clovis encountering a group of Imperials? Everything happening now basically matched his predictions. After only a few rounds of artillery fire, they had pressed forward across the entire front. He could see at least 20 infantry companies attacking, at least 2,000 men, while intelligence indicated that the total strength of this Clovis army was no more than 5,000. Judging from the enemy's offensive, they probably intended to force him to retreat with a fierce attack, so that he wouldn't have to worry about his rear when advancing towards Calandia port. But these Clovis scumbags had no idea what kind of gift he had prepared for them. Boom! With a deafening roar, a 12-pound solid shot landed in a trench not far from Tashin. The burst of air, accompanied by a sonic boom, shattered the hastily constructed fortifications, sending up a geyser dozens of meters high amidst the soldiers' agonizing screams, with countless rubble mixed with dark red blood and flesh scattering everywhere. These idiots, we warned them, yet they still built such a flimsy trench. Tashin, who had almost been hit by flying bayonet fragments, cursed as he stared at the front trench that had been destroyed by a single shell. He took a handkerchief from the corpse of his adjutant, whose head had been blown off by some piece of rubble, and wiped his blood-soaked binoculars. He could, of course, stand on the flagship's deck, sipping red wine and enjoying a seafood stew, directing the ship's guns to indiscriminately bombard the shore, using the screams of the Clovis as a form of entertainment after dinner, but that would at most only frustrate the Clovis. Therefore, Despite the vehement dissuasion of his adjutant, the one who had just been shot in the head, Tashin insisted on personally commanding the front lines, constructing defensive positions, and deploying all 4 of his infantry regiments plus some sailors, nearly 4,000 strong, to welcome the Clovis to his doorstep. He was going to annihilate these bastards. As an experienced general and imperial knight, he had seen through the nature of this war. Though it was called a war between the Han and the Empire, it was in reality still a contest between the Empire and the Clovis. Both sides had deployed tens of thousands of legions along their borders, and after nearly a year, the fighting remained deadlocked, neither side able to gain an inch, thus both desperately needing a breakthrough, a bargaining chip to shatter the balance of power. The Han were the chip. A Clovis victory would grant them a highly reliable ally and bridgehead in the south, directly threatening the Empire's southern borders. An Empire victory would further worsen Clovis's already precarious diplomatic situation, leaving them sandwiched between the Empire's east and west. Currently, their main forces bogged down in the quagmire of the Iser Elves, caught in a dilemma. Their only remaining link to the Hantu is this very Clovis mercenary army. Defeating, or even annihilating, them would deal a devastating blow to the already fragile confidence of the Hantu, who had just established their nation with Clovis's support. Realizing this, how could Tashin possibly let such a golden opportunity to distinguish himself slip by? That old codger Casper looks down on me, sending a dignified army general like me to do this logistical menial work, huh? Fine, then I'll show you how I can change the entire course of the war with just 4,000 men. Thinking of this, Talon turned sharply. Messenger, yes, sir. A recruit carrying a rifle peeked out from the bunker, trembling as he saluted his officer, his terrified eyes still glancing at the lieutenant's corpse on the ground. Immediately issue orders to the front lines to prepare for battle. Without my orders, no unit may leave its position or launch a counterattack. Signal to the fleet, all ships to anchor, with their guns covering all surrounding land except for villages and towns, but no ship is allowed to fire or retreat without authorization. Any disobedient sailor may kill them. Do you understand? Understood. The recruit scrambled to his feet, springing to his feet like a spring. Go and relay the orders. Yes, sir. Watching the messenger's retreating figure, Talon's smile grew increasingly sinister. Come on, Clovis scum, charge forward with all your might. Slam your heads against my impregnable position, then be blasted to ashes by the naval guns. Come on, Tahin roared to the sky, arms outstretched. Almost simultaneously, a 6-pound solid shot landed beside him. Boom. The moment the last shell hit the ground, the Storm Division soldiers, who had been firing slowly, finally abandoned their line formation, raised their bayonets, and, under the cover of skirmishers, began their assault on the Reef Town position and company-sized units. Because the trenches were hastily constructed, without prior preparation, and because the Empire didn't value infantry, the entire position was makeshift. There were almost no defensive structures to hinder the attack. The trenches were of varying depths and crooked, and many had even turned into mud pits before the battle began due to seepage, forcing the soldiers to stand in knee-deep mud to meet the enemy. But this extremely rudimentary, seemingly doomed position did not break through as easily as the Storm Division officers had imagined. On the cratered and muddy ground, Storm Division soldiers, company after company, charged towards the position, only to be pinned down by Imperial Line infantry, frantically attacking from both sides before they could even create an opening. The two sides fought with bayonets, fists, and even teeth and boots in the narrow trenches. The Imperial Line infantry, holding their ground, had no intention of repelling the Storm Division. Their haphazardly laid positions failed to provide adequate crossfire, lacked echelon formations or a sufficiently wide front, and lacked the support of infantry artillery to prevent the Storm Division from approaching. It was like a giant swamp, trapping the Storm Division, which had staked nearly half its forces, completely unable to advance. While the Imperial defenders of Reef Town suffered heavy losses in the melee, especially the frontline troops who were battered and bruised by the combined fire of advancing bullets and bayonet charges, the Storm Division's momentum was also significantly weakened. Especially at night, the Imperial forces, holding their ground, provided far more efficient support than the Storm Division, rendering their attacks increasingly ineffective. This was Tahir's tactic. Having clashed with Clovis many times, he knew the Empire relied on the deterrent power of its artillery, cavalry charges, and rapid maneuverability. Infantry, in most cases, were merely expendable supplies to fill the lines. If the cavalry lacked the space to outflank, and the artillery couldn't severely demoralize the enemy and create a breach in the lines, then in a direct infantry confrontation with Clovis, the Empire would find it difficult to gain any advantage. Therefore, Tahir abandoned the idea of holding the line, letting the enemy in and using his ample forces to relentlessly engage them until the Clovis were exhausted and demoralized. As the battle shifted from line fire to hand combat, the Storm Division's offensive setbacks became increasingly apparent. The besieged officers repeatedly tried to break through, but failed to breach the Imperial soldiers' encirclement, becoming bogged down in the mud. Whenever they attempted to stop and regroup, the muddy trenches beneath their feet became a nightmare. These leaky positions were utterly indefensible, exposing the attackers' numerical inferiority and forcing them to endure the Imperial soldiers' relentless attacks. Faced with this opponent, Chief of Staff Karl Bain, finally understanding Anson Bach's true intentions, slowed the offensive and ordered a shift from defense to offense. Simultaneously, he accelerated the pace of reinforcements, breaking Fabian's Grenadier Regiment into companies, mixed with skirmishers, to continue penetrating the leaky positions further back. Having lost their initial momentum, the Storm Legion and the Imperial defenders, caught in the melee, could hardly distinguish one another, especially the Storm Legion's distinctive gray overcoats, which made them extremely difficult to spot at night. Covered in mud, they were even harder to tell apart. In contrast, the Imperial soldiers' iconic bright blue uniforms were highly visible at night, providing both sides with a good way to differentiate friend from foe and greatly reducing the probability of friendly fire. As the Storm Legion slowed their advance, the Imperial soldiers, strictly adhering to orders, also ceased their frenzied counterattacks, focusing instead on repelling subsequent attacks. This surprised Tashin, not because of the Storm Legion's flexibility, but because, are those guys even Clovis? They don't seem like it. The fleet commander looked bewildered. In his memory, the Clovis regular army's attacks were extremely fierce, often able to quickly divide and break through enemy lines, leaving the Imperial line infantry, who could only maintain a dense formation, scrambling to keep up. In fact, Tashin had initially prepared for a gradual rout, even sacrificing 2 infantry regiments to hold off the Clovis's advance. But now, only the first wave of their attack showed any real promise. The rest had stalled. They could have continued their breakthrough, yet they refused to make any sacrifices to gain an advantage. Faced with such a fearless enemy, Tashin now seriously doubted whether these were genuine Clovis. Could it be a trap? The thought flashed through the fleet commander's mind, only to be quickly dismissed, or rather, the current situation didn't allow him to consider it further. The battle had been going on for an hour, and the frontline troops of both sides were completely entangled, with no possibility of a safe retreat. Giving an order to retreat at this point would inevitably cause chaos, leading to a one-sided massacre. As a knight, if he had to be killed by an enemy bullet, he would rather have the bullet hole in his forehead than in his back. Besides, he had already achieved his objective. As time passed, the battle shifted from an initial surprise attack to positional warfare. The Clovis, their offensive faltering, began to organize their lines, calmly continuing their advance towards the Empire's defenses. While this deviated from Tahin's initial plan, it meant that the Clovis scum had completely exposed themselves to the broadside fire of the naval fleet. All he could do now was wait patiently for the sun to rise. The moment the sun leaped above the horizon would be the moment these Clovis were sent to hell. Amidst the deafening shouts and the dense, rain-like gunfire, Tahin laughed maniacally. His frenzied display made the messenger, who had replaced the slain adjutant, tremble with fear. The messenger, his face deathly pale from the smell of the trenches, felt an urge to vomit. Just then, boom, the roar of artillery fire and blinding flashes of light came from not far away. Tahin paused slightly. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. The stubborn Clovis scum, forced into a corner, resorting to artillery fire to break the deadlock was a perfectly normal tactic. The problem was the direction from which the explosions and flashes came, behind him. The bewildered fleet commander slowly turned his head, immediately hearing countless roars. At that moment, the light from the explosions even made him involuntarily close his eyes. The sky was ablaze with artillery fire, turning it into daylight. The calm sea burned in the bright sunlight. Chapter 329 Fleet Devastation. All gunners, prepare to take position. All artillery for the first round of calibration. Mark the designated targets. Ammunition handlers, prepare. All artillery loaded with high explosive shells, ready for rapid fire, trailers, all in position, withdraw as quickly as possible after rapid fire, on an unnamed coastline somewhere near Reef Town. Anson, standing beside a 12-pounder cannon, frowned as he surveyed his prey moored on the sponge. Behind him, hundreds of artillerymen were making final adjustments to 30 cannons and mortars of varying calibers within a makeshift artillery position. Amidst the cacophony of commands and shouts, everyone's expression was tense, the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. After all, this time their opponent wasn't another army. Even though Anson had emptied the Allied forces' coffers with a full 50 cannons, an unprecedented level of extravagance, they were still completely overwhelmed by the enemy's firepower. After all, even a 3-masted cruiser has at least 30 to 50 naval guns, and the enemy wasn't just a single warship, but a fleet of more than a dozen sailing ships. Once exposed, a single salvo from the enemy's naval guns would be enough to obliterate the entire artillery position. Therefore, when Anson ordered the simultaneous construction of 2 artillery positions on either side of the coast of Reef Town, the entire artillery company, or rather, everyone in the Storm Division Command except Anson and Lisa, including Fabian and Carl Bain, thought that the deputy commander had either gone mad or had long since gone insane. To be honest, despite his confident demeanor in front of everyone, Anson was actually somewhat apprehensive. In a sense, this was the first time he had truly attempted to lead, rather than merely following orders in a war. Before, whether it was Thunderbolt or Eaglehorn, while the consequences of defeat were severe, no one expected him to win, and even if blame had to be shifted, he wouldn't be the one to bear full responsibility. But this time, he was essentially defying Ludwig's orders, concealing the situation from the army and the Privy Council, and using the circumstances to mobilize the entire Hanlon to confront the Empire head-on. If he won, everything would be fine. If he lost, Anson would have to consider selling himself out. With Sophia as a major shareholder, the Frotz family couldn't possibly just stand by and watch themselves become worthless, and Miss Talia should also be happy to see him keep his promise and voluntarily go to the New World colony to pave the way for the Rune family. But the current situation was better than he had imagined. The Imperial garrison in Reef Town was completely absorbed by the Storm Division sneak attack, and hadn't sent out enough scouts. They were completely unaware that 20,000 Allied troops were marching towards them, and were oblivious to the artillery fortifications he had built right under Reef Town's nose. Eyes, such an important human organ, seemed to be merely ornaments to them. Even the fleet anchored at sea was the same, with ships spaced very close together in pursuit of firepower coverage, as if they hadn't considered the possibility of ground threats at all. This deployment, which looked utterly contemptuous, made Anson wonder if it was a trap set by the enemy to lure him into exposing his firepower and then annihilate him in one fell swoop. Trading a fleet of a dozen ships for 50 cannons, though most were just merchant cargo ships, seemed like a huge loss for the Empire. What kind of wasteful idiot would come up with such a tactic? Ammunition loaded, first calibration, 2 burly ammunition handlers moved to the 12-pounder cannon beside Anson, skillfully feeding explosive shells into the gleaming breech. The gunner behind them simultaneously pulled a breech block. The black shells bore the insignia of the August Armory. Slowly lowering his binoculars, Anson turned his gaze to the town of Reef not far away. The deafening shouts and gunfire emanated from there, even the sand beneath his feet trembled slightly. Judging from the commotion, the Storm Division had pressed forward in full force, locked in a fierce battle with the Imperial defenders. Despite his utter disapproval of Anson's plan, especially Anson's intention to personally command the artillery, Carl Bain resolutely carried out the orders, doing everything in his power to minimize unnecessary casualties. Anson's calm gaze swept over the tense faces behind him. He raised his sword and, mimicking Ludwig, gave a light, sweeping motion. The next second, the silent sea was illuminated by a blinding burst of gunfire. Take cover! Take cover! Enemy fire! Enemy fire! Almost simultaneously with the orange-red flames illuminating the land, the lookouts of the Imperial Hanta fleet immediately signaled to all ships. The urgent alarm bells echoed across the chaotic decks, and the bosuns, second officers, and third officers, carrying kerosene lamps, roughly kicked awake every snoring fool. And then, nothing more. Everyone was panicked, everyone was screaming, everyone was trembling, not knowing what to do. Normally, facing the threat of coastal artillery, a fleet anchored at sea should quickly weigh anchor, create distance from land, and then use its maneuverability and range advantage to concentrate fire and destroy the enemy's strong points. Compared to line-based artillery positions, naval guns are often larger in caliber and more numerous. Generally, unless there's deliberate folly or the enemy also has a fleet, port defenses and makeshift artillery positions are left defenseless. Even a military merchant fleet like the Hansa fleet, primarily composed of cargo ships, possesses hundreds of cannons, comparable to Legion's firepower. On land, they would be invincible in the entire Hansa. Even if they were truly deterred by land firepower, ships aren't fixed positions, they can always weigh anchor and move on. The probability of a ship being hit by a land-based gun at night is about the same as being struck by lightning. But the problem is, all of this happens under normal circumstances. And what happened tonight had nothing to do with normal. On one hand, Fleet Commander Taschen gave a strict order: the fleet was not to fire without his instructions, nor could it weigh anchor. On the other hand, although bearing the name of the Empire, this was still, in reality, Calindia's ocean-going fleet. Tahian wanted to use these Calindians to get the fleet moving, but he had no trust in these fickle traitors. Therefore, he assigned companies to each ship to monitor and supervise, ensuring his orders were carried out 100% and to suppress any opportunists who wanted to waver at crucial moments. The direct consequence was that, faced with enemy fire, the sailors on the ships could do nothing but issue warnings and panic. Boom, 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 accompanied by deafening roars. The cannons on the shore roared in unison towards the dark sea, and two golden-red pillars of flame extended into the sea. In addition to Anson's position, Lisa, who had been temporarily entrusted with an important task, had also constructed another artillery position in the opposite direction, creating crossfire against a fleet at Reef Town. Two artillery positions, with all 50 cannons, were committed to the battle. To sever the Empire's tentacles that could reach out to his back at any moment, Anson gambled everything, becoming as wealthy as a high bishop's son for the first time. Before the terrified sailors of the fleet, a deluge of shells and the flames of cannon fire from the shore illuminated the dark night, a deathly orange-red descending with a tearing shriek. Patches of flame began to explode on the sea, scorching waves churning the water and sweeping wildly across the ship's sides and decks. Fire danced wildly in the boiling water, thick smoke billowing from the burning masts. Faced with this sudden barrage, the Hansa fleet, which had just leveled Reef Town in the same way a day earlier, now wailed and screamed in utter helplessness. Even the most resolute soldiers could not remain indifferent to such explosions. In fact, despite the pre-marked firing arcs, nighttime artillery fire could never be 100% accurate, not to mention the inherent errors due to the pursuit of rapid fire. The fact that 2/3 of the shells landed on the ships was a testament to the protection of the Ring of Order for its devout follower, Anson Bach. However, Taschen's pursuit of maximum cannon fire density resulted in extremely tight spacing between the entire fleet. If one ship caught fire, it was only a matter of time before the rest ignited. One after another, explosive shells representing the highest technological level of the Augustan armory shattered upon contact with the hull and deck. Expanding fireballs, mixed with hundreds and thousands of fragments, exploded instantly, accompanied by deafening roars. The hacked hulls were torn apart, and agonizing, humanoid charred remains were swept into the sky by the blast waves, shattering into pieces before falling into the inferno. The bombardment lasted less than a few minutes before a mutiny broke out on the flagship of the Hansa fleet. The sailors attempted to weigh anchor to avoid the shelling, but were brutally suppressed by Imperial soldiers. This wasn't because the Imperial soldiers were truly stubborn to the extreme, willing to be blown up to obey orders, but Tahir was still on shore. They couldn't possibly abandon their fleet commander and flee. The fundamental conflict of interest between the two sides led to a rapid split and hostility between the Imperial soldiers and sailors on the flagship. The soldiers ordered immediate retaliatory fire, while the Calindian sailors only wanted to escape. And the situation seemed to have a contagious capacity. Soon, mutinies broke out on ship after ship, and the more damage and casualties a ship suffered, the faster the mutiny occurred. Merchant ships that hadn't suffered serious damage, on the other hand, remained relatively unscathed. After normal persuasion failed, the Imperial soldiers immediately took up arms and implemented the more efficient weapon persuasion, and the Calindian sailors, desperate to survive, also joined the fierce debate, grabbing their scimitars, pistols, and shotguns. And so, an absurd scene unfolded. Faced with a relentless bombardment of the Clovis artillery positions, the Hansa fleet neither surrendered, retreated, nor retaliated. Instead, They engaged in a bloody melee. Amidst a raging barrage of cannon fire, a battle that could only be described as madness raged on the burning ships. A few relatively calm sailors and Imperial soldiers attempted to escape, abandoning ship and jumping overboard. But many more began a frenzied revenge, fueled by long-standing grudges, countless sarcastic remarks, and the inherent contempt between the Hantu and the Imperials, a final, apocalyptic celebration. The only difference was that their celebration wasn't with fine wine and food, but with sailors' scimitars, rifles, bayonets, grenades, and naval cannons. As for the Allied artillerymen, completely oblivious to what the opposing fleet was up to, they could only thank the Ring of Order for its protection while frantically shoving the remaining explosives into the already scorching barrels, continuing to pour fire onto the already ablaze sea. After all, once the bombardment ceased and the enemy began to retaliate, they would be finished. This is too extravagant, though it certainly looks impressive. On the Storm Division's position, Carl Bain, peering through binoculars at the sea, stared in disbelief at the ignited ocean surface, muttering to himself, just how many explosive shells did our deputy commander manage to get his hands on? Can they withstand this onslaught? A total of 1,000, all the stock currently held by the August Armory. Fabian, expressionless, appeared silently behind him, handing a cigarette case to the Chief of Staff. If nothing unexpected happens, they're all here. 1,000. Carl's eyes widened as he took a cigarette and put it in his mouth. The junior clerk told me. Fabian nodded, casually taking out matches to light them for himself and the Chief of Staff. To maintain secrecy, this batch of shells didn't go through Hantu's accounts. The deputy commander ordered them directly in the name of the Southern Legion. How much did he spend? Carl frowned. Explosive shells, due to their more complex manufacturing process, cost several times more than ordinary solid shot. Even if Anson could use his status as his fiancé to get them at cost price, 1,000 shells would still be a considerable sum. That's all right. Fabian shook his head and exhaled a puff of smoke into the sky. The junior clerk said the deputy commander asked for them under the pretext of supporting the main force of the Southern Legion, so all the IOUs were put under Major General Ludwig's name. Oh, and those 20,000 guns we just acquired were also under that IOU, so it was really just a down payment. He then turned to look at Carl. What, are you surprised? No, now that you mention it, I'm not surprised at all. Carl Bain waved his hand and sighed deeply. How are the Allied forces' preparations? Toon's 5,000 men have just entered their positions. It will take another half hour before they are all fully engaged in battle. Aiden's legion is still marching rapidly towards us, but 3 infantry regiments are already ready. If we use their standards, then how about setting the general offensive for half an hour from now? No problem. Chapter 330 Disobedience will get you beaten. Boom, a deafening explosion echoed across the sea. The burning flagship of the Hantu fleet rose into the night sky as a cluster of flames shot into the heavens, like a lighthouse illuminating the world, a magnificent sight. As the only 3-masted cruiser in the entire fleet, she naturally possessed the most cannons and the most abundant ammunition reserves, coupled with her unique appearance, which set her apart from the others. She received the most attention from the artillery positions. The Hantu fleet had essentially collapsed. Whether it was the Imperial soldiers trying to suppress the rebellion or the Kalindian sailors fighting to the death, in this passive and defensive situation, they had no resistance to fleeing or surrendering. But the problem was, how to escape? Not to mention that the fleet commander, Tashin, and thousands of troops were still on shore, completely ignoring the objective fact that the shore artillery was still firing, frantically issuing orders to retaliate against them, leaving the Imperial soldiers with nowhere to run. As for the sailors, the same was true. Kalindia had fallen, and the only port where they could dock and rest, Kalindian port, was Imperial territory, leaving them nowhere to go. As for surrendering, they had no idea who was attacking them, and the artillery positions on the shore showed no sign of ceasing fire. When they ran out of explosive shells, they used solid shot. When the cannons overheated, they slowed the rate of fire, but never stopped. If all else failed, they would rotate shifts. After all, they had over 50 cannons. First, the flagship exploded, then 2 merchant ships near the flagship were set ablaze. The sailors of the fleet, watching helplessly as their ship sank, desperately climbed onto the decks and raised a white flag on the rickety mainmast. At first, it was just a lookout on one merchant ship who had gone mad and climbed onto the mast to try to escape, ending up hanging himself at the top, his white coat becoming the flag, but soon other ships followed suit, desperately raising white flags. 5 minutes later, after confirming repeatedly that the fleet had ceased resistance, or rather, that the Allied forces had exhausted all their ammunition, they finally stopped firing. Thus, the strongest fleet of the Han lands, which had once betrayed and disappeared, surrendered without firing a single shot. Gazing at the white flag rising from the sea of fire, Tahian's heart bled with despair. To be fair, he didn't believe his strategic deployment was flawed. He even considered that the Clovis's ambush might be a carefully planned trap to annihilate the Empire's mobile forces. If there was any mistake, it was that he shouldn't have tried to win with a small force, attempting to wipe out the combined Clovis and Hanta forces with only his mere 4,000 men and fleet, even going so far as to deliberately be ambushed to lure the enemy into his carefully prepared naval artillery trap. In his view, the entire plan was perfect. Even if the enemy outnumbered him 2 or 3 times, they couldn't break through his lines quickly enough to win a decisive battle with superior numbers. All he had to wait for was the sun. The moment it rose above the horizon, dozens, even hundreds, of naval cannons would be enough to blast a mere few thousand Clovis mercenaries, plus the Hantu army, nothing more than a bunch of bandits and brigands, into the sky. Because of its support and arms sales to the Kingdom of Isar, the Empire knew the 7 cities alliance sandwiched in the middle inside very well. It knew exactly what kind of people their 300,000-strong army was, let alone artillery. They would have a hard time even ensuring that every soldier had a gun during wartime. As for Clovis, the main force of their southern expeditionary army was in the Kingdom of Isar, not to mention the pressure on the western front, so there was no way they would have any spare capacity to support the Hantu. Clearly, the Empire underestimated the industrial potential that Clovis could unleash in the face of war, or rather, in the face of wealth, and it underestimated the Hantu's determination to establish a nation, even at the cost of sacrifice. Therefore, Tashin never expected that the enemy could assemble so many cannons, and even have the ability to concentrate these cannons under the organization of an army, so that they could inflict substantial damage on the fleet in a surprise attack. Damn it! Didn't those staff officers and officers in command say that the Clovis of the Hantu were just a small force? A small force. Is this the strength a small force should have? Amidst the deafening roar of gunfire and the thunderous battle cries, the fleet commander, standing in a muddy trench, sighed and cursed the command post gathering intelligence. Before him, the trenches, already used as bait and rendered rudimentary, had essentially collapsed after the initial artillery barrage and the storm division's repeated, step-by-step assaults. The entire battlefield resembled a giant quagmire, constantly plunging soldiers from both sides into it, while simultaneously forcing reinforcements to rush in, a vicious cycle that swallowed everyone. Of course, in a sense, this was also part of Tashin's plan. Only by turning the battlefield into a quagmire could the Clovis's offensive be firmly contained, preventing them from taking cover under naval gunfire, turning their orderly retreat into a complete rout, and destroying their organization. But because the fleet surrendered, the bait had become a fatal weakness that could send them to their doom. If they had carefully constructed their positions and completed all the necessary defensive measures before the Storm Division launched their attack, they could have absolutely held off, or even repelled, the Storm Division's frontal assault, thanks to the terrain advantage. Of course, after the fleet surrendered, they had no way out. Once surrounded, annihilation or forced surrender was only a matter of time. At this moment, the Imperial soldiers, mired in the quagmire, had no way out. Even their positions were being breached on all sides by the Storm Division's constant probing, feints, and infiltrations. The battle line had lost its meaning, because enemies were everywhere, and battles were raging everywhere. Despite his despair, Tashin still had no intention of giving up completely. He stubbornly commanded his remaining mobile forces, desperately trying to fill the gaps in the lines torn open by the Storm Division, making a final, desperate struggle. It wasn't because Tashin still thought he could turn the tide after the fleet's surrender. He was gambling, or rather, had to gamble, that the enemy had launched the attack hastily and hadn't yet established a complete encirclement. As long as they could repel the Storm Legion's frontal assault and gain a brief respite, there would still be a chance to break out. More importantly, an army is an organization sustained by morale. Currently, most soldiers were blinded by rage and hadn't noticed that the fleet had ceased resistance and surrendered to the Clovis. Once they calmed them down and realized the situation was actually dire. As for where to break out, and where to go afterward, those were questions to consider only after survival. With his relatively ample forces, the narrow battlefield, and his excellent cavalry officer corps, Tashin quickly regrouped and even briefly repelled the Storm Legion's attack, recapturing the captured trenches. Though reclaiming those muddy positions was of little significance, it at least slightly boosted morale. Just then, a rapid and resounding bugle call echoed on the distant horizon. The general offensive had begun. Thousands of Toon and Aiden soldiers had just arrived at the battlefield after a forced march. Without even a moment's rest, they were driven from their camps and trenches by Carl and Fabian, forced to unload their packs, grab their rifles, and charge into the chaotic battlefield. God bless the Harn lands, kill all the Imperial dogs, long live Francois. The chaotic shouts of battle echoed through the night sky with the charging footsteps of the Allied soldiers. Although the Allied soldiers were generally poorly equipped, compared, of course, to the Imperial and Clovis regulars, besides rifles with few bullets and broken bayonets with no spares, they had little else. Their individual soldier quality was far inferior even to the Empire, which didn't value infantry, but in this chaotic battlefield, numbers were an advantage. Even with their poor combat skills, they were still quite capable of filling lines, drawing fire, and following behind to widen the breach when the Storm Division concentrated its forces for infiltration. Faced with the frenzied, dog-like attacks of the Allied soldiers, the defenders, who had initially assumed only the Clovis were on the other side, were caught completely off guard. Several breaches appeared in their lines, forcing them to retreat steadily. The Imperial linemen stared in disbelief at the enemy charging forward, braving volleys of gunfire and trampling over the corpses of their comrades, a profound bewilderment washing over them. Why were these Clovis suddenly so fearless? Tahin, gritting his teeth, reorganized the lines while constantly attempting to organize a counter-offensive. The more difficult the situation, the less he dared to give up easily and huddle in a defensive posture. The Clovis's artillery positions were on the left and right flanks of the Reef Town battlefield. If they truly abandoned the attack, in such a narrow battlefield, with the enemy's firepower, they could easily send him and his mere few thousand soldiers to their deaths. He didn't realize that even if Anson wanted to do so, the Allied forces didn't have enough ammunition for him to squander. Relying on their overwhelming numerical superiority, the Allied soldiers, coordinated with the Storm Division's flanking attacks, initially crushed the entire outer defensive line, suppressing several thousand Imperial defenders within the small town of Reef. However, as the Imperial soldiers gradually regained their footing after being caught off guard, the routed and scattered companies regrouped. Although still retreating, the defensive line became increasingly difficult to breach. Furthermore, the cratered muddy trenches severely slowed the advance of reinforcements, causing the initially aggressive attack to falter. The cowardly Storm Division soldiers dared not charge under volleys of gunfire, and the straightforward Allied soldiers could find no openings to break through, their advance only resulting in their own death filling the trenches for the Imperial defenders. At this point in the battle, the Imperial line infantry, without the need for their knightly officers to risk their lives, resolutely carried out orders, returning fire amidst the deafening battle cries, responding to the Allied bayonet charges with the same fearlessness. Even with their comrades' corpses paving the way, the bloodthirsty Allied soldiers couldn't create a breakthrough. They were also bogged down by wave after wave of Imperial counterattacks, unable to advance or retreat easily. This wasn't due to their unwavering loyalty to the Empire and Tahir, or a surge of euphoric morale, quite the opposite. It was a true last gasp. Anyone with half a brain, a glance back at the blindingly bright sea, would understand the dire situation. But a last gasp meant it couldn't last much longer. With the fleet surrendering, could these Imperial soldiers, with nowhere to run, swim back? This was war, not revenge. Besides, what price would be paid to annihilate a stubborn enemy? So, after several unsuccessful feints, Karl Bane, having made up his mind, ordered a halt to the offensive, shifting to encirclement, intending to wait for the enemy to surrender. According to the Chief of Staff, once the siege continues until daytime, these Imperial scum should wake up and realize what they should and shouldn't do. Of course, not everyone thought so. They felt they should be more proactive and use a more direct method to help the Imperial garrison regain their senses. Signal to the fleet, looking at the Imperial garrison, which had completely lost its outer perimeter and was now pinned down inside Reef Town, Anson turned to Jason Fruhoff behind him and said in a deep voice, "Tell them they can surrender, but on the condition that they immediately launch a concentrated barrage towards the Reef Town docks for at least 1 minute. Make sure it's the docks, not the positions." The cavalry lieutenant, who had been temporarily appointed as the messenger, was dumbfounded, frozen in place, stammering, not knowing what to do. Isn't this too much? Too much? Anson glanced at him. No, the cavalry lieutenant shuddered and immediately denied it. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. What if they're not facing the dock, but the battlefield or artillery positions, or what if they refuse? Then keep firing until they obey, Anson said coldly. How many more rounds of shells can we fire? 2 rounds at most, and we've already used up all the 12-pound shells we brought. Swallowing hard, the cavalry lieutenant cautiously reminded them. As for the mortars, we can probably fire 3 more rounds, but we still have a lot of propellant left, so 4 rounds if we don't count the shells. Then fire 1 round first, as a warning. If they don't fire or try to disobey, fire 4 more rounds. Yes, sir. Having received the order, the cavalry lieutenant dared not linger and immediately turned and left. 15 minutes later, the Imperial Hanta fleet, which had not fired a single shot before surrendering, finally slowly pushed its cannons from the hold onto the gun ports on both sides of the ship. The Imperial garrison in Reef Town heard the sound of cannons coming from the sea behind them. But not towards the enemy, but towards themselves. Dozens of shells traced graceful arcs across the sea, sending up brilliant sparks near the Reef Town pier, once again turning the small fishing village into a burning inferno. At 3:30 a.m. on August 13th, the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, the Imperial Hanta fleet surrendered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Only You. As the smoke cleared and the sun rose in the east, the newborn sun leaped over the horizon, bathing the calm sea and the ravaged battlefield in the golden light of dawn, bringing an end to the bloody battle that had raged all night at Reef Town. The battle was over. If the Allied forces' overwhelming offensive had only driven Tashin and his soldiers to despair, then the artillery fire from the sea was the final straw that broke their morale and confidence. A relatively intact infantry regiment was instantly shattered, the flying sand and debris burying the entire rearguard alive, incidentally paving the way for the Allied forces who were struggling to find a direction to attack. When Tashin was dug out of the sand by messengers and a few night officers, he was covered in blood and nearly dead. His soldiers were not so lucky, having been buried alive as well. The dazed fleet commander sat blankly on the ruins of the trench for a full quarter of an hour before finally regaining his senses. The first thing he did upon regaining his composure was to order a surrender to the Clovis. The mutiny of the Hanta fleet not only gave the enemy dozens more cannons, but also destroyed the fleet's last hope of breaking out. Tahine's original plan was to break out from Reef Town, then try to contact the forced to surrender fleet to reach him at Carindia port and rendezvous with the advance force controlling there. But the sailors and imperial soldiers of the fleet he had placed so much hope in offered a salvo of cannon fire to the Clovis, indicating that they would not hesitate to blow up their own men and officers if the Allied forces spared them. What Tashin was unaware of was that the imperial defenders, unable to withstand the combined arms attacks from both sides, had already laid down their arms in masse and become prisoners of the Storm Division. By the time he decided to surrender, he was essentially a lone commander with only a messenger and a few night officers by his side. Facing the blinding morning sun, Tashin, his body wrapped in bandages and his expression numb, sat in the tent specially prepared for him by the Storm Division, gazing at the battlefield of Reef Town not far away. The surrendered imperial linemen, like prisoners and slaves, were tied in strings, kneeling dejectedly at the edge of the trenches, their banners piled haphazardly at their feet like stacks of firewood. The Allied forces of Thun and Aden were busily cleaning up the battlefield, cheering, arguing, and even wrestling over a few spoils dug from the mud pits or ripped from the corpses. Nearby, Storm Division soldiers patrolled the carnage with rifles, inspecting their spoils. Knights, dressed in thin tunics, stood in a row outside a tent, holding their sidearms and swords, entering one by one with solemn and polite demeanor, as if they were not surrendering but attending a noble ball. As for the fleet anchored on the distant sea, Tashin didn't even know when they had raised the Clovis banner, let alone why the Imperial Hanta fleet would have the Clovis's blood-red unicorn banner. The events unfolded so suddenly and shockingly that the utterly exhausted Tashin seriously doubted whether he was still unconscious, and whether everything before him was merely a nightmare. This sense of disorientation was so intense that when Fabian entered the tent, Tashin momentarily mistook him for Bernard. The deputy commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, surprised that his subconscious mind perceived the man as so young. Map, paper, pen, the expressionless former Imperial Guard officer stood before him, laying out what he carried on the table between them. Lord Tashin, you have half an hour to write down everything you know here: troop numbers, unit organization and designations, commanders' names, logistical routes, attack plans. Lying or ambiguity is fine. Write down as much as you know. The fleet commander's face immediately darkened. Tashin Elfin, a knight of the Imperial Empire, lord of Farview Fortress, and the commander of the expeditionary fleet of the Hantu Expeditionary Force appointed by His Majesty. Suppressing his anger, Tashin slightly raised his chin, his icy gaze meeting Fabian's. As a noble knight, I have the right to refuse to answer any of your questions and to enjoy the treatment due to a prisoner. Where's your commander? Why isn't he here to see me? Vice Commander Anson Bach is currently very busy and has no time for such trivial matters as prisoner interrogation, so I, a mere grenadier regimental commander, have taken over. Fabian's tone remained calm as always. He unhurriedly picked up a bottle of wine and a glass, pouring the wine while speaking in a deep voice. And our demands of you are, and only one: answer our questions. As for whether to answer or not, whether to be honest or to lie, that is your right. Is that so? Tashin sneered, the corners of his mouth twitching as he pulled at his wound, making his smile appear somewhat sinister. What if I refuse to answer? What will you do? Kill me? Of course not. Fabian expressionlessly picked up the wine glass on the table, and just as Tashin thought he was going to hand it to him and reached out to take it, the grenadier commander downed the wine in one gulp. As I just said, answering or not answering is your right. Fabian calmly licked the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, placing the glass back in its place. The nearly transparent glass reflected Tashin's increasingly grim expression. You are the vice commander's prisoner. We are obligated to ensure your safety until your family pays the ransom. Ensuring we obtain the necessary intelligence from you is my responsibility as the grenadier regimental commander. It has nothing to do with you. Oh, Tashin's smile widened. How will you ensure that? By asking you to tell the truth, of course. A gentle smile appeared on Fabian's calm face as he poured another glass of wine. In fact, even if you don't speak, we have other channels to obtain most of the intelligence on the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Your subordinates will tell us more detailed information. Therefore, I personally hope you can be honest. After all, if possible, I still hope to be a devout believer who never frames or slanders others. A devout believer who doesn't frame or slander others? What do you want? Tashin suddenly tense up. During the previous war in the Vastlands, we encountered attacks from old god spellcasters more than once. Some were Iser elves, you probably know about that, and some were genuine humans. Fabian smiled and said, Elgar Vasonia, the former Grand Duke of Mister and a genuine spellcaster, is now, like you, a guest of the Vice Commander. We supported his son to become the new Grand Duke of Mister and promised him that the future territory of the Grand Duke of Mister would still belong to the Vasonia family. In exchange, you want him to frame me as a member of the old gods. Tashin's excited growl echoed in the tent. Fabian, smiling, didn't answer his question. He slowly sat down, pushed a glass of wine-filled glass towards the furious Tashin, and placed a pen horizontally on the map. As a responsible grenadier commander, I sincerely hope you will cooperate with my work so I can successfully complete the task assigned to me by the deputy commander. To be honest, I actually quite like this job right now, and I have no intention of switching jobs until Anson Bach is dismissed. As for the consequences of your non-cooperation? Hell, it's really nothing. I have no right to use any punishment on you, nor will I pose any threat to your personal safety. As for means other than health and personal safety, imagine it. As Tashin, veins bulging and cold sweat dripping from his forehead, tremblingly picked up the pen, Anson and Carl were tallying the biggest gain of the battle. That was the Hantu fleet. 2 ships sank. 1, the most valuable 3-masted cruiser, its flagship ascended. 3 were severely burned, and the remaining 11 ships, after repairs, could still deploy at least 2,000 soldiers, dozens of naval cannons, and a month's worth of supplies for 2 or 3 infantry regiments to any corner of the Hantu coastline. A huge win, in every sense of the word. This not only meant severing the Empire's tentacles that could reach into the heart of Hantu at any time, and gaining control of a powerful mobile naval force, it meant a true turnaround. Without the fleet, The Imperial Army occupying Kalandia port became an isolated force without support or supplies, and the Imperial Expeditionary Force currently attacking Aden Fortress could no longer fight on two fronts, threatening the supply lines of Hantu's 300,000-strong army. What did this mean? It meant that if the vanguard at Kalandia port were annihilated, the Empire would have no means of intervening in Hantu except through a frontal assault. In this situation, unless a decisive battle can annihilate the most elite main force of the Hantu, the forces the Empire can send to Hantu are absolutely insufficient to change the current situation. In fact, this is the same tactic the Southern Legion used when invading the kingdom of Iser the Elf, using a strategy of besieging a point and attacking reinforcements to force the enemy to send their elite main force to support them, then organizing a decisive battle to annihilate them, and finally launching a full-scale invasion. Although the Battle of Eaglehorn did not achieve its ideal outcome because Louis Bernard used himself as bait, that was at most a minor mishap. If it weren't for the sudden revelation of the 13 councils, Ludwig would at least be besieging the royal court of the King of Iser the Elf. Judging by his own experience, Anson speculated that the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was probably also planning a decisive battle, and his plan was likely to cut off the supply lines of Hantu's 300,000-strong army before the battle began. So you planned to use this fleet to take over Kalandia port? Standing on the deck, Karl, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked at the Kalindian sailors bound like dumplings. Yes, once we've extracted as much information as possible from Commander Tahin, we'll hand the fleet over to Fabian and have him lead the Grenadier Regiment to attack the port. Anson, hands in his pockets, nodded slightly, a smug look on his face. The remaining infantry regiments, I'll lead them to cooperate with Leonard Emmanuel, attacking the cities separately. You mean the heir to the Duchy of Aden? Yes, Claude. I allocated him a legion of about 10,000 men, plus ours, a total of 30,000, to take Kalandia port. Anson nodded. After all, we've already promised Kalandia port to the Emmanuel family, so we have to make some gesture. According to the plan devised by the Supreme General Staff, the 300,000 troops of the Hantu would gradually head to reinforce the border and resist the invasion of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. In a sense, the newly crowned Claude François also considered a decisive battle. After all, he was now not only the Grand Duke of Thun but also the king of the entire Han land, and he wanted to avoid letting the Imperial army enter the Han land whenever possible. However, he also had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Even if he didn't want to cede the port of Kalandia to the Emmanuel family, he couldn't allow an Imperial army to get so close to the heart of the Han land, let alone directly threaten the vital logistical base of Iranbul Fortress. Therefore, despite his reluctance, Claude gritted his teeth and allocated 10,000 line infantrymen equipped with light and muzzle-loading rifles to Lenore Emmanuel, along with the Storm Division, these foreign mercenaries, to recapture the port of Kalandia. Of course, the true plan of this king of the Highlands was to have the stormtroopers pursue the fleet, while Leno, unable to await reinforcements, would be unable to launch an attack. This way, once the battle became more intense, he could legitimately draw the stormtroopers to the western battlefield, closer to him, and commit his elite stormtroopers to the decisive battle against the Imperial main force. Unfortunately, he misjudged Anson's efficiency, or rather, overestimated the Imperial fleet's combat power. What was expected to be at least a week, because just confirming the fleet's landing position would take considerable time, ultimately ended in a single night, with both the men and the fleet captured. And then there's you, me. Karl hesitated, then blurted out, "What does this have to do with me, his adjutant?" "What adjutant?" "You're the chief of staff," Anson emphasized. "You're leaving immediately to report to Claude François's camp." "Why?" "Because this time is different from Eaglehorn. We can't afford to lose. Even a half win isn't enough. We must achieve a complete victory." Anson looked at Karl Bain with a grave expression. "But I don't trust Claude François and the others. I don't care whether Hantu lives or dies, and I don't want to care, but at least they can't die now. So I need you to promise me that no matter what happens, you will bring back this 300,000 strong army. The only person I can trust is you." The previous chapter had the wrong chapter number, so I'll just have to go with it. Please don't hit me on the first one. Chapter 332, The Torrential Rain in Port Kalandia. On August 14th of the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, a torrential rainstorm struck the port of Kalandia. Rolling, churning clouds dyed the sky a grayish-black, and endless rain poured down, washing over the devastated harbor. The overflowing waters seeped into the city, littered with ruins, and raged through the deserted streets. The storm churned the sea, and inky waves crashed violently against the shore again and again. A blinding, pale white light appeared on the distant horizon, followed by the low growl of a ferocious beast several seconds later, as if deliberately startling the city, lifeless in the downpour. Every summer, the port of Carindia is frequently shrouded in torrential rains. The severe weather often lasts for days, and at its worst, storms block shipping, flood roads, and even submerge the entire city in rainwater and overflowing seawater. Every year at this time, the entire city is gradually submerged by the rain, from the outermost slums to ordinary residential areas, then to the bustling commercial streets and the headquarters of various guilds. In the end, only the church, the noble district, and the high ground where the council is located are spared, becoming islands in the sea. This year's torrential rain seems particularly fierce. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face stood with his hands behind his back in front of a window. His thinning brown hair could not only not hide his puffy eye bags, but also could not completely cover the top of his head, making him look like a molting old lion. His overly long face, combined with his aquiline nose, made him look like some kind of scavenging animal. The middle-aged man was not wearing the more fashionable fitted military uniform of today, but a dark blue woolen overcoat over his cavalry breastplate. Under the loose cuffs, one could see the slightly reflective metal arm guards, and the cumbersome tricorn hat was fastened to the belt on his right shoulder. Even with increasingly advanced firearms rendering armor a useless and inconvenient item, for many older imperial knights, the steel they wore was far more than just simple protection. The luxurious stained glass windows rattled in the howling wind, and the raindrops, shattering on the glass, seeped dampness into the room, causing the flickering kerosene lamps to emit a chill. After gazing out the window for a while, the middle-aged man slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to the anxious figures in the room behind him, and calmly picked up the wine glass on the table. "Who will begin?" The middle-aged man gestured with his glass towards the battle map of Carindia port on the table. "I suspect you have quite a bit of bad news to tell me." In the unsettling atmosphere, the knights and advisors huddled around the table exchanged uneasy glances. Intelligence from the forward positions indicates that Han-2 troops are rapidly assembling on the outer perimeter, possibly planning a new attack under the cover of the torrential rain. In the deadly silence, a young staff officer, steeling himself and encouraged by countless winks, stepped forward and pulled out a report already soaked through. "According to our scouts, the enemy has amassed at least 3,000 men at the north gate, roughly the strength of 5 infantry regiments. Therefore, there's a high probability they were planning a feint attack from both flanks to cover their main force. A bunch of lousy fry." "Don't even consider them," the middle-aged man interrupted the report, taking a small sip of the dark red liquid in his cup. "They have no heavy firepower, no 12-pound cannons, they can't even muster a company of 6-pound infantry guns. What do they have? 10,000 recruits equipped with light-on rifles? I could easily defeat Clovis and Red Moon Town with just a few thousand men. Why should I be afraid of them? But, unless the rain clears, fog rolls in, or at least a company of artillery appears on their positions, there's no need to report anymore." The middle-aged man's expression was quite impatient as he took another large gulp of wine. "Has the person in charge of the cathedral returned?" "Yes," a head covered in cold sweat scrambled out of the crowd in a panic. "The work with the cathedral is not going very well. We have tried our best to be humble, but, the middle-aged man's eyes sharpened. "But the Archbishop of the Hantu still refuses to cooperate." His head, soaked with sweat, bowed low, as if trying to hide it along with his non-existent neck. He said that according to the resolution of the Second Council of Public Order, the Church cannot interfere in secular affairs. Therefore he refused to hand over the accounts of the Clovis and the François family, refused to provide us with unsecured loans, refused to assist us in making a statement, denounced Claude François as the illegitimate king of the Hantu, and also what? He also said that the Iser elves have betrayed their faith, and warned us not to try to interfere in the war between the Clovis and the Iser elves. The high-ranking church officials are communicating with the Clovis under the coordination of Archbishop Luther Franz to restore the faith of the Iser elf kingdom. If the Empire still tries to protect the Iser old gods who have betrayed the Ring of Order, then the Church can only assume what? Assume that His Majesty, who is personally crowned by the Archbishop, is also an old god." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, causing his obese head to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his quivering flesh. He turned around, raised his wineglass, and beckoned to the messenger in the corner. The quick-witted young man immediately stepped forward, took the glass, and offered him a lit briar pipe. Don't worry too much about the church's lack of cooperation. We can win this war even without them. Why? Because our emperor is the emperor appointed by the Ring of Order, the true and only legitimate master of the order world. Taking a deep drag, the middle-aged man's expression relaxed and natural. The rampant arrogance and division are only temporary. The empire is eternal. As soon as he finished speaking, the knights and strategists present, regardless of how much they inwardly disapproved of this antique propaganda slogan, all nodded and loudly expressed their agreement, each voice louder than the last. Continue. Any more bad news? The Council of Calandia wants us to provide some necessary assistance, the stern-faced staff officer, wearing a monocle, said in a deep voice. They claim that because the advanced troops controlled all the city's food reserves and refused to provide them with daily necessities, the entire port of Calandia is currently facing a terrible famine. Nonsense. What does this have to do with us? The middle-aged man, biting his pipe, roared. It's clearly because they were too cowardly, surrendering without resistance, allowing the scum of Clovis to seize most of Calandia's supplies. They're clearly vassals of the empire. And I haven't even complained that they couldn't even send a decent auxiliary army, yet they dare to stand up and criticize us. Exactly. The staff officer lightly adjusted his glasses, a cold smile appearing on his lips. When they came to complain, I told them the same thing. Calandia Port is a Calindian city. The empire has no responsibility, much less the right, to maintain order and provide for their daily needs. These are the Calindians' own duties. In addition, I demanded they surrender their surplus weapons and recruited citizens to form an auxiliary legion of about 2,000 men to maintain the city's deteriorating security. At the same time, I arrested and executed a group of nobles previously associated with Clovis, confiscating their property for military supplies. Well done, that's how it should be. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval as he looked at his advisor. We must never be too lenient with our allies and vassals. We must always remember that they need the empire, not the other way around. We must constantly remind them to pay a heavy price for the protection they receive from the empire, so that they will always need the empire's protection. I know there are many young people now who claim that allies and vassals should be treated fairly. Fairness? What is fairness? Is it possible for an emperor to be fair to his subjects? Should the strong be fair to the weak? Their absurd remarks are as if they were saying that weakness and incompetence are a privilege. I don't care about others, but such talk must never exist in my army. Do you understand? Staff Officer Luther Igor, your subordinate will always remember. General Lawrence Igor, the staff officer replied respectfully. The surrounding knight officers applauded, praising their commander's admonition and the staff officer's humility and politeness. As for the extorted Calindian nobles, the tens of thousands of impoverished and starving citizens without a roof over their heads in the storm, no one cared, and no one could care. For a port enclave destined to be besieged on three sides and impossible to defend, the port of Calandia was truly nothing more than a bridgehead for the empire. Especially with the surrender of Calandia, the entire imperial expeditionary force harbored immense distrust towards this fickle nation. There was no guarantee they wouldn't betray the empire again and return to their own people. After all, betrayal and surrender are things that only happen once, or countless times. Adding to this the extortion and blackmail by Anson Bach's group in Calandia Port, coupled with the civil unrest, by the time the expeditionary force landed, the once prosperous city offered little to gain, greatly disappointing the imperial knights who had initially planned to make a fortune. They were even less likely to have any goodwill towards these fickle nations. In fact, the fact that they had survived this long was largely due to the city being completely surrounded by the Hantu army. The expeditionary forces were simply unable to both repel the Hantu army's attack and suppress the civil unrest. Lawrence was now extremely anxious. The reaction from the entire junta was faster than he had imagined. In just a few days, 10,000 men had been mobilized to surround the port of Calandia, trapping him and several thousand soldiers in this ruined city, a stark contrast to the fragmented and weak Seven Cities alliance he remembered. Not only that, but the torrential rains had also hindered the fleet's normal passage, completely cutting off supplies from the rear. Of course, this wasn't the most troublesome part. The most troublesome thing was that it had completely severed his contact with the Expeditionary Force Command, leaving him completely unaware of the next steps and unable to report the current situation back. This put Lawrence in a dilemma. According to the original plan, he should have set off immediately within a week at the latest, first joining forces with his second landing expeditionary force to seize 1/3 of the territory leading from Calandia to Aden, then intimidating Iranbul fortress, and cooperating with the main force of the expeditionary force to cleave the entire Hantu in two. But now, the allied duchies of Aden and Tun had immediately dispatched legions, besieging him in this ruined port. Although it was just a low-level force with virtually no heavy firepower, barely able to equip each soldier with a rifle, it was far from sufficient to capture the port of Calandia. However, if they simply relied on holding their positions and holding out, they could manage with sheer numbers. Lawrence was in a real bind. Although he had two elite, fully equipped Imperial infantry divisions, this force couldn't withstand heavy losses. Sending them into costly positional war against a cowardly Hantu would result in a 1-3 casualty ratio, leaving him at a huge disadvantage. He had originally planned to take Green Valley, this crucial bridgehead, with a swift attack. But clearly, the opposing commander wasn't a complete fool. He launched a full-scale pincer attack on Green Valley, which was also almost completely destroyed, and transformed it into his command post and the core of the entire encirclement of Calandia port. Moreover, the opposing commander had an advantage he didn't have. Green Valley had been almost completely destroyed in the previous war, and all the residents had been relocated to Calandia port. The entire city was now a heavily fortified military stronghold, and there was no need to worry about any additional burdens. At this moment, he was unaware that the Hantu had already been established as a nation, and that the expeditionary force commander, Pascal, had changed his original strategy. However, none of this mattered, because as long as the torrential rain continued and reinforcements from the fleet could not reach the port of Calandia, Lawrence could do nothing but continue to bully the Calandian nobles. Could we send out a few scouts to try and make contact with command or the fleet? I'm very sorry, we've tried every possible method, and none of them worked. The staff officer who started it all stepped forward again, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and speaking cautiously. The outer roads have been completely cut off by the armies of Tun and Aden. Unless we can conquer Green Valley, we simply cannot open up a supply line to the rear. As for the sea, since before the storm, we have sent out nearly half a company of scouts, but so far, apart from the 2 confirmed to have died in a shipwreck, the rest are still, bang, before the staff officer could finish speaking. A loud crash came from behind them. A messenger, soaking wet, rushed into the conference room amidst the knight's disgusted gazes, and knelt down on one knee in a panic before the map table. Lord Lawrence Igor, enemy activity has appeared at the north gate of Calandia port. A Han army of about 3,000 men is, we already know that, Staff Officer Luther Igor snapped impatiently. The general has ordered that unless the rain clears, the fog rises, or, it's not a maneuver, they're already attacking the city, the messenger cried anxiously. The enemy's total force of about 10,000 men has reached the city walls under the cover of the rain and is engaging the frontline defenders. About 3,000 of them have already breached the north wall and are breaking into the city. What? Chapter 333 Victories in sight. What did you say? The siege has already begun. Anson stared in astonishment at the cavalry lieutenant before him. Wasn't it agreed that they would surround the city first, and then begin the siege once we arrived? That's true, but, Jason, breathless, widened his eyes. Having just received the intelligence from the messenger, his expression was even more exaggerated than Anson's, but Lord Leonard Emmanuel doesn't intend to wait any longer. He said that the torrential rain is excellent cover. With a rain curtain obscuring the view, the firepower of the city walls and artillery emplacements will be reduced by at least 2/3. Once they can break through the first line of defense, he can take the rest of Calandia port on his own, without needing allied support. More importantly, the torrential rain in Calandia port often lasts for more than a week. If we wait for reinforcements, by the time we arrive, the entire area around Calandia port will have become an impassable swamp, making it difficult to take it. So, seeing Anson's increasingly grim expression, the stammering cavalry lieutenant dared not continue. So he's not waiting for us and has decided to launch a quick attack to take Calandia port, is that it? Anson rolled his eyes. To be honest, Anson couldn't help but understand why Leonard Emmanuel would make this decision. Claude François, now crowned king, seemed to have generously kept his promise, ceding Calandia port to the Emmanuel family and even giving Leonard an army of 10,000 men to facilitate his recapture of this most prosperous city in the entire Han land. But in reality, Claude harbored ulterior motives, giving Leno 10,000 soldiers, but failing to provide him with the heavy firepower necessary for a siege, not even a single 6-pounder infantry cannon. Meanwhile, the Storm Division coalition, nominally cooperating with the siege, possessed the most powerful heavy firepower in the entire Han land. Thus, unless Leno was willing to sacrifice lives to fill the trenches, he would have to rely on Anson Bach's power to take this port city belonging to the Emmanuel family. If all 10,000 soldiers were Aden, Lenore probably would have done so, but Claude gave him a ragtag army, 1/10 Aden, 1/5 Toon, and the rest were all former soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Mist. Although the Han land was now unified, and with the banner of the Francois royal family and the power of the Emmanuel family, Lenore wouldn't be unable to command them, but if he openly sent them to their deaths for their own family, mutiny in battle, even Lenore committing suicide with 6 bullets in his back, the Mist people, who had just been severely punished by the Emmanuel family, were absolutely capable of such a thing. And if Anson's forces were to take Calandia port, the Emmanuel family would certainly pay a heavy price, with Calandia being skinned alive and Mist barely surviving as examples. Anson Bach and his Storm Division already had a notorious reputation. "When do we begin?" Anson asked, slightly annoyed. "At 8 o'clock sharp this morning, we'll launch the attack on time," Jason, sweating profusely, answered quickly, pulling out a pocket watch from his pocket while catching his breath. The 2 brass hands were steadily positioned at 12 and 2. "It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now, so it's definitely too late." Anson sighed inwardly. "Vice Commander, since the Emmanuel family intends to attack the city alone," Jason put away the pocket watch and looked at Anson cautiously. "Then, should we still go to Calandia port?" Although he knew Calandia port was important, the cavalry lieutenant knew even better that there was practically nothing left to plunder in this port city. The Storm Division had already looted everything that could be looted, leaving nothing to squeeze out of anyone from nobles to citizens. Compared to fighting a port city with little to offer, a direct confrontation with the Imperial Expeditionary Force on the Western Front was much more appealing. If this port could be turned into an enclave of the Kingdom of Clovis, with Anson becoming the governor of Calandia port and the stormtroopers transferred to the port garrison, perhaps the cavalry lieutenant would be excited for a while, but unless Anson is Carlos I's long-lost brother, it's just a pipe dream. Sending 1 or 2 expeditionary legions to invade is one thing, but to extend its reach deep into the heart of the Han lands and clash head-on with the Empire, Clovis doesn't want to, nor does it have the strength to do so. Go, why not go? Anson was a little agitated. A terrifying memory of being led by the nosebond competent allies and superiors, "I'm definitely not cursing Major General Ludwig, definitely not," seemed to return at this moment. Target, Green Valley. Light cavalry lead the way, Storm Division is the vanguard. Ditch all unnecessary baggage, only carry infantry weapons and 3 days' worth of ammunition and supplies. The whole army marches at full speed. As for the allied Hanta people, 1/3 maintain the original speed, 1/3 follow behind, and 1/3 throw them into the baggage train. Cavalry pull the baggage wagons, infantrymen carry infantry guns and charge forward at full speed. Take Calandia port before the Hantu Legion. The cavalry lieutenant suddenly became excited. His heart was beating exponentially, and the blood in his body seemed to boil with the sweat soaking his skin. His cheeks were flushed red. "No," Anson poured cold water on him immediately. "It's about reaching Calandia before the entire Hanta Legion is wiped out. I don't want to collect their corpses. Hanta people, forward!" A desperate shout pierced through the layers of rain, shaking everyone's hearts, as figures surged across Calandia port like a tidal wave. In the raging storm, thousands roared, charged, and unleashed a deluge of gunfire. Their frantic footsteps pounded the earth incessantly, accompanied by the howling wind and another round of torrential rain. On the morning of August 15th, 100th year of the Saint calendar, after a sleepless night, the anxious Leno launched his attack on Calandia port half an hour ahead of schedule. Familiar with the surrounding terrain, nearly 10,000 men used the rain to evade the Imperial vanguard's scouts and sentries, using gunfire as a signal, and the infantry regiments launched their general assault in turn. By the time the Imperial vanguard realized something was amiss, Leno's legions had already reached the city walls. The terrified Han soldiers raised their bayonets, firing haphazardly to bolster their courage, using their charge and roars to mask their fear. The effect was unexpectedly good. Confirming that the Han army lacked artillery, the vanguard generally maintained a strong sense of psychological superiority. believing these cowardly soldiers would never dare attack a city without artillery support. But the result was not only that they attacked, but a full-scale assault without any backup or reserves. Tens of thousands surged forward from the positions, their advancing line almost completely covering the outer front of the city walls. Terrified scouts lay prone on the walls, dumbfounded by the deafening roar of battle cries, watching as more and more densely packed figures broke through the rain. The unprepared Imperial Expeditionary Force was caught off guard in shock and panic, failing even to notice Leno's main attack direction. By the time the North Gate fell, several thousand Hantu soldiers had already poured into the city, beginning their advance along the main road. Kalindia Port was a port city, a trading city. Transportation was always of paramount importance in such places. To reduce transport costs, it needed a road connecting the port and trade routes, and the entire city should ideally be built around this road. Therefore, attacking Kalindia Port didn't require conquering it piece by piece like other towns. Simply following this main road would allow them to break through the entire city. Bang! Gunfire erupted and flashed in the torrential rain. Dozens of figures fell stiffly to the ground, howling in agony amidst the acrid smoke. Among them were Hantu people dressed in various styles, and Imperial Line soldiers in their uniform blue and white uniforms. The scorching gun barrels continued to spew flames and puffs of white smoke. The bodies that fell one after another, repeatedly washed by the downpour, had already lost their temperature in the spasms of their muscles. Attack! With the lead bullets fired from their gun barrels at top speed, a shout immediately erupted from the Hantu soldiers' square formation. They abandoned their line formation, fixed their bayonets, and surged towards the expeditionary force's barricades in a chaotic, surging attack. Forward! Forward! Keep advancing, don't stop! Amid the chaotic gunfire, Leno, his expression urgent, brandished his saber, desperately yelling in his already hoarse voice, "Fix bayonets!" Boom! The instant he shouted, the flash of artillery fire illuminated the barricades. Facing the overwhelming tide of enemies, the scorching 6-pound solid shot, with its chilling shriek, instantly pulverized everything in its path, piercing through everything and tearing a path of flesh and blood through the dense crowd. Blood splattered, flesh flew, and screams and cries were completely drowned out by the thunderous explosions, until the smoke cleared. When the still shaking Lennox desperately pushed away the corpses on his body, there was no one left standing except for the enemies behind the barricades. But the Imperial Expeditionary Force behind the barricades had no time to rejoice. In the brief interval of the artillery fire, hundreds and thousands of Hantu Legion soldiers surged forward again like a tide, braving the somewhat scattered volleys of gunfire and the crossfire from both sides, howling as they charged into the barricades. Struggling to his feet in the icy rain, pale-faced Leno used his saber for support. Soldiers continued their attack beside him, and at his feet lay the cold corpses soaked in the dark red rain. The tactile sensation of the battlefield had never been so intense. In that instant, he thought of many things. Seemingly filled with regret, yet also resolute. A restless force seemed to surge within his blood, eager to awaken from its slumber. He crouched down, picking up the soaked banner from the corpse that had just saved him, and shouted amidst the charging figures, "Advance! Attack!" With a 3,000-strong Hantu army completing the central breakthrough, the siege had reached its climax in just 30 minutes. On the left and right flanks, the Imperial Expeditionary Force, having realized the North Gate had been breached, desperately tried to retreat, but were held back by the enemy before them. If they dared to retreat, the frenzied Hantu soldiers would even scale the city walls. The deafening roar of cannons tore through the rain, but the extremely poor visibility rendered these heavy artillery pieces useless beyond 100 meters. They were ineffective at inflicting casualties and failing to demoralize the attacking Hantu army. They couldn't see the enemy's location or their numbers, leaving them no choice but to defend their forts, completely cutting off communication with their rear and allies. One fort after another was quickly surrounded and isolated, trapped in a desperate situation of fighting alone. In fact, the Imperial Expeditionary Force occupying Karindia Port comprised 2 infantry divisions, nearly 10,000 men, not fewer in number than Leno's legions. A direct confrontation would likely have been fatal for him. However, the Expeditionary Force couldn't simply control the outer walls. To ensure actual control of Karindia Port, they had to defend the entire city, resulting in a significant dispersion of their forces. Their front line was overwhelmed by a full-scale attack, and Leno, with no way to retreat, overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. Seeing the city gate breached, More reinforcements turned and surged into the city from the north gate, spreading out to the left and right, attempting to encircle and annihilate the imperial defenders along the city walls. However, for the Hantaline infantry, who had been trained for less than 3 months and basically only knew how to point their guns at the enemy and pull the trigger, this rear flanking tactic was far too complex. Their poor skill level was only comparable to the gangsters of Clovis. Thus, under Leonard Emmanuel's brilliant tactics, the soldiers who stormed into the city gradually lost contact, and their organization collapsed. Led by their officers and lords, the soldiers transformed into bandits and thugs, burning, killing, and looting in the outer residential areas, firing on any living person who stood in their way. However, the order in the port of Calandia had already completely collapsed in the previous riots, and those who were still alive were almost all vicious thugs or auxiliary troops serving the Imperial Expeditionary Force. These soldiers, engaged in side jobs, were unintentionally destroying the foundation of the Empire's rule in the port of Calandia. Meanwhile, the Expeditionary Force, just beginning to awaken from its slumber, was still overwhelmed by the relentless advance of Leno and the completely besieged elite garrison on the outskirts, having no time to concern itself with these dregs. Completely oblivious to the fact that the enemy dared to attack the city with only infantry, many of the expeditionary soldiers inside were still unaware of what was happening. Many troops, when assembled, thought they were being sent to suppress a group of unarmed rioting civilians. Thus, just 1 hour into the battle, Leno had already captured a third of the port of Carindia, and its main force continued its advance towards the port. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's desperate efforts to mobilize troops for a frantic blockade could only barely slow their progress. The scales of victory seemed to be tilting irreversibly in Leno's favor. Chapter 334 The Confidence of the Victor. Lawrence Igor was stunned, utterly stunned. As a seasoned general, or rather, an old relic already past retirement age, yet temporarily appointed by the Emperor as commander of the vanguard, his rich experience had instilled certain stereotypes about war in his mind. For example, always maintaining sufficient reserves to ensure a sustained offensive after a breakthrough, attacking a heavily fortified fortress or position without artillery support was practically suicidal. In Lawrence's mind, these were the instincts of a competent commander, the rules of the game on the battlefield. Even the most inexperienced young commander would not disregard these rules, throwing 10,000 soldiers with only rifles onto the battlefield and launching a full-scale offensive without prioritizing. Upon learning of the fall of the North Gate, General Lawrence, outwardly furious, remained inwardly calm and unconcerned. In his preconceived notion, this was at most a case of the enemy's weaklings taking advantage of the torrential rain and his outer garrison's momentary negligence, allowing them to accidentally breach the city gate's defenses. He believed that if the defenses could be sealed off in time, these 3,000-plus men would be sitting ducks, essentially committing suicide. He even thought that if he could annihilate the enemy's main force and capture or kill their commander, the outer enemy forces would likely scatter. Even if not, their lines would certainly be severely weakened and thrown into chaos. He could then seize the opportunity to capture Green Valley and establish a bridgehead to Aden and Mist. However, as he calmed down and entered the command post, before he could even settle in, a series of incredibly bad news nearly knocked him unconscious. The garrison at the North Gate has been completely annihilated. The enemy's main force, numbering approximately 3,000 to 4,000, is rapidly advancing along the city's main thoroughfare. Our forces are making every effort to delay them, but with little success. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Luther Igor, wearing a monocle, nervously reported to the shocked Lawrence Igor, "The artillery positions on the east and west flanks have lost contact and appear to be surrounded by the enemy's main force. We can only make a preliminary judgment based on firepower and artillery fire that the positions have not yet fallen, and the garrison troops at each position are still resisting." According to reports from scouts and some rapidly advancing troops, after entering the city, the enemy's main force began rampaging through the outer slums, causing serious threats to the lives and property of the citizens of Carindia Port. A large number of rioters have joined the enemy forces, infiltrating warehouses and outposts within the city. The 8th Infantry Regiment's encampment is under siege by the enemy's main force. The regiment's grenadier company has been completely wiped out. Regimental Commander Cypher has been killed in action, and the 2nd Battalion Commander, under the cover of his guards, has requested reinforcements. Currently, the commander of the battle is, a suspected riot has broken out in the noble district of the city. The logistics department requests immediate dispatch of troops to suppress it. All of our main logistics warehouses are located in the Noble District. If they fall into the hands of the rioters, the consequences will be dire. The 7th and 6th Infantry Regiments guarding the main road have suffered heavy casualties. They only possess a very small number of 3-pound and 6-pound infantry guns, which are insufficient to effectively suppress the enemy's main offensive. Please provide support immediately, otherwise, the messenger reports that all 3 infantry regiments have completed their assembly, but due to the hasty preparation, none of them are armed. However, there are suspected rioters near the warehouses, making it impossible to provide them with the necessary equipment. General, Father. Doctor. Where is the doctor? What are you all standing here for? Go find the doctor. The doctor, when Lawrence, who had been unconscious, awoke, he stood there blankly for a long time, taking a full minute to understand the situation. How many troops do I have left? About 5 infantry regiments. A trembling Luther Lawrence looked cautiously at his father, but 3 of them haven't been received yet. That's enough, Lawrence shouted sharply, raising his hand to interrupt. Immediately send an infantryman to support the besieged 8th Army Corps, then have them intercept the enemy's main force on the main road. The remaining 1, along with 3 unequipped infantry regiments, go to suppress the riot and collect equipment from the warehouse. Tell them to bypass the enemy's main force and do everything in their power to capture the North Gate. Just capturing the North Gate is enough. It took him 5 minutes to finally understand what had just happened from his son's frantic report, filled with references to the enemy's main force. Clearly, something had happened on the other side, prompting his opponent to launch a desperate all-out attack, intending to take Kyrenia port swiftly before he could prepare. While this reckless tactic was impressive, it also proved that the enemy had abandoned any follow-up offensives, focusing all their forces on the first wave of attack. As an experienced general, Lawrence was now absolutely certain that his opponent was a young man with very little combat experience. Only a young man who pretended to know everything, or even genuinely believed he knew everything, would act like a gambler under such a disadvantageous situation. Such a reckless fighting style, even if he managed to win a local victory, would inevitably result in heavy casualties. And how could such a commander possibly retain his spoils with his nearly wiped-out army? How could he expect his soldiers, who had made such a huge sacrifice, to continue to willingly obey his orders? In fact, Lawrence was no stranger to this kind of young man. In fact, he quite liked these self-important fellows. These people generally had some ability, at least much better than some fools who couldn't even execute orders properly. More importantly, they generally didn't resist being given a great responsibility, taking the blame, and would even express boundless gratitude. The feeling of having someone else take the blame, and the other person worrying about whether they could carry it well, was simply too good to be true, just like now. For example, right now, the enemy has defied logic and launched a full-scale offensive, breaking through their most important outer defense line. However, there's a difference between breaking through a defense line and actually conquering it. At least so far, the enemy has only broken through their own lines. They haven't been able to conquer the positions and forts held by heavily armed and elite infantry. Of course, if they can complete the breakthrough quickly and establish contact with the fort defenders, these isolated strongholds will fall one after another. After all, ammunition runs out, and even the most elite troops can't hold out for long against an enemy force several times their size. Lawrence plans to prepare for 2 scenarios. First, he'll plan a counter-offensive. If the enemy is just a bunch of reckless madmen, then he'll reseal the North Gate and encircle and annihilate the enemy's main force that's constantly advancing. If they remember they're an army, then he'll organize a breakout and withdraw the troops from the outer positions and forts. Judging from the current situation, it seems unrealistic to expect a vanguard of 2 infantry divisions to hold the entire port of Kyrenia while simultaneously suppressing the riots within the city. However, consolidating forces and placing the defensive line in the Noble District and port area would be more than enough to hold off the madmen. The remaining task is to hold the line and wait for the storm to pass, or for the Imperial Hunter fleet to return and decisively defeat the demoralized and heavily wounded enemy. If the fleet arrives in time, a few rounds of naval gunfire would be enough to crush a group of demoralized Hunter scum without artillery, reinforcements, or supplies. In short, everything depends on the fleet's arrival. Once the fleet launches its attack from the port, everything will be alright. Until then, all we have to do is hold the port. Understand? Yes, sir. While the Imperial vanguard suffered heavy losses, The situation on Lena's side also began to reveal itself as the battle intensified. If one word could describe his current mood, it would be chaos. Utter chaos. If Leonard could maintain general control over the entire legion when he ordered the battle, after breaching the north gate, he could only command the main force attacking into the city. As the advance progressed and the fighting intensified, the troops became increasingly scattered, and he had fewer and fewer troops at his disposal. By the time he had advanced a third of the way, apart from the guards sent to him by his father, Grand Duke Aidan, he, the commander of a legion of 10,000 men, was now a lone commander. The only saving grace was that the imperial troops opposite him seemed unaware of this. Their morale was so low that at the sound of gunfire, these defenders would disband on the spot at the first sign of gunfire, even considerately leaving their weapons to the attacking Hantu Legion. Then Leonard realized that the imperial elite opposite him were probably the same kind of troops as Anson Bach's Calandia Legion, except that compared to the stingy deputy commander, the imperial vanguard was clearly more generous, at least providing them with uniforms and weapons. This astonishing discovery filled Leonard with mixed feelings. He was pleased that the opposing side had an even more incompetent force than his own, but worried that even the worst army was still an army, and the enemy's strength was likely far greater than the 2 infantry divisions reported in intelligence. This was their only chance. If the torrential rain continued, in just a few days, the soft ground outside the lines would turn into a swamp that would trap everyone. The imperial artillery wouldn't even need to aim. Simply fixing their firing arc within the swamp would kill half their men. Therefore, no matter how chaotic the fighting became, Leonard dared not stop. He had to continue the attack, relentlessly attacking, leaving the enemy no room to breathe. Relying on the disorganized, undisciplined, and poorly equipped Hantu Legion, they absolutely could not defeat an imperial line infantry phalanx of equal strength in a head-on battle, which was why Claude François had been so generous. Moreover, based on Leonard's understanding of his diverse army, if his offensive ceased, or even merely weakened slightly, while still relentlessly besieging the enemy positions, the loyal Han soldiers would likely suffer a sudden collapse in morale and a complete rout. Only those who remained convinced of their victory until the very last moment deserved to win. Therefore, having staked everything, he had to deliver the decisive blow while maintaining a decisive advantage to have any hope of victory. As long as there was an attack, there was hope. There was victory. Attack! 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 For the glory of Han, amidst the deafening battle cries, Leonard's hoarse shout pierced through the torrential rain. The imperial soldiers holding their positions were dumbfounded, astonished to find that the advancing Han soldiers were becoming increasingly frenzied, launching wave after wave of attacks with relentless ferocity, as if they intended to pave a road to the port with their flesh and blood. The booming of cannons, mingled with thunder, rose from behind, and even through the rain, the flashes of the cannons could be seen. Leonard could roughly guess that the enemy was trying to retake the north gate they had breached. Once the gate was captured, the enemy would begin to encircle and annihilate the troops on the east and west sides of the city wall. Given the equipment level of the Hantu Legion, the possibility of capturing heavily fortified artillery positions and positions before being completely annihilated or routed, was virtually zero. But Leonard couldn't care less about that now, or rather, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He couldn't contact any of the armies and could only continue leading his already scattered troops to continue the attack, and he had to continue the attack. With a single shot, he blew the head off an imperial soldier charging towards him, and, raising his battle flag high, Leonard became a beacon in the downpour, leading the scattered troops around him to continue advancing along the main road. Unbeknownst to them, they had already broken through to the market square of the entire port of Calandia, the absolute city center and a crucial transportation hub where roads extending from the city gates converged before forming a wider main road connecting to the port. Taking this place would at least completely suppress the Imperial Expeditionary Force along the port line. Even if victory wasn't achieved, it would be equivalent to capturing half of Calandia port. So, how could I let you pass so easily? Luther Lawrence adjusted his monocle, looking at the shadowy figures in the rain. The torrential rain was mixed with heart-wrenching roars and screams, like a raging flood. Behind him, 3 infantry regiments had already formed ranks behind the impregnable barricades, their black 6-pounder infantry cannons protruding from the gaps between the barricades, aimed directly at the street ahead. Artillery in position, all hands on deck, Luther roared, drawing his cold longsword. As the eldest son of the vanguard commander, he had always worked diligently in the Army's logistics and administration departments. As a staff officer to avoid suspicion, enduring the cold stares of others who accused him of getting in through connections, and striving conscientiously for over a decade. But today, he would write his pride with the blood of the Han people. The glory of Lawrence Igor would come to a perfect end here, and the brilliance of Luther Igor would begin. 500 meters range, shotgun, fire. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 335 The Swaying Scales. Artillery. Everyone take cover. Take cover, take cover. Lenore's terrified shouts rang out in the torrential rain, but by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. With a deafening roar, 3 shrapnel shells, carrying a piercing shriek from the depths of hell, exploded before the onrushing Hantu army. The next second, smoke replaced the clouds, and a rain of thousands upon thousands of tiny lead bullets rained down on the stunned and oblivious Hantu soldiers. Instantly, the soldiers at the forefront, under the horrified gazes of their comrades behind them, melted away like snow, flesh torn, bones crushed, and the blood splattered by the rain became the dark red pools flowing freely beneath their feet, the only traces proving their existence. But the lucky ones who witnessed it all soon faced their own curse. The remaining lead bullets mixed with the rainwater were still enough to sever their limbs and pierce their chests. Cease fire. Line infantry, all in position, watching the repelled Hantu legion. Luther Igor coldly brandished his saber, the rain splashing from its tip making him feel like an artist. He played music with explosions, painted art with gunpowder smoke. Beside him, 3 infantry regiments quickly spread out to the left and right, forming 9 equally sized, densely packed firing squares behind the barricades. The expressionless line infantrymen mechanically raised their rifles at the cavalry officer's angry shout. All men, prepare, fire, bang. Row after row of volleys erupted from behind the barricades, vying to spew muzzle flashes into the torrential rain. Perhaps due to the extremely low visibility caused by the torrential rain, the command system malfunctioned. The Imperial soldiers guarding the square were only able to maintain their formation during the first volley. From the second rank onwards, they completely disregarded orders, hastily firing the lead bullets from their barrels. Thick white smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. From soldiers to officers, no one knew what was happening on the other side. They could only judge that the enemy was still attacking by the sound of gunfire. So the infantry in each square continued mechanically loading, raising their rifles, and firing. The knights waving their sabers shouted and yelled, clamoring for a counterattack. Faced with the increasingly out-of-control infantry lines, Luther Igor and his officers were unconcerned. The Empire's attitude towards infantry had always been that as long as they could fill the battle lines and maintain a deterrent effect on the enemy through volleys, that was enough. As for killing and routing the enemy, that was the task of the artillery and cavalry. Therefore, even if 1 or 2 minor problems occurred in the line of fire, it would be completely insignificant. The weak Hantu people simply could not possibly break through the barricades, which were heavily fortified with artillery and troops. Once they reached the north gate, these few thousand men would be sitting ducks, and annihilation would only be a matter of time. And Luther Igor, who held the line and pinned the enemy to the square, would become the hero of this defense of Calandia Port, second only to General Lawrence. Calculating how much he could gain from this war, a satisfied Luther pushed up his monocle again. The rain-soaked lens reflected a cold calculation. It wasn't just the square before him and the main force of the Hantu army. As the Imperial vanguard gradually recovered from the initial panic and gained a foothold, the previously one-sided battle began to turn around. On the battlefields flanking the north gate, the thousands of soldiers responsible for the feint attack, though they broke through the Imperial defenders' positions and artillery emplacements, found themselves helpless against the well-equipped and heavily fortified positions. Their rudimentary equipment, while granting them unparalleled mobility, proved ineffective in capturing the fortifications. In these inevitably costly siege battles, the lack of discipline and training within the Hantu army became increasingly apparent. A mere mob of bloodthirsty thugs cannot be called an army, just as a pile of firewood cannot be called a house. Against the impregnable fortifications, these disorderly, chaotic, and recklessly charging Misters and Aiden served as excellent moving target practice for the artillery. Combined with close-range volley fire, corpses could clog the advance in minutes. Furthermore, lacking experience in dealing with heavy firepower, even under artillery fire, these officers, mostly minor lords and nobles, prioritized maintaining a dense formation and using concentrated volley fire to bolster their ranks. Or rather, only by banding together for warmth could they prevent their army from immediately collapsing amidst explosions and screams. As for the so-called skirmish formations and column infiltration, even they themselves were baffled by Clovis's tactics, let alone expect their soldiers, who were peasants just weeks before and didn't even know which gun barrel was which or who to point it at, to understand them. Thus, the Hantus soldiers, hit hard, began to retreat, maintaining the encirclement of these forts and strongholds while more troops poured into the city through the breached north gate, engaging in widespread burning, killing, and looting, effectively reducing the pressure on the imperial defenders on the outer lines to break out. Seizing this opportunity, the vanguard commander, Lawrence Igor, decisively dispatched 4 infantry regiments, more than 2,000 blood-soaked imperial linemen, who had just suppressed a riot in the noble district, and captured the lost north gate in a single raid. Although it was called a surprise attack, it was really just sending soldiers on a march in the rain. The city gates were empty except for a few lost souls. There were no defenders at all. This reinforced Lawrence's suspicions that his enemy was a mob-like army and a young man who knew nothing of war, who hadn't considered the consequences of his decisions, let alone how to handle failure. Therefore, he abandoned his plan to organize a breakout of the outer defenses and instead began to annihilate the Hantu Legion, still besieging the positions. To the great satisfaction of the vanguard commander, even after suffering heavy losses without warning, not a single position or artillery emplacement had been captured by the enemy. They stubbornly held their ground. Even when they sensed the enemy's offensive weakening and their morale declining, leading to a rout, many still tried to use artillery to break through the encirclement, organize assault teams to break out, and re-establish contact with the rear. Although this failed due to the disparity in troop strength, these assault teams fought desperately against the enemy within the layers of encirclement until they were completely overwhelmed. Their fearless fighting drew the last of the Hantu Legion's attention, which was one of the reasons Lawrence was able to easily recapture the North Gate. With the order for the general offensive given, the 4 infantry regiments immediately broke into smaller units, forming 12 small columns, and launched a bayonet charge against the flanks and rear of the Hantu Legion. Columns of lead bullets rained down from behind, screams and wails echoing amidst the flying flesh and blood. The Imperial soldiers holding their positions, sensing reinforcements, immediately began their own offensive. The already weak encirclement crumbled under the combined attack, and morale plummeted. Soon, as the first unit collapsed, the surrounding Hantu soldiers began to flee or surrender on their knees, and the entire line of troops vanished in an instant. During this period, many defeated troops regrouped with astonishing speed, attempting to break through the lines again and regain control of the North Gate. However, having lost the advantage of surprise attacks, the Hantu Legion, facing the impregnable defenses, couldn't even create an effective breakthrough and could only watch helplessly as they were driven out of the positions. A few small groups that managed to rush into the positions and fortifications during the enemy's counterattack were quickly annihilated by a combined attack from both inside and outside. Half an hour later, not a single Francois thorny banner remained flying on the entire battlefield surrounding the port of Carindia. The imperial iris bloomed once more in the torrential rain at the North Gate. Lawrence had no intention of wasting ammunition on these routed soldiers. He calmly began to reorganize his scattered troops, restoring the organization lost in the fierce battle, while simultaneously redirecting the artillery fire from the positions and fortifications towards the city. Now that it was confirmed the enemy had no reinforcements, aiming the artillery outside the city would be a waste. As for the Hantu defeated soldiers currently wreaking havoc in the city, burning, killing, looting, and even starting another riot, Lawrence didn't take these scum seriously, nor did he think they could amount to anything. Even the worst army is still an army, and even the strongest rioters are still rioters. Against an army with absolute order, these scum are meaningless no matter how many there are. Moreover, in a sense, these rioters weren't entirely unusable, since the Empire had no intention of establishing rule in Carindia port. The more chaotic the better, ideally to the point that the Empire wouldn't be able to recover for years after its withdrawal. Lawrence's family, the Igor family, had territory in the south of the Empire, possessing vast plantations with an industrial structure very similar to Hantu's, primarily focused on coffee and wine, creating a strong conflict of interest with Carindia, which could dump its products on a large scale and in large quantities. Therefore, even knowing how unreliable and, in a sense, extremely dangerous this operation was, Lawrence still insisted on accepting the Emperor's appointment as the commander of the vanguard. Prior to this, the bombardment of the port, the allowance of riots and bloody suppression, and the plundering of the Carindian nobles were all driven by the need for family interests, to weaken Calandia, a commercial rival, by all means possible. Lawrence's true intention was essentially to use these thugs to completely destroy Calandian port, preventing the cheap coffee beans and wine of the Han lands from appearing in the markets of the empire's south. Having confirmed this, seeing the houses burned by the thugs and the thick smoke billowing into the sky, even his mood improved considerably. Seeing that the battle on the city walls was over, Lawrence, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, slowly lowered his binoculars and turned his gaze to the Iser elves beside him, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. To be honest, while he greatly approved of His Majesty Hard's measures to contain the kingdom of Clovis in the Han lands, this did not mean that Lawrence also supported the Iser elves, especially now that these pointy-eared elves had revealed themselves to be members of the old gods. Even if the Empire manages to weather this crisis and defeat the Seven Cities alliance of the Hantu, whom he was unaware had already established a kingdom, and the kingdom of Clovis, the rift between them and the Church of Order will inevitably affect the entire world, potentially triggering another great war that engulfs the entire Order world. It's worth noting that the last time something like this occurred was during a sectarian war, stemming from discord between the Church and the royal family. While that war had some justification, a desire to separate religious and secular authority, this time, at least in terms of faith, the Emperor's support for the Iser elves is untenable. As an imperial knight, Lawrence couldn't and wouldn't criticize the Emperor, so he could only vent his resentment on the uninvited ambassador Matthias. This Iser elf ambassador, who appeared utterly disheveled and exuded an air of mystery, claiming to be the Elf King and a representative of the 13 councils, was immediately recognized by Lawrence as a follower of the old gods. The reason he wasn't immediately driven away, besides his status as an elven ambassador, was primarily due to the intelligence he possessed, though its veracity was highly questionable. The currently isolated and helpless vanguard truly had no other sources of information. Furthermore, Ambassador Matthias wasn't empty-handed. The day after his arrival, 3 of the most vehemently anti-vanguard Calandian nobles were found dead in their homes. 1 drank excessively, 1 committed suicide by jumping into the sea in broad daylight, and 1 was strangled by his son, who coveted his inheritance. All of them had absolutely no connection to the Imperial Vanguard. They were completely clean. It seems this battle is already decided. Matthias, his expression cold, broke the silence, speaking with a flattering tone. Congratulations, Lord Lawrence Igor, you're too kind, Lord Matthias, but the battle isn't over yet, Lawrence said gravely. Leaving aside the thugs in the city, who are more numerous than cockroaches, the enemy's main force alone numbers at least several thousand. Once they breach the barricades in the square and advance straight to the port, the expeditionary force will be finished, but they have no chance of breaking through the square. Matthias smiled slightly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting here chatting with me, wouldn't you? Lawrence snorted, concealing his pride. And you're right, whether it's the thugs in the city or the several thousand scum of Aden and Toon, they are all insignificant, mere worthless dregs. The elven ambassador suddenly became serious. Anson Bach is the enemy you need to be wary of. I've had a bit of a cold lately, and I'm also moving, so I'm updating late again today. Sorry. Chapter 336 Blood of the Wild Hunt. You mean the vice commander of the Clovis Southern Legion, the guy who supposedly shone brightly at Thunder Keep? Lawrence Igor frowned. He vaguely remembered a name like that, utterly insignificant and unremarkable, appearing in intelligence reports about the Hantu War. Exactly, Ambassador Matthias replied briskly, but his expression was incredibly serious. Compared to the insignificant Hantu Legion, he and his Storm Division are the enemies you should be wary of, perhaps, even the only enemy. A mercenary leader. A disdainful sneer appeared on Lawrence's face. A mercenary leader who single-handedly persuaded Toon to betray the kingdom of Iser, captured Eaglehorn, and forced Aden to ally with Toon, Ambassador Matthias said solemnly. Do you really think that, given the relationship between Aden and Toon, and the fragmented state of the Seven Cities Alliance, they could have joined forces without external intervention? No, impossible. Before the other could answer, Ambassador Matthias gave his answer. The 2 most likely and most powerful duchies fought to the death over the ultimate ownership of the Han land, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. This was the original outcome of the Han land war, but now, not only have they not gone to war, but they have formed an alliance. I just interrogated a minor nobleman from Mr., and he actually told me that the Han land has been established as a nation. Established as a nation. A hint of surprise finally appeared on Lawrence's face. You mean, Claude François has been crowned king in Iron Bell Castle? Calling himself Claude, Matthias nodded slightly, his expression somewhat complicated. Conquering the wasteland has always been the dream of the Ithel elves. For nearly a century, they have strived to maintain the wasteland's fragmented state while continuously colonizing and infiltrating the land, all in the hopes of one day ruling it. After all, the western kingdoms have become empire territory, and the smaller kingdoms in the center have been conquered by Clovis. For the Ithel elves to expand further, their only options are to confront Clovis's army directly or invade the wasteland. Now, for the severely weakened Ithel elves, the Empire's support is their only remaining lifeline to achieve this dream. They must hold on to it tightly to have any hope of turning the tide. The man you are fighting is Renaud Emmanuel, heir to the Duchy of Aden. As a reward for the Emmanuel family's support in his ascension to the throne, Claude Francois gave him 10,000 men to retake the port of Carindia, Matthias said coldly. Knowing Claude Francois as I do, he wouldn't willingly give up the port of Carindia, so he must have at least two contingency plans. Anson Bach. Lawrence was still skeptical. Anson Bach. Matthias solemnly repeated the name he remembered so vividly. In the Battle of Green Valley, he defeated Duke Aden, whose forces outnumbered his own, with only a few thousand stormtroopers. Currently, Claude Francois has led a large army to the Aden battlefield, preparing for a decisive battle with the Imperial Expeditionary Force. If he still has any trump cards up his sleeve, it can only be him. I understand. Lawrence was silent for a moment, his expression finally becoming more serious, but the incessant downpour still made him unable to suppress his inner turmoil and anxiety. How long will it take for you wiser elves to retake Eaglehorn? Soon, and you will not be disappointed. Matthias smiled confidently, but his hands, clasped tightly behind his back, betrayed his unease. Lawrence withdrew his gaze without saying more, raising his monocular telescope to continue observing the distance. Thick smoke shrouded the Calandia Square in the raging storm, and amidst the flashes of gunfire, one after another, flesh and blood fell amidst screams and cries. Amidst the roar of gunfire, the bloodthirsty Hantu Legion roared with ferocious intensity, launching wave after wave of relentless attacks against the barricades guarded by 3 infantry cannons and 3 full-strength Imperial Line infantry regiments. Faced with the impregnable fortifications, Renaud Emmanuel, unarmed and lacking any heavy weapons, had no better option than a direct assault. Each assault yielded only more corpses and no significant gains. The wide, straight streets provided excellent firing range for the enemy artillery, each volley tearing a massive fan-shaped breach in the dense ranks, staining the rain red. Yet they did not retreat. Despite being repelled countless times, Renaud Emmanuel persisted in his attack. The thorny banners that fell time and again in the smoke would surely bloom again with the next roar. He had no choice, he had to attack. Through layers of rain, the sounds of gunfire behind them were gradually fading. This was no good sign. The enemy was gradually gaining a foothold and beginning to clear out the outer outposts. Once the legions on the left and right flanks were defeated and annihilated, they would be next. So they had to attack, to turn the tide. Boom, with a thunderous roar, the 3 6-pounder infantry cannons, along with their carriages, shook violently. Before the smoke cleared, the Imperial Line infantry in the rear ranks immediately stepped forward, raising their rifles in unison, just as the knights raised their sabers. Horizontal volley, fire, bang, rows upon rows of lead bullets rained down on the surging Hantu Legion like a torrent of water. The dozen or so figures in the front ranks fell instantly, or were pierced by ricochets through their arms and legs, howling in agony, ultimately becoming cold skeletons in the rain. But many more soldiers calmly dodged between volleys and artillery fire, continuing their charge towards the barricades in a seemingly scattered formation. If Leon were standing here, he would surely exclaim that this was the skirmish formation of the Clovis Legion. The Hantu Legion, tempered by blood and fire, had mastered this tactic, which was quite modern even in Clovis, in record time. Bang! Another volley of fire caused a slight pause in the Hantu Legion's charge, with screams and wails rising and falling, but the charge did not stop, and the vanguard, stepping over the corpses of their comrades, could already see the terrified expressions on the faces of the Imperial linemen behind the barricades. Prepare for bayonet fighting, everyone, fix bayonets, Luther Igor roared from the rear of the line. The young staff officer, frantically wiping his monocle, had a slightly ferocious expression. He simply couldn't understand what had gotten into the Hantu people opposite him, knowing they were going to die yet still charging forward again and again. He didn't care whether these cockroach-like scum lived or died. But their recklessness had already caused him considerable trouble, His 3 infantry regiments had been hastily assembled, and their ammunition was not particularly abundant. If this dragged on, the barricades might actually be breached. Clang! A blood-stained longsword blocked a bayonet aimed at his heart. Blood gushed from the mouth of the astonished Imperial lineman, washing away the mangled flesh from the blade that pierced his chest. This wasn't Leno's original sword, it was just a weapon he'd picked up from the ground, not even his first. Repeating the same mechanical action countless times, the expressionless Leno Emanuel slowly raised his head. In his blood-red vision, more enemies were rushing towards him. This was the advantage of being a standard bearer. Leno found that he didn't even need to attack, he could draw a lot of fire for his soldiers. All he had to do was stand still and reap lives with his sword and rifle. The damp air, thick with the stench of blood, rushed into his body through his nostrils. If he had only vaguely sensed it before, now he clearly felt a power within his bloodline desperately struggling against its last restraints, awakening from its slumber. Almost there, head bowed, Leno resembled a defeated hyena in a downpour, leaning on the flagpole, his eyes fixed on the direction behind the barricades, his numb right hand continuing to wield his nicked longsword. Lead bullets whistled through the air, but none struck him, as yet another Imperial Line soldier screamed and fell into a pool of blood. The thorny banners fluttered once more in the rain. Attack! A bloodthirsty roar exploded from Leno's already hoarse voice, followed by countless similar shouts. One after another, the Han soldiers seemed to awaken a power within them, their bloodshot eyes fixed on the charging banners. Attack! The Imperial linemen at the front stared wide-eyed in terror as these fearless figures forcefully broke through the defenses, like ravenous beasts baring their fangs. PFFT, blood gushed from the ripped open chests, and Leno was surprised to find that the foul stench was gradually becoming more palatable, giving him the urge to throw down his weapon and pounce on the enemy's neck. Just as he was about to continue the attack, some kind of telepathic instinct made Leno suddenly raise his head and look directly behind the barricade. He could sense that there was someone there, very similar to himself. Ah! A terrified Luther Igor shuddered, like prey targeted by a ferocious beast. Stop him! Quickly! Stop the guy carrying the flag, he's their leader. A piercing scream pierced through the downpour and into Leno's ears. A smile appeared on the blood-stained face of the young heir to the Duchy of Aden. Good, I found you. In the chaos, a dozen Imperial infantrymen formed a line before Luther, raising their rifles in unison and pulling the triggers amidst shrill screams. Gunfire erupted, and a dozen figures fell in the smoke. Attack! A desperate roar echoed through the rain as dozens of Hantu warriors, their bloodshot eyes gleaming, roared with soul-shaking force, charging head-on into the Imperial Line infantry. In a frenzied atmosphere, these Hantu warriors moved with unparalleled efficiency, forgetting pain, hunger, and fear, becoming pure killing machines, tearing a gap in the Imperial Line infantry's defenses. In the chaotic center of the battlefield, a disheveled Lenore, leaning on his banner, staggered toward Luther Igor behind a defensive line, an indescribable smile on his bowed head. Yes, the kind of smile a ravenous beast gives its prey. He walked slowly, but each step was like a drumbeat striking Luther's heart, carrying an unspeakable pressure. Stop him! You scum, don't you hear me? Stop him! That's an order, an order. In the name of Lawrence Igor, in the name of my father, I order you to stop them. The piercing screams continued, the surrounding Imperial Line soldiers relentlessly trying to fill the gaps, but under the Hantu Legion's frenzied and fearless onslaught, the breaches continued to widen, like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. Holding the military flag, Leno no longer needed to fight, the frenzied warriors of the Hantu had already shielded him from all attacks. Despite the battle raging all around, he strolled through the barricades, layer upon layer of defenses, as if taking a leisurely walk. In his crimson vision, he saw his prey, his face filled with terror, pick up a pistol from the ground, taking a full 10 seconds to point it at his forehead before pulling the trigger with all his might. Bang! The instant the shot rang out, Leno kicked Luther in the chest, the lead bullet grazing his scalp and leaving a gruesome gash on Leno's forehead. Pale-faced, Luther collapsed to the ground, his monocle shattered in the blood, gasping for breath. The once powerful artist, brandishing his sword, had become a pathetic, helpless wretch, sprawled in a puddle of mud. No, 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 no. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer, I am Luther Igor, heir of the Igor family. Like you, I also have the blood of the Walton family's Wild Hunt Knights. We are both descendants of Walton. According to the tradition of the gifted, you cannot kill me, Otherwise you will be making an enemy of all the gifted who have inherited the Wild Hunt Knight bloodline, and they will avenge me and hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I will tell you everything I know about the Wild Hunt Knight bloodline. Please, don't kill me. PFFT, the long sword, full of nicks and chips, tore open Luther Igor's neck, and thick blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound until he could no longer spit out a mouthful of dark red saliva mixed with bits of flesh. Leno lowered his head and panted, his excited face revealing endless pleasure. But just then, a force emanating from his boiling blood made him abruptly turn his head to look behind him. Amidst the raging storm, gunfire and the shouts of soldiers charging rang out once more. The Imperial Vanguard's counterattack had begun. Chapter 337 The Crazy Plan. Long live the Empire! Amidst the resounding shouts, 8 columns of line infantry, totaling over 1,000 men, and 2 full-strength infantry regiments surged forward from behind Leno, following the direction the Hantu Legion had come from. Almost simultaneously, the 3 infantry regiments he had just routed seemed to have stopped their chaotic retreat. A night officer appeared to be desperately gathering them together, reorganizing them into a defensive line. Meanwhile, the main force of the Hantu Legion, which had just breached the barricades, paving the way with sheer numbers, had dwindled from 3,000 to less than 1,000, all wounded and exhausted to the limit. In an instant, the once mighty Hantu Legion was reduced to a lone boat in a storm, completely surrounded in the very center of Kalandia port, trapped and unable to advance or retreat. To be honest, although the Empire is often described as having first-rate cavalry, first-rate artillery, and third-rate infantry, giving many smaller nations the misconception that the Empire's infantry is weak, so all you need to do is find a way to counter their cavalry and artillery. The truth is that this stereotype of the Empire not valuing infantry only gradually formed after the rise of the Kingdom of Clovis. Compared to the other smaller nations in the Order world, the Empire could easily crush them in every aspect, issuing different orders to different units at the same time, ultimately leading them to attack the same enemy location. The ability to regroup soldiers after a line formation collapse, even launching a counterattack. This level of organization is something only the Empire and Clovis can match in the entire Order world. If I had broken through the barricades even a little slower, I wouldn't just be facing these 2 infantry regiments now, but would be caught in a pincer attack, riddled with bullets, Lenore thought self-deprecatingly. Gazing at the approaching enemy, Lenore suddenly realized he felt no panic whatsoever, not even the slightest tension. His heart was utterly calm, even, well, a little excited. The excitement one feels upon seeing prey. He swallowed hard, curiously sensing the boiling blood within him. It was scalding hot, almost burning, yet he felt no discomfort. Was this the power of the Wild Hunt Knight bloodline? Lenore knew the Walton family bloodline flowed through his veins. The Emanuel family had a history of those who inherited the power of the Wild Hunt Knight bloodline, but their numbers were so few, practically negligible, that he had never even considered becoming one. This power allowed him to influence the minds of those around him with his emotions, even to some extent controlling their will, making them manic, cowardly, brave, timid, very direct, and very violent. He could transform his warriors into fanatical, fearless warriors, and his enemies into cowardly wretches, even driving the self-proclaimed Luther Igor Imperial Knight to his knees, begging for mercy. Of course, the price was brutal. The more extreme the emotion, the faster it would consume his reason. To put it simply, it was like a seesaw whose length could be adjusted at will. You could move heavy things with little force. But if you even slightly lost your balance, the extreme emotion could backfire. Like now. Lenore suddenly felt an insatiable hunger, as if a claw was reaching from his stomach to his throat. And this hunger couldn't be satisfied by cured meat and bread. Something more vibrant, more alive. Form ranks. Suppressing his inner urges, Lenore, raising the military flag high, roared in a hoarse voice, prepare to engage. Under the influence of Lenore's bloodline power, the surviving Hantu warriors did not object to the order. They quickly took control of the barricades abandoned by the enemy and took over the 3 6-pounder infantry guns and the remaining ammunition abandoned by the fleeing soldiers. After a quick count, they found that there were 10 shrapnel shells, 30 solid shot shells, and about half a box of lead bullets that could be used as shrapnel. Barely enough. Lenore breathed a slight sigh of relief, but did not let his guard down. After realizing that the barricades had fallen, the Imperial Line infantry, like a tidal wave, transformed from a line formation into an attacking and breaking through column with efficiency beyond the Hantu's imagination. while significantly increasing their speed. Gripping the military flag tightly in his hand, Leonard's bloodshot eyes raced through his mind at this moment, desperately thinking of a way to break through. He wasn't the type to act impulsively. Realizing his initial campaign had completely failed, Lenore had abandoned his plan to capture Carindia port in one battle, but he didn't intend to give up either, much less surrender to the Empire or be wiped out. If he had learned anything from his time as Anson Bach's hostage, it was to squeeze every last drop of profit from what he had. The compromise at the Battle of Green Valley, supporting the new Grand Duke in the Mr. Civil War, and doing everything possible to support Claude François's coronation after the imperial invasion, all these were examples of this. And now, with no chance of defeating the imperial vanguard, what could he do? Lenore, already having an answer in his heart, slowly raised his head, gazing at the lighthouse palace shrouded in rain in the distance. It was the second largest building in Carindia Port, the seat of the Carindia Council, the heart of the noble district. He would capture the lighthouse palace, and then form an alliance with Carindia. He would turn those fickle, opportunistic, and repeatedly betraying Carindia nobles into his allies. Even from the current situation in Carindia City, it's clear that these opportunists have been severely suppressed by their savior empire. If he could capture the lighthouse palace, and even kill or capture the vanguard commander, he could easily win over these scoundrels' feigned loyalty. Moreover, he had a very good reason. The Hantu had been established as a nation, and Carindia Port was the fiefdom of the Emmanuel family, making the nobles of Carindia vassals of the Emmanuel family. Madness? It seemed quite mad, but it appeared to be the best option besides being immediately wiped out by the imperial vanguard. Besides, with his current forces, even capturing the port wouldn't help. Taking the lighthouse palace might offer a chance. This might not immediately crush the imperial vanguard, but it could create chaos, and chaos was the best opportunity. Leno's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. Of course, all of this depended on defeating the imperial vanguard's pursuing forces. If he didn't cut off these tails, he would eventually be devoured by them. Artillery in position. Load shrapnel shells. We'll repay those imperial scumbags double for the surprise they gave us. Moving complete. Regular updates will resume tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Stupid Sun. At 4 in the morning, in the port of Carindia, torrential rain and the flames of war still shrouded the nearly ruined city. The battle for Carindia, initiated by Lena's surprise attack, had been raging for almost a full day. Taking advantage of the weather, their familiarity with the terrain, and a bit of luck, the Hantu Legion initially gained a significant advantage, not only breaching the heavily guarded north gate but also breaking through all the outer positions and artillery emplacements, and using their numerical superiority to encircle and divide the city. In the central battlefield, Leno, leading 3,000 main troops, successfully infiltrated the city, breaking through the main street barricades, pursuing forces, and besieging enemy troops. In just 30 minutes, they advanced a third of Carindia, their advance unstoppable. Meanwhile, the Hantu Legion soldiers who had broken into the city dispersed, wreaking havoc on imperial strongholds and warehouses. The ensuing urban riots spread rapidly like molten lava, eroding the imperial vanguard's control of the city. But their good fortune ended there. After the initial shock and panic, the well-trained imperial vanguard, with its high morale and far superior organization compared to the Hantu Legion, withstood the onslaught and began rapidly mobilizing its troops to reverse the tide of battle. While the entire Hantu Legion was still basking in the joy of impending victory, Lawrence Igor, the commander-in-chief of the vanguard with 3 infantry regiments, personally recaptured the captured North Gate. Using this as a stronghold, he coordinated with the still-fighting defenders on the front lines to launch a pincer attack on the Hantu Legion. In less than an hour, the tide of battle was completely reversed once again. Lacking heavy weapons for an effective assault on the fortress, the 10,000-strong Hantu Legion, facing a fierce assault from the well-trained Imperial Line infantry behind them, saw their flanks completely collapse in just 30 minutes. Some Hantu officers still tried to stabilize the front line and force a breakout, even briefly penetrating the artillery positions and fortifications. However, faced with the Imperial Line infantry, who could continuously concentrate superior forces to encircle and suppress them, and form crossfire based on their positions. Only a very few managed to break into the city, while the rest were repeatedly annihilated in a rout. As for the main force of the Legion in the central battlefield, although they broke through the strongest square defenses and fought their way through half of the port of Carindia, the heavily wounded troops could no longer support Leno's original plan. More than 1,000 remnants of the defeated army turned around and quickly disappeared into the rain after defeating the pursuing troops. By this point, the Imperial vanguard had basically won the Battle of Carindia, almost completely crushing the Hantu Legion surrounding him. All that remained were rioters within the city and a pitifully small number of enemies in the outer strongholds. Lawrence even sent an infantry regiment to launch a surprise attack on Green Valley, and the 3 remaining infantry companies in the city fought almost desperately, barely repelling the enemy's probing offensive with the help of the city walls and the torrential rain. This minor setback did not dampen Lawrence's good mood at all. He had even begun planning that if the Clavi mercenaries did not reappear, he would lead the vanguard north to besiege Aranbal Fortress. But just then, the battle, which seemed to be drawing to a close, took another turn. The Rauterno Emmanuel and his remaining troops reappeared. Not only did they reappear, but they also took advantage of the vanguard's concentration of forces around the city walls to capture the Lighthouse Palace and destroy the vanguard's command post. Not only did they capture the Lighthouse Palace, but they also instigated riots in most of the noble district, destroying 3 of the vanguard's supply depots. With the command post and the high ground of the entire port of Carindia falling, the Imperial vanguard, scattered throughout most of the city, fell into chaos again, and riots of all sizes began to spread rapidly throughout Carindia like wildfire. The Imperial soldiers in the city were shocked to find that they had not only lost their command post, but also their supplies. As the highest point in the city, the Lighthouse Palace itself was a fortress-like stronghold. Leno also found a large amount of munitions stored by the vanguard within the palace, along with the logistical warehouses seized during the riots in the noble district. Over 1,000 defeated soldiers were transformed into daggers plunged into the heart of the enemy. The newly victorious Imperial vanguard found themselves in a dilemma. They had crushed Leno's Hantu Legion, but in doing so, they had lost nearly half of their logistical reserves and command post, as well as control of the port of Carindia. Given the current situation, their best option was to retreat to the port and await reinforcements from the Imperial Hantu fleet, but this would be tantamount to handing over the entire port of Carindia to their defeated adversaries. However, if they didn't do this, they would have to suppress the escalating riots within the city while simultaneously besieging the Lighthouse Palace, which had over 1,000 defenders, ample ammunition, and a significant terrain advantage. Any commander with a modicum of reason knew exactly how many casualties this would entail. And if this repeated suppression continued, by the time the war ended, probably only a handful of people would be left alive in the port of Carindia. Lawrence Igor didn't care about the lives of the Carindians, or rather, he secretly hoped these opportunists would be wiped out. So he chose a more safe method, gradually advancing inward along the city walls and outer defenses, suppressing the escalating uprising, and ultimately completely surrounding and isolating Rauterno Emmanuel, who was defending the Lighthouse Palace. In the torrential rain of the port of Carindia, the scales that had once been balanced began to sway again. So what should we do next? Gazing at the distant port of Carindia, Cavalry Lieutenant Jason turned to the Legion's deputy commander beside him, whose face was grim and whose brows were almost knitted together. The opposing Hantu Legion seems to be on the verge of collapse. Should we provide support as soon as possible? Support? Support my foot. We can't right now. Anson rolled his eyes. If we could provide support, of course we would, but what's the situation now? The main force of the Hantu Legion of 10,000 men has completely collapsed. All of the enemy's outer positions and artillery emplacements are intact. And their artillery fire is enough to cover the entire battlefield, and us. Anson turned to look behind him. Nearly 20,000 reinforcements have marched for a day and a night. Their strength is almost completely exhausted, and their organization is practically non-existent. It's been 3 hours since they assembled, and they've only managed to gather 3,000 or 4,000 men. The remaining main force and heavy firepower have almost scattered along the way. What am I supposed to do to provide support? Oh, Deputy Commander, I think you should calm down first. I can't calm down. The cavalry lieutenant, who had been yelled at, shrank back. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he noticed that without Chief of Staff Carl Bain, The deputy commander had suddenly become much more irritable. Anson was starting to feel overwhelmed. In his initial assessment, the worst-case scenario was that Leno's attack would fail, the entire Hantu Legion would be routed, and even Green Valley would be lost. At least the army would be intact, and even with just the Storm Division alone, retaking Green Valley and re-establishing the siege of Carindia Port wouldn't be too difficult. But he never expected the situation to be so dire. The Hantu Legion had breached the outer defenses, but had been pushed back, their 10,000-strong army routed, while several thousand of their core forces were trapped within the city, surrounded by enemy forces. What was he supposed to do? Not sending reinforcements was impossible, since he still needed the Hantu Legion to defeat the Imperial Expeditionary Force, but if he did send reinforcements, with only a few thousand men at his disposal, how could he possibly break through the heavily fortified artillery and defenses? The best course of action seemed to be to wait for the artillery, which had been held back, to arrive as soon as possible, to create a breach in a weak point in the outer defenses of Carindia, capture the North Gate and the entire outer defensive line, and then wait for an opportunity to coordinate with the Hantu Legion inside the city for a center outbreak attack. If luck was on their side, perhaps. Deputy Commander, the cavalry lieutenant's voice interrupted Anson's deep thoughts, his tone tinged with disbelief. Look, the Imperial garrison at Carindia Port, they seem to be retreating. What, retreating? Anson, bewildered, abruptly looked up, snatched the binoculars from the cavalry lieutenant, and peered at the city wall. Lawrence Igor stood motionless, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the cold, rain-soaked skeleton on the stretcher. Imperial Knight, Vanguard Staff Officer, prospective Imperial Attendant, heir to the Igor family. Luther Igor. His eldest son, his only son. He was dead. A gash from a dagger pierced his chest, blood staining his blue and white uniform a deep red, further marred by the unknown length of time he'd been soaked in the rain. Even a person with restorative bloodline abilities would be helpless against a lifeless corpse. The cold rain caused the body to stiffen faster than at room temperature. Luther Igor stared with empty eyes, his bluish face frozen with the terror and fear of his final moments, completely devoid of his usual politeness and the pride and self-respect befitting heir to the Igor family. When news of the breach in the plaza's defenses arrived, Lawrence had quickly received intelligence that the routed soldiers had been swiftly regrouped, leading him to believe Luther was unharmed. He had even planned to use this war to teach his once arrogant but always clumsy son a lesson. Now, he would never have that chance again. Lawrence stood motionless in the rain for over 10 minutes. The officers and staff around him remained silent, heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound, quietly waiting for their commander-in-chief to slowly recover from his immense grief. After a long while, Lawrence, expressionless, slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over his knights with an inscrutable expression. Has the Lighthouse Palace been captured? No one answered. The knights, exchanging bewildered glances, saw the same terror reflected in each other, holding their breath tightly, afraid to utter a sound, wishing they could simply disappear from the scene. The expressionless commander of the vanguard could only look at his officers and repeat in his calm yet slightly aged and hoarse voice, "I'm asking you, has the Lighthouse Palace been captured? Answer me, not yet." A knight mustered his courage and stepped forward from the crowd, kneeling on one knee before Luther Igor's corpse. "Currently, our army is clearing out the rioting soldiers and thugs block by block along the city's main streets, for the time being." "How much longer, huh?" The knight, caught off guard, paused for a second. He wasn't the strategist in charge of operations, but the moment he looked up and saw Lawrence's dark pupils, he immediately shuddered. 3, no. 2 days. Within 2 days we can clear out all the thugs, and then, I'm asking you, how much longer? Lawrence, expressionless, seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant, each word requiring all his strength. How much longer can we begin the general assault on the Lighthouse Palace? The knight's mouth gaped open. He desperately glanced behind him, but the knights around him shared his terrified expression, none daring to even make a gesture. If possible, I think it would be best. 3, bang. Lawrence drew his pistol. A lead bullet, scorched by the muzzle flash, grazed the knight's cheek, leaving a bloody gash. The surrounding knights lowered their heads, none daring to look at him. The blood-covered knight remained kneeling, his hands and knees trembling uncontrollably. Immediately organize the army, commit all the vanguard forces, and launch a full-scale attack on the Lighthouse Palace. Annihilate the main force of the Hantu Legion in the shortest possible time. Lawrence stared blankly at the blood-soaked knight, supporting his shoulders. "I give you full authority. From now on, you will replace me as the on-site commander. Take the Lighthouse Palace, take the heads of those anti-scum. Do you understand, Lord Lawrence?" The knight couldn't resist making one last attempt. "Why don't we wait until we've completely suppressed the riots in the city before besieging the Lighthouse Palace? I assure you, at most 2, no. At most 1 day, just give me 1 day, and I can." "Why can't you understand? Why can't you learn?" Lawrence suddenly erupted in fury, glaring at the knight and roaring. "The reason those bastards in the city dared to riot is because they saw the Lighthouse Palace fall. They thought we had been defeated. That the Hantu had reclaimed Calandia Port, that's the whole reason they dared to defy us and provoke the Empire. As long as we conquer the Lighthouse Palace, raise the Iris flag atop the palace again, and hang those bastards' heads on the city walls for all to see, the entire Calandia Port, no, the entire Calandia, the entire Hantu will understand the terrible price to pay for humiliating the Empire. Do you understand, Luther, my stupid son?" Lawrence roared, slapping the knight on the shoulder. "Why would I want to move to the 6th floor after such an exhausting second day?" Chapter 339. Listen to that thunder. Fire. A hoarse voice was drowned out by the dense gunfire. Facing the Imperial vanguard surging towards the Lighthouse Palace like a tidal wave, the Han soldiers held their ground in their fortress cobbled together from wooden crates and various luxurious furnishings, relentlessly pouring ammunition outwards. The opulent marble steps were already piled high with corpses. At 5 in the morning, less than an hour before sunrise, the turbulent port of Calandia remained shrouded in dark clouds and torrential rain, devoid of any light. No one knew what had happened. The Imperial vanguard, which had been suppressing riotous districts, suddenly assembled and launched a full-scale attack on the Lighthouse Palace like a swarm of headless flies. The offensive was so massive that 2/3 of the vanguard's total strength was mobilized. Even the troops stationed along the city walls were emptied out, and they swept towards the Lighthouse Palace like a dark cloud descending. Leonard, who had been organizing a riot in the noble district and looting and destroying the Imperial vanguard's warehouses, was forced to immediately withdraw his forces. He led a group of Calandian nobles, whose families had been destroyed by the vanguard and who had pledged allegiance to him, to defend the Lighthouse Palace. Taking advantage of the Lighthouse Palace's height and sturdy walls, the Han soldiers and Calandian nobles, influenced by the power of the Wild Hunt Knight's bloodline, temporarily escaped their emotional turmoil and became ruthless war machines, silent like mechanical gears, transforming the luxurious Lighthouse Palace into a fortress of gunfire and cannons. Expressionless, Leonard stood at the rear of the line, holding his military flag, desperately maintaining his last shred of sanity. Through the layers of rain, he watched countless figures outside the palace gates roaring and charging amidst gunfire and smoke, only to have their skulls pierced by lead bullets, their torsos broken by solid shot, and their bodies set ablaze by explosive shells. Blood flowed on the marble steps, flesh charred by flames, then washed away by the cold rain, but the enemy continued their relentless attack. Even with Leonard's naive judgment, he could sense that the enemy's all-out attack was extremely rushed, a far cry from the seamless coordination they had displayed during their previous encirclement and suppression. But even in this haste, the disparity in strength between the two sides was despairing. The Lighthouse Palace, seemingly impregnable, was essentially a graveyard for Leonard and his remaining army, with no idea when reinforcements would arrive. It was tantamount to a death sentence. Amidst the roar of cannons, the ever-growing Imperial vanguard launched wave after wave of frantic attacks, simultaneously besieging the Lighthouse Palace from 4 directions. Even under the relentless bombardment from above, they moved cannons from the city walls to the vicinity of the palace, risking friendly fire to launch them upwards towards the palace. 6-pound Adrian Eagle cannons, 8-pound Swift Dragon cannons, 24-pound Vism mortars. Imperial artillery, considered the elite of the various duchies, unleashed the terrifying firepower of the Empire, a firepower so despairing it instilled despair in its enemies. At the Lighthouse Palace, sparks of fire and cannon flames rose in the torrential rain, becoming the only light in the pitch-black world, illuminating the frenzied death struggle amidst the smoke. Although these cannons were unlikely to exert their full power against Leonard's remnants against the Lighthouse Palace's sturdy walls, even a single hide or two under the terrifying barrage could cause immense casualties. Watching the relentless Imperial vanguard advance, Leonard figured he wouldn't be blown to pieces, but rather worn down by the enemy's tireless, frenzied attacks. Unbeknownst to him, On the vanguard artillery positions outside the lighthouse palace, another person shared the same thoughts. After a full day of fighting, the vanguard was also at its physical and mental limit, theoretically incapable of organizing any effective offensive. Yet, they were still forcibly assembled under orders, dragging their bodies, already soaked for over 10 hours by the rain, their leaden legs propelling them forward. Their bodies could be exhausted, but fighting was out of the question. Facing the lighthouse palace, situated on high ground, with a complete defensive system and ample ammunition, the entire vanguard staff was utterly helpless. The only solution they could devise was to exploit the enemy's weakness, their only weakness, by mobilizing the entire army to launch a simultaneous attack from all directions. To put it bluntly, it was a pure human wave attack, overwhelming the enemy. Even more bluntly, it was using soldiers' lives to deplete the enemy's ammunition. After all, the enemy wasn't defending a supply depot but a palace. Their ammunition reserves were limited, and once they ran out, they were doomed. However, there was a small prerequisite: the imperial soldiers and their officers had to be extremely fearless, brave enough to stand tall even when hit by lead bullets, enduring multiple hits to make the enemy waste ammunition on them. Unfortunately, although the imperial knights and soldiers were very brave, at least braver than the cowards of the Hantu and Clovis's conscripted troops, they were still quite a distance from voluntarily committing suicide and demanding to die multiple times. 15 minutes into the battle, 2 infantry battalions mutinied on the spot. Terrified, the soldiers threw down their weapons, refusing to attack even when their supervising officers held guns to the back of their heads. The 4 knights in command also stood up and refused to obey orders, stating that this battle was no different from suicide, and that it was utterly insane, not a battle, but a massacre, and that they were actively seeking to be slaughtered by the enemy. Then they were all executed. The rebellious knights had their heads smashed by the delirious Lawrence Igor himself. The soldiers supervising the battle picked up rifles from the corpses, reformed their lines, and advanced towards the lighthouse palace, which was relentlessly pouring ammunition. Meanwhile, artillery brought in from the north gate gradually took position, engaging the Hantu Legion in exchange with fire, trying to cover the enemy's advance by killing the front-line soldiers, thus shortening the distance between the front line and the lighthouse palace and compressing the enemy's living space. Under this tactic, cruel to the enemy and even more cruel to themselves, if it could even be called a tactic, the vanguard had completely surrounded the lighthouse palace, trapping the enemy inside and constantly attempting to breach its flimsy and easily breached defenses. Faced with such a gratifying result, the knight, or rather, the new Luther Igor, showed no joy whatsoever, remaining in a state of extreme daze, rigidly responding to every development and intelligence. What was once a glorious battle had become a mere exercise in organizing routed soldiers and reserves to die before the enemy's guns, silently waiting for the army to be annihilated, routed, and for the defeated to execute their leaders. Then the remaining routed soldiers and reserves would be regrouped, assembled, and sent to their deaths again, a never-ending cycle. How many rounds of attacks is this? Flicking the ash from his cigarette, Luther turned to his adjutant behind him and asked. This was a cigarette he'd found on a nobleman from the Han lands. He, who had never even smoked a pipe before, was now finding this industrially inferior product from Clovis surprisingly delicious. The 20th round, the adjutant's voice trembled slightly. Organizing 20 rounds of attacks in such a short time, just thinking about the cost was chilling. He could almost see those cold, stiff faces with his eyes closed. Luther nodded, expressionless, and took a deep drag on his cigarette, silently watching the ash scatter in the rain and his own exhaled smoke. The suddenly bright cigarette butt, in a daze, seemed to transform into the flames of the enemy's counterattack. The adjutant's trembling voice continued, in the just concluded 19th round of attack, a quarter of the 2nd Infantry Regiment, tasked with the assault, were killed, and the deputy regimental commander died in a mutiny. The 5th Infantry Regiment in the rear was blocked from its attack route and subjected to a barrage of artillery fire from the Hantu Legion. The 2 artillery company commanders reported that, given the current progress of the battle, they can no longer guarantee that most of the shells won't fall on the heads of the attacking troops. The 3rd Infantry Regiment reported that the south wall of the lighthouse palace was under attack by the Hantu Legion. The 1st Line Infantry Battalion suffered more than half its casualties and has lost the ability to continue fighting, urgently needing reinforcements, but, so far, the total casualties are approximately, no matter the number of casualties, it's all worth it. An extremely old, menacing voice suddenly appeared behind the two men, interrupting the adjutant's report. The two men trembled and simultaneously turned around and knelt on one knee. Lord Lawrence. All right, I know your difficulties. Lawrence's expression changed, and he patted Luther's trembling shoulder with a gentle gesture. To fight for a day and a night, to take down such a stubbornly resisting high-ground fortress is not as easy as it looks. I know that very well, but it is precisely because it is not easy that you can truly grow. Leave everything else to me, just focus on fighting this battle well, and use your military achievements to prove the honor of the Igor family to others. Understand? Lawrence lowered his head, his dark yet caring eyes making the knight's blood almost freeze, not daring to make the slightest unnecessary movement. I understand. That's good. Lawrence took a deep breath, a relieved smile appearing on his face, and turned to leave. Only when his figure gradually disappeared into the distance did the two men still standing there realize that they were panting heavily, almost suffocating themselves. My lord, regarding the report from earlier, there's another piece of intelligence, sent 15 minutes ago. The adjutant, panting, stood up, his expression still somewhat trembling. The garrison at the North Gate reported that among the scattered, routed soldiers of the Hantu Legion outside the city, they seemed to have discovered, boom, the moment the deafening sound rang out, the vigilant knight jerked his head up, looking towards the North Gate. Thunder? Dazed, Leno looked up at the dome, but his vision was completely obscured by thick smoke and the flashes of exploding shells. He could see nothing but the advancing figures of the Imperial Vanguard soldiers. He could only grip the flagpole tightly, using the aching pain, the biting cold, and his remaining strength to maintain his last shred of sanity. The difficulty of using his bloodline power far exceeded his imagination, especially when desperately overcoming its side effects, because this power, in essence, was similar to the body's organs. Overuse without proper maintenance was bound to cause problems. His Wild Hunt Knight bloodline power required blood. This power automatically awakens when injured, triggered by more fresh blood, at the cost of exhibiting an extreme thirst for blood. The more blood one obtains, the stronger the power becomes, and the harder it is to maintain one's sanity. Leno, biting his lip, could only desperately use his own blood to satisfy the thirst signals his body was sending, even though this only made him more thirsty. Even without the burden of bloodline power, his body was already nearing its limit, and not only him, but the remaining members of the Hantu Legion were in the same boat. The effects of bloodline power only allowed them to forget their fatigue and pain, but the physical exertion from maintaining such high-intensity combat was staggering. Some of the weaker soldiers even collapsed silently to the ground while still fighting, without any wounds. Unlike the Imperial Vanguard, who could at least rest, Leno, relentlessly pursued, had no time to resupply, not even a moment's respite. From 4 in the morning of the previous day, he had been running, charging, and fighting non-stop, not one battle after another, but without any pause or respite. Even if they lingered in one place for just a little longer, they would be immediately surrounded and annihilated by the more organized and mobile Imperial Vanguard. So, which wave of attack was that just now, the 20th or the 21st? Leno, his body aching all over, desperately tried to open his eyes, which were already blurry, to see the lightning striking the dome. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening thunderclap rang out again. Judging from the direction, it should be from the North Gate. Leno suddenly paused. The North Gate? No, why not the port? If he had a choice, Leno would have preferred the thunder to strike the port, as that would better prevent the Imperial fleet from reinforcing Carinthia port. Wait, something's not right. Boom, boom, boom. He was currently standing in the Lighthouse Palace, the second tallest building in the entire Carinthia port. He should be able to hear thunder from any direction, so why only from the North Gate? Could it be? Leno, jolted awake, widened his eyes. Boom, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by flames and billowing smoke. The already flimsy North Gate collapsed, and huge cracks appeared in the walls on both sides. Clavi and Hantu, listen up, the situation is urgent, there's no time for long speeches. Anson, somewhat agitated, roared from the front lines, his Leopold rifle slung over his shoulder. His booming voice pierced the torrential rain. Carinthia port is just ahead. Our Carinthia port? Listen to my gunfire. Charge with me. Take back our Carinthia port. Chapter 340. Before the rainstorm subsides. Charge. Amidst the billowing smoke, a scraggly brown figure, stepping over the craters of artillery shells, was the first to rush through the ruins of the North Gate and storm into the port of Calindia. Lisa, screaming, frantically moved her short legs, carrying 3 rifles, 4 revolvers, and 6 grenades, wearing a helmet larger than her small head. With a bayonet fixed to her chest, Barney kept pulling the trigger, the flaming lead bullets piercing through one obstacle after another. Almost simultaneously, the guardsmen followed closely behind, launching an assault into the city at a speed second only to the commander, advancing rapidly in loose skirmish lines on either side of the girl like the wings of a phoenix. Colonel Anson Bach, the deputy commander of the Southern Army Corps, commanded a guard company that was essentially a commando unit, a well-known secret throughout the Storm Division. This unit had several characteristics: extremely high pay, stringent selection criteria, only accepting skirmishers or veterans with more than 2 years of service, and an absurdly high casualty rate. All the new recruits were initially surprised that their company commander was a little girl, then even more surprised to find that they were mostly no match for this little girl, and finally, some veterans earnestly advised them to be prepared to die at any moment. Other commanders' guards rarely faced combat unless in the most critical situations, but under Lisa Bach's leadership, the guard company was almost always in the most critical situation. Many unskilled recruits often fell behind and got lost on the battlefield because they couldn't keep up with their company commander, only to find themselves surrounded by enemies many times their size. Under this high-intensity training and selection mechanism, in just a few months, Anson acquired a huge, 250 men, highly experienced in combat, an incredibly lucky skirmisher assault team, although this wasn't his intention. The price was that the entire Storm Division feared the guard company, and he himself had little presence in front of this unit. They only listened to Lisa, and were all crazy people who would attack alongside a girl with a wow. The roar of over 200 guards pierced the rain, gunfire flashing incessantly amidst the billowing smoke, like a low-growing steam train, directly crushing the vanguard's fragile defenses. Behind the guards, 2 infantry regiments, under the flank cover of a skirmisher regiment, advanced in columns, their chaotic, thunderous footsteps like train carriages, rapidly widening the breach torn open by the guards, controlling both sides of the street, paving the way for follow-up troops. Leno's most fatal mistake in the failed raid was his failure to systematically destroy the vanguard's outer defenses immediately. After initial setbacks, he decisively abandoned annihilation and opted for encirclement, allowing the enemy's organization to remain intact, thus providing the vanguard with a foundation for a counterattack. Of course, this is also related to the quality of the Hantu Legion itself. A unit lacking training and discipline, relying on its commander to maintain morale, and mostly only able to fight when things are going well, is prone to complete collapse if it suffers a setback at the start. It's highly likely that after capturing just 2 artillery positions, it would be forced to retreat due to declining morale, although that outcome might be better than the current situation. While the Storm Division is a conscripted unit, it is at least trained according to the Clovis military system, just like a regular army, and possesses a complete and efficient command system. Most importantly, Anson has enough heavy firepower to temporarily suppress the artillery positions even when firing in the open, covering the infantry's advance. This isn't just a matter of the artillery's power, it's also about morale and deterrence. The artillery company continues to maintain fire coverage on the city walls. All artillery must not cease fire until the enemy's fortifications and positions have fallen. Once the 3rd and 4th Infantry Regiments enter the city, they will immediately launch an offensive against the fortifications and positions under artillery cover. Remember, do not divide your forces. Concentrate your superior forces as much as possible to overwhelm them. Order the cavalry battalion to continue gathering the follow-up troops. Let them rest for an hour and then immediately engage in battle. What do you mean by resting until they can still catch their breath? What? There are troops from the Hantu Legion rioting in the city? Raise the unicorn banner at the North Gate and tell them to assemble under the banner, prepare their own weapons, complete their reorganization, and launch an orderly attack following the Storm Division. We must attack now. Attack. There's no time to deal with them. Anson, carrying the Leopold, ran frantically while issuing orders. Lisa and the guard company were rushing too fast, and the vanguard's defenses were collapsing too quickly. He didn't even have time to reorganize the attacking troops on the spot. The current situation appears to be that Leno has taken down the Lighthouse Palace, and the Imperial Vanguard, having lost its command post, is launching a frenzied counterattack in utter chaos. As a result, The entire outer defense line is practically undefended. A few volleys of gunfire and a bayonet charge are enough to capture a seemingly impregnable fortress. They don't even need to occupy the city proper. Upon seeing the Clovis banner flying over the north gate, the routed soldiers of the Hantu Legion and the rioters of Calandia Port, who were causing chaos in the surrounding areas, immediately joined in, and a third of Calandia Port instantly turned Clovis's color. But Anson wasn't overjoyed. In fact, he was even more worried. The fact that the defense line was so empty proved that the entire Imperial vanguard had completely assembled, and he no longer had the opportunity to infiltrate, divide, and gradually annihilate them. He was about to face a highly efficient vanguard, armed with all its heavy firepower, and he would have to fight them in a head-on positional war. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Storm Division, which had just undergone a forced march and was on the verge of exhaustion, and had only had a brief rest. Therefore, Anson's plan was to quickly seize most of the port of Calandia, and before the vanguard could turn around and engage him while still besieging the Lighthouse Palace, he would force them to retreat with a strong offensive, driving them towards the port of Calandia. The rest was up to the weather, or rather, how long the enemy could hold out without supplies and a retreat route. It was a perfect plan in every sense, at least that's what Anson thought, the only uncertainty being whether Leonard, who was holding the Lighthouse Palace, could discover it in time and actively cooperate. After all, only if the vanguard was completely tied down by the Lighthouse Palace could the Storm Division have time to safely mop up the remaining Imperial troops in half the city while simultaneously launching a flanking attack on the vanguard's rear. As for how they would cooperate, well, Hantu people, attack, accompanied by deafening gunfire. Leonard, already nearing his limit, raised his banner and let out his final roar. The instant he confirmed that cannon fire was coming from the direction of the north gate, he hesitated no longer and issued the order to attack, to use a countercharge to hold back the vanguard's attention. Whether it was Anson Bach and his Storm Division or not, to defeat the vanguard, or rather, to win the Battle of Calandia Port, he had to buy them time. Long live the Hantu! A deafening roar echoed throughout the Lighthouse Palace. The Hantu warriors, their eyes already bloodshot, roared, bayoneted their rifles, and, under the full cover of artillery fire, surged out of their positions like a flood. The effects of their bloodline power had long since faded, but the soldiers' eyes remained bloodshot. No words were needed, everyone understood that this was the final battle. The fate of Calandia Port would be decided within the next hour. Relying on absolute terrain advantage, the counterattack began exceptionally smoothly. The unexpected Imperial vanguard hadn't even had time to react before being forcefully pushed down the steps by this blow, and the encirclement, which had been gradually tightened at the cost of heavy casualties, immediately showed signs of being breached. At this moment, the vanguard, which had also fought for a full day and night, was also exhausted. They were only holding on by inertia and orders, and the front-line troops were unable to effectively deal with the enemy's counterattack. They retreated in a near rout. Meanwhile, the artillery positions and the waiting reserves at the rear had also noticed that the north gate had been breached and that a Clovis army was advancing at an alarming speed. They were thrown into a state of panic and confusion. Ignore those Clovis scum, continue the attack on the Lighthouse Palace. Despite his men's panic, Lawrence, nearly driven mad by the death of his eldest son, remained remarkably calm. They should have only just breached the city gates. They won't attack us until they've completely annihilated the defenders and gained effective control of the position, but, no buts. The vanguard must capture the Lighthouse Palace to regain the initiative in the Battle of Calandia Port and secure our position, Lawrence roared firmly. Trust my judgment, unless those Clovis scum are right before us, no unit is allowed to turn back. Attack the Lighthouse Palace with all your might, Lord Lawrence. The anxious Luther knelt before Lawrence again, his expression one of intense emotion. The Lighthouse Palace is mine. Please lead the reserves to retreat towards the port as soon as possible. Retreat, the port is our army's lifeline. If the Clovis Legion allows us to besiege the Lighthouse Palace and seize the port, the danger will be far greater than if they simply take the city. For Lawrence Igor, who was consumed by grief and irrational, Luther no longer expected to persuade him to give up. The Imperial vanguard could not be wiped out here, no matter what. They had to hold the port and wait for reinforcements, otherwise, they had no choice but to surrender. Surrendering would set a precedent in this war against the Hantu, making the First Imperial Legion to surrender en masse to the Clovis and the Hantu, a responsibility that Lawrence and the entire vanguard's officers could not bear. Of course, if they knew at this moment that the Imperial fleet had already surrendered, and under Fabian's warm hospitality, everyone from the fleet commander to the mid-level officers would betray the enemy and reveal the expeditionary force's operational plans, perhaps it would slightly alleviate their inner burden. You make a good point. We should indeed focus on preventing the Clovis from controlling the port, Lawrence muttered instinctively to himself, stunned for a few seconds by Luther's words. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he patted Luther on the shoulder with great satisfaction. I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me and think of such a crucial point. That's very good. It seems that only real combat can truly help one grow, to leave behind illusions and naivety. You will definitely become the pride of the Igor family, my dear Luther. Yes, Luther, kneeling on one knee, gave a bitter laugh, then looked at Lawrence seriously. Please set off as soon as possible, my lord. I will take over the Lighthouse Palace. Yes, Lawrence nodded heavily, not forgetting to add, once you capture the Lighthouse Palace, the enemy will definitely focus their main attack on your side. You must hold on. In 2 or 3 days at most, the Imperial fleet will arrive at the port of Calindia. At that time, I will personally lead the troops to bring you back. Yes, sir, soon. Lawrence Igor, leading 3,000 line infantry and half of the artillery, left the artillery position and went to the port to hold the position, waiting for the Imperial fleet's rescue. Watching them depart, Luther Igor bit the last cigarette in his pocket, exhaled a long puff of smoke, stubbed it out with the sole of his boot, and turned to his adjutant behind him. Prepare for battle. We'll die, we'll all die. The trembling adjutant was pale, his lips already a deep purple. With our current strength and the soldiers' condition, even if we capture the Lighthouse Palace, we absolutely cannot stop the Clovis's attack. We're doomed, doomed. Yes, Luther nodded slightly, a self-deprecating smile on his face. In fact, we're already a bunch of dead men. Then, since that's the case, he cut off the adjutant's words. The last thing we dead men can do is to draw the enemy's attention as much as possible for the troops retreating to the port, buying time to consolidate our defenses, and kill a few more of those despicable Clovis, and those vermin-like Hanta people. That's all, sir. The adjutant, looking at the calm-faced Luther, choked up, or rather, trembled, unable to utter a single word. Oh, one more thing. Luther, who had suddenly stopped, turned and smiled at his adjutant. When you're captured by the Clovis, don't tell them I'm Luther Igor, Edward. My name is Edward Lodge, don't get it wrong. With that, the knight, gripping his blood-stained saber, strode towards the smoke-filled Lighthouse Palace. 15 minutes later, the Storm Division's guard company arrived at the Lighthouse Palace battlefield and captured the artillery positions. At 5:45, the remaining Imperial vanguard forces outside the Lighthouse Palace, under the combined attack of the Storm Division and the Hantu Legion, collapsed like an avalanche, annihilated entirely. The torrential rain that had blanketed the port of Calindia was gradually beginning to subside. Chapter 341 The Belated Fleet. When Leonard Emanuel awoke from his coma, his head throbbing, the first thing he saw was the crystal chandelier on the ceiling of the Lighthouse Palace, and Lisa's chubby cheeks. The battle was over. The spacious hall was filled with wounded soldiers and warriors clearing the battlefield, Hantu, Clovis, and even Imperials. Soldiers in various uniforms huddled around a campfire, sheltering from the rain and sharing their cigarettes, wine, bread, and canned food. What had been hell a few minutes before, shrouded in gunfire and smoke, was now paradise. What time is it? Looking at the still drizzling but noticeably lighter rain outside, Leonard reached for his pocket watch, only to find 3 or 4 lead bullets embedded in the sterling silver dial. He was momentarily unsure whether he was lucky or unlucky. Little Leonard's awake. The surprised girl turned her head sharply, her dirty little hands still stuffing canned food into her mouth. Her incredibly nimble movements astonished Leonard, making him wonder how she could eat and speak so clearly at the same time. 12:11 noon. When you first came in, little Leonard looked like a dead man, which scared Anson to death. He was relieved when he found out you could still eat. Anson has already led the storm masters to besiege the port. I heard there are still one. The girl held her head in her hands, as if she was desperately trying to shake out a word that she knew but didn't recognize. Leonard, a group of Imperials are guarding there, about 3,000 men and a dozen cannons. Anson is going to take back the port because it's very important, a strategic location. Lisa happily showed off her newly learned term. Lisa is leading the others to guard the lighthouse palace because it's also a strategic location. Lisa is also leading the soldiers to receive the supplies brought in by those slowpokes. That's also important because Lisa hasn't eaten for a day and a night. Mrs. Borner said that's not good, because Lisa is still growing and needs to eat a lot to grow up, to grow very, very big. Watching the girl happily stuff her mouth full of canned food, her face beaming with a blissful smile, Leonard, lost in thought, was thinking about something else. The battle for Calandia port was not yet over, but his own battle was over. As for what would happen next, even without Anson Bach's words, he could probably guess, since the Emanuel family didn't take back Calandia port on their own, but rather through the Storm Masters, it was foreseeable that they would pay a price. The only saving grace was the certainty that the Clovis wouldn't stay, much less occupy Calandia port. However, holding the city in their hands meant they'd likely extort a hefty ransom from the Emanuel family. Given Anson's previous treatment of the Carindians, Lennox could easily imagine the astronomical sum it would be. This extortionist wouldn't be satisfied unless the Emanuel family bled profusely. And given the Emanuel family's current financial situation, coming up with enough to redeem the first port city of the Hantu was impossible. The only option was to borrow from others, the Francois family. Using the right to use Carindia port as collateral for a loan from the Francois family to repay the ransom. Having witnessed Anson Bach's win-win scheme twice, Lennox had a pretty good idea of what he would do. The Emanuel family gained ownership of Carindia port, nominally. The Francois family gained usage rights, and Anson Bach received a ransom. Everyone got what they wanted most, and everyone had a bright future. A bitter smile appeared on Lenore's lips. This outcome wasn't unacceptable, or rather, it was the best choice for the Emanuel family, but precisely because of this, the feeling of being clearly arranged was all the more powerless. He now understood more and more why his father, Grand Duke Aidan, insisted on sending him to Anson Bach's side. The future of the Emanuel family could no longer be tied to the past. The divided Hantu was too weak, so weak that Clovis didn't even need to send a real legion commander. A mere deputy commander could decide the ownership of a city, a territory, and the rise and fall of an ancient lineage. The rise of the Francois family, the decline of the Vicenia family, the destruction of Calandia, the infighting within the Emanuel family, were they really accomplished solely by Anson Bach and his few thousand soldiers? Of course not. It was because he had a unified and powerful kingdom supporting him that he could use so little power to shake the entire Hantu, shatter the Seven Cities Alliance, and crown Claude Francois as king. Yes, the seemingly naive Leon was actually right. He was only mistaken for naive by others who were lost, like himself, because he had found the true direction and was moving towards it without hesitation. Lenore thought to himself with immense self-mockery. Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly came from beside him. Ah, look outside, huh? Startled awake, Lenore suddenly realized that the girl beside him had disappeared. The once quiet hall was now bustling with noise, and cries of surprise were coming from all around and from the corners. Watching the crowd gathering towards the door, Lenore struggled to his feet, picked up the flagpole of the military flag from the ground, and staggered after them as he walked out of the hall. The moment he looked up at the sky, his dazed eyes widened instantly. Above the dome, beams of blinding light tore through the churning, boiling clouds, casting pillars of light onto the ravaged earth, like a gate opening from heaven to earth, calling to the souls of the dead. Suddenly realizing something, Leonard abruptly turned his head to look behind him. The sea, previously obscured by layers of rain, was now calm and still, like a mirror inlaid on the earth, so beautiful, so peaceful. The sky had cleared. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, the cheers of countless soldiers rang in his ears. The survivors of the life-or-death battle, the Hantu and the Clovis, embraced and wept, their excited shouts echoing throughout the lighthouse palace's halls, resounding endlessly under the clear sky. Leonard's face, however, showed no joy. His wide eyes trembled slightly, radiating an inner fear. Standing before the vast army, gazing at the clear blue sky, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Lawrence Igor's usually gloomy eyes. The sky had cleared, the rain had stopped. What did this mean? It meant the Empire's elite artillery could finally operate without obstructed views. It meant the rioters in the city had completely lost the ability to confront the vanguard head-on. It meant the Empire's Hantu fleet, out of contact for over half a month, could finally appear unimpeded at the port of Calandia. In just a day and a night, the Empire's vanguard had first suffered a defeat before the battle even began. then regained its footing and turned the tide, only to be ambushed by the Clavi Storm Division, and then, despite a seemingly resounding victory, suffered a complete rout, retreating to the port to await reinforcements. After so many twists and turns, not only the ordinary soldiers, but even Lawrence himself had had enough, utterly enough, and couldn't withstand any more torment. How could they not be overjoyed at the sudden calm after such a volatile situation? Despite the unexpected start, the numerous setbacks, and the heavy price paid, in the end, they were the victors. Without the cover of the rain, the Clovis mercenaries and the cowardly rabble of the Hantu were utterly incapable of breaching a seemingly impregnable defensive position that could only be attacked from the front, against the Empire's superior artillery. At this moment, Lawrence was incredibly calm and confident, as if he had completely overcome the grief of losing a son. According to his deductions, regardless of which direction the Clovis mercenaries had come from, they must have just completed a forced march. The reason was simple: when he sent an infantry regiment to probe Green Shade Valley, the Clovis hadn't appeared. What did this mean? It meant that this army had braved the heavy rain, arriving at Calandia Port at the earliest around 3 a.m., finding the outer defenses weak, and eagerly throwing themselves into battle. Under this premise, even if they could gather enough supplies and siege artillery and shells, they should have exhausted them in the previous battles at the North Gate and the Lighthouse Palace. With ammunition almost depleted and no longer protected by the rain, unless the opponent was an even more insane madman than the previous commander of the Hantu Legion, willing to die to take them down with him, the most reasonable option now was to surround them without attacking, waiting for their supplies to run out. And long before that, the Imperial Hantu fleet's reinforcements would surely have arrived at Calandia Port. Faced with the naval cannons, the Hantu and Clovis, who had been arrogant for a day and a night, would have no choice but to retreat in disgrace. The glory of victory belonged to the Empire. Thinking this, Lawrence Igor let out a long breath, a trace of gratified joy appearing on his tired, aged face as he enjoyed the cheers of the thousands of troops behind him. And everything that followed basically confirmed his guess. As the sky cleared, the riots that had swept through every corner of the port of Calandia gradually subsided. Shell craters, ruins, and corpses were everywhere. In the ravaged streets, surviving soldiers and civilians wandered listlessly, dragging their wounded and exhausted bodies, searching for anything to eat among the collapsed ruins. The few remaining Imperial soldiers in the city had long been slaughtered, and outposts and barracks had been burned to the ground by their fury, but no amount of rage could fill their hungry stomachs or provide them with shelter from the rain. Meanwhile, the Storm Division, which had already surrounded the port and was ready to launch an attack, seemed to realize that the advantage on the battlefield was gradually shifting to the Imperial vanguard. They began to withdraw their forward troops, leaving only a small number of skirmishers to maintain the line, while the main force relocated to the safer side of the streets to avoid exposure to artillery fire. The enemy's voluntary retreat greatly boosted the morale of the Imperial vanguard, which had been low due to the withdrawal. Soldiers, already severely exhausted from the fighting, began diligently constructing defensive positions, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. In contrast to the bustling vanguard positions, the Storm Division, having voluntarily abandoned the attack, appeared unusually quiet and desolate, as if they had completely given up on the idea of capturing Calandia Port in one fell swoop, appearing utterly forlorn. How much longer until he arrives? Anson, holding a monocular telescope, gazed at the bustling port from a semi-abandoned outpost, asking the cavalry lieutenant behind him without turning his head. This, Jason hurriedly pulled out his pocket watch, looking troubled as he stared at the hands pointing to 1:35. He pursed his lips. About this, when we were making the plan, we didn't realize the summer downpours in Calandia Port, so I'm afraid I didn't ask you that, Anson interrupted the cavalry lieutenant, a little annoyed. I asked how much longer it would take him to arrive, and, what time is it now? 1:37 p.m. According to the pre-battle plan, Lieutenant Colonel Fabian should have arrived at Calandia Port at or before 1:25 p.m. No, however, before he could finish, the stammering cavalry lieutenant was interrupted by cheers erupting from the port. Long live the Empire! The deafening cheers echoed across the sky above the vanguard positions in Calandia Port. On the boundless horizon, a string of sails pushed through the waves, rapidly heading towards Calandia Port. As the white sails drew ever closer, the advance force in the harbor, already buzzing with excitement, was nearly ecstatic. With the fleet's arrival on the battlefield, the Battle of Calandia, which had lasted a day and a night, seemed to be finally coming to an end, and the scales of victory were firmly tipped. Once the fleet launched its attack, everything would be all right. But amidst the jubilation, some observant, less tactful individuals sensed something amiss and did not join their hysterical celebrations. For example, why did this fleet appear at this coincidental time? Why was the flagship opposite a cargo ship instead of a three-masted cruiser? Why did their numbers seem to be fewer than I remembered? Why weren't they flying the Imperial Iris ensign? And so on. Cannons ready, on the flagship's deck, Fabian, gripping the helm, roared at the sailors, "All ships, anchor, hard to port, gunners, take your positions, open the gun ports. Grenadiers, on deck, prepare to land, all ships, centering on the flagship, aim towards the port. 3, 2, 1, fire." Chapter 342. Thank you. Under a clear blue sky, the serene sunset sank into the azure horizon, casting a melancholic glow over the war-torn port of Calandia. Just as the Imperial vanguard had hoped, the painful and protracted battle for Calandia had finally ended, though they were not the victors. Atop the lighthouse palace, the thorny banners symbolizing the power of the Han lands fluttered in the cool sea breeze. As the nominal victors of this battle and conquerors of Calandia, the Emanuel family had paid an incredibly heavy price for this victory. The first phase of the raid had ended in a crushing defeat. Leonard Emanuel's 10,000-strong army was essentially annihilated, with more than half killed or routed. The remaining soldiers were almost all wounded, resulting in a casualty ratio of 1-to-1. Even those with minor injuries suffered from infections, exposure to rain and cold, or severe exhaustion, falling into coma. Even with the best efforts to gather the remnants, rebuilding a third of the army would be the limit, and that was a relatively optimistic assessment. The spoils of war, gained at such a cost, were a ruined port city. Looking out from the lighthouse palace, the entire port of Calandia had been reduced to a wasteland of crumbling walls, scorched earth, corpses, and a stench that permeated the air. Collapsed and dilapidated houses, uncollected bones, and numerous bomb craters littered the once bustling streets, a gruesome and repulsive sight, a living hell. If the damage to Calandia port from the riot and brutal suppression before this was confined to its outer perimeter, this battle had utterly leveled even the last remaining intact parts. The port area, in particular, once the city's most prosperous area, densely packed with factories and warehouses, was now, after 2 rounds of naval bombardment, devoid of any buildings taller than 3 meters, littered with the ruins piled high with bones. Because the Imperial vanguard refused to surrender, their stance was extremely resolute, even organizing artillery positions to exchange fire with the fleet. Fabian had no choice but to abandon the idea of a landing operation. He only had a grenadier regiment at his disposal, and simply unleashed all the cannonballs from the ships at the vanguard's positions. The Imperial vanguard, which possessed 2 full-strength infantry divisions, could barely muster a reinforced infantry regiment when they surrendered, the highest-ranking officer being a lieutenant named Edward Lodge. The remaining Imperial Knights, including Commander-in-Chief Lawrence Igor, were completely annihilated. Therefore, even if the Emanuel family wanted to use these prisoners to exchange for ransom, they wouldn't get much, especially since a portion of the ransom had to be given to the Storm Division. Of course, regardless, Calandia port was still the largest port city in the Han lands, possessing a top-notch harbor and a well-developed transportation hub. The damage was only temporary, and with patient management for a few years, recovery and even profitability were entirely foreseeable in the future. The problem was that along with this ravaged city, tens of thousands of Calandian nobles and civilians also came under the control of the Emanuel family. These lucky survivors of the war now lived amidst dilapidated streets and rubble, scavenging for food and shelter in craters filled with water and corpses, threatened by hunger and disease. If no one extended a helping hand immediately, they would die in droves at any moment. So who could extend that helping hand? The Calandian nobles thought of someone they least wanted to remember, Anson Bach. Compared to Leonard, the nominal owner of Calandian port, Anson Bach possessed an army of nearly 20,000 men, capable of rebuilding and maintaining order in Calandian port, and a fleet fully loaded with imperial supplies, capable in every sense of the word of solving their immediate crisis. Not only that, he also held a huge sum of money, including the 600,000 gold coins he had extorted directly from the port of Calandia and the Stormmaster's current savings account. Anson Bach's cash deposits in the accounts of the great cathedral of the vast lands were approaching $1 million, making him richer than a country. Of course, in a sense, this was quite normal. because this money was all plundered from the treasuries of the various lords and the Republic of vast lands. Although things were not peaceful in various places this year, as long as they had enough money, the nobles of Calandia were confident that they could buy enough food to tide them over this crisis from some lords in the eastern part of vast lands and even some provinces in the southern part of the empire. With money and manpower, in the eyes of these Calandian nobles who were already desperately poor, Anson Bach seemed to be bathed in the radiance of a saint. But the problem was that this guy who appeared with the persona of a saint was a real devil. The nobles of Calandia, scarred by the previous extortion, were utterly terrified by Anson Bach and his lackeys and followers. They lacked the courage to negotiate directly with him, let alone make any requests, fearing a repeat of his exploits. The first time was a brutal exploitation, the second was extortion to the bone. Therefore, the nobles of Calandia Port decisively pushed forward Leonard Emmanuel, requesting that he reach a mutually acceptable agreement with the Clovis and Thun. In reality, this implied that he should mortgage the right to use Calandia Port in exchange for Anson's aid. Leonard, fully aware of this, was prepared and therefore did not object. Since he had lost the Battle of Calandia Port, he should pay the price for his defeat. Of course, while prepared, he still needed to fight for what was right. After all, Anson Bach's appetite was terrifying, and if he laid his cards on the table from the start, the result would surely be a repeat of the previous Calandia surrender. Therefore, regarding the matter of mortgaging the port's ownership, Lennox prepared another, slightly more demanding reconstruction plan. Simply put, bypassing the middleman Thun, the Emmanuel family would directly borrow from the storemaster. Of course, given the current state of the Emmanuel family and the port of Calandia, they certainly wouldn't be able to repay it within the next few years. All loans were expected to be fully paid off at least 10 years later. Knowing Anson Bach as he did, this was clearly unacceptable, leaving room for negotiation. So, Lennox, carrying these two plans, nervously knocked on Anson Bach's door on a sunny afternoon. "You agreed?" Lennox's scream echoed through the dilapidated lighthouse palace. "Yes, I agree." Looking at the utterly shocked young man before him, Anson nodded, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. "I also think that Calandia Port should be rebuilt. And it must be done as soon as possible. Besides, since Calandia Port is the territory of the Emmanuel family, and it doesn't involve diplomatic affairs, there's no need to get involved with the François family. As long as both sides are satisfied, that's fine. And I'm very satisfied with the Emmanuel family's repayment method. You can accept that." Lenore still found it incredibly unbelievable. "Why can't I accept it?" Anson smiled, pointing to the agreement he handed over. "According to this, the Emmanuel family will repay 3/5 of the principal within 5 years, which is 120,000 gold coins, and then repay another 160,000 gold coins within 10 years. The interest rate is already 40%, even the greediest person should be satisfied, right?" "Of course not. With your personality, even if you demanded a 100% interest rate, I wouldn't be this surprised." Lenore thought to himself. "That's true, but given the Emmanuel family's financial situation, I'm afraid we can't repay it all in cash. We might even need to take out additional loans." "No problem, I thought of that too." Anson nodded in understanding. For a large city like Calandia Port, 200,000 gold coins is just a drop in the bucket. The subsequent investment will definitely far exceed that amount. "I wouldn't be surprised if you doubled it." "So you really agree?" Lenore still couldn't contain his surprise. "It's true, absolutely true." Looking at the boy confirming again and again, Anson couldn't help but smile wryly. "I really don't understand why you still doubt. In fact, I've already had Storm Division troops patrolling near the Lighthouse Palace, and I've had Aiden and Thun soldiers from the Allied forces clearing the streets. We're allies, it's no big deal. I didn't even think I needed to inform you, but, why? Yes, why are you doing this? I mean, helping the Emmanuel family. Not long ago, we were enemies. You have absolutely no need, no reason, to help me. On that point, I disagree with you." Anson suddenly stopped smiling, looking at the boy with a somewhat serious expression. "Why should I help rebuild Calandia Port? It's simple, because it's the largest port city in the Hantu, with the densest population. The stability and prosperity of Calandia Port means the stability and prosperity of southern Hantu, and vice versa. Half of Hantu will be in turmoil and chaos, but that's only a secondary reason. More importantly, it's because we're allies. I don't know how the Emmanuel family views allies, but we always give our all, do everything in our power to help our allies. That's right, I have no relation to the Emmanuel family. We were even enemies, rivals, but that doesn't matter, because none of us could stand against the Empire alone. It's that simple, and a group that schemes against and exploits each other in an alliance that needs mutual assistance cannot be united. Do you understand now, Leno? Yes, the boy nodded slightly and sighed softly. I finally understand why Leon admires you so much. It's because of this. Anson Bach said the reason for extending a helping hand was unity? Well, so it definitely wasn't because of that. Of course not because of that. Anson rolled his eyes at Fabian, who still didn't quite understand. Have you forgotten how the 600,000 indemnity was finally resolved? Oh, Fabian frowned slightly. If I remember correctly, it seems it had to be handed over to the Ministry of War and the Privy Council. That's right. If this money can't be disposed of, according to the Ministry of War's usual practice, the indemnity paid by defeated countries or countries that surrender voluntarily has to be handed over to the kingdom. 600,000. That's 600,000. Are you willing to part with it? So you plan to use this money to help the Emmanuel family rebuild the port of Calandia? As a competent subordinate, Fabian quickly understood Anson's idea, but still had some concerns. But we've already reported the matter of Calandia paying the indemnity to the Ministry of War. It's alright, the money's still in hand anyway. The army only received a reported figure. Besides, when we reported, Calandia hadn't fallen yet. Anything can happen during wartime. Anson waved his hand, signaling the former Imperial Guard officer to relax. Furthermore, we didn't swallow all 600,000. We used it to fund the reconstruction of Calandia port, and we even left 200,000 for the army to report, didn't we? Fabian thought seriously for a minute and felt that the deputy commander was absolutely right. Thanks to this hint of war, Fabian's pockets were already 100 times fuller than when he left Clovis City, but he didn't mind adding another zero to the numbers in his accounts at various banks and churches. As for the risks, as long as they won the Hantu War and defeated the Imperial Expeditionary Force, there were no risks, because the victor was undisputed. For the Kingdom of Clovis, currently waging a painful war against the Empire, every victory is invaluable. Even the slightest operational error would not allow the army and the Privy Council to simply discard a propaganda opportunity presented to them. On the contrary, they would desperately try to cover up their own failures on the Western Front, which had resulted in utter inaction. As for whether they could defeat the Imperial Expeditionary Force, that was not a concern for a mere grenadier regimental commander like himself. At least for now, he saw no reason to abandon or betray Anson Bach's potential stock, and they remained worthy of his unwavering loyalty. Wait a minute, so, in other words, we're actually using the reparations we extorted from the Calindians, giving a portion to the army as war merits, keeping a portion for ourselves, and then lending the last third to the Calindians to help rebuild their cities, and then expecting them to pay interest. That's pretty much it. Anson nodded slightly. They should be thanking us. Chapter 343 The Goldfish's Feast. As it turns out, the difference in memory between humans and goldfish is very limited, at least for the Calindians. When Anson signed the remittance slip for 200,000 gold coins, approved the unloading of supplies from the Imperial, Hantu, fleet, and ordered the stormtroopers and allied forces to patrol the Calindian port to maintain order, the Calindian nobles present were all moved to tears, loudly proclaiming that the alliance between Clovis and Hantu was unbreakable and their friendship lasting forever. It was as if in an instant they had completely forgotten everything that had happened more than a month ago, forgotten that this money was extorted from them by Anson, and that he was merely borrowing it back. By simply returning 1/3 of what he had stolen, and even with compensation, Anson, this true devil, instantly rose to the status of a saint in the eyes of all the Calindians. The sheer pleasure of bullying the goldfish gave the Legion's vice commander a severe sense of unreality. He felt that the Calindians before him weren't living people, but rather neutral units in a game. First, loot them clean to max out their infamy, then wait a while for the cooldown to come down, and he could raise their favorability back by completing quests. While inwardly complaining, this only strengthened Anson's resolve to continue plundering and exploiting these opportunists. It turned out that these guys, who always prioritized compromise and survival, and wavered between sides without any clear stance, were completely unworthy of sympathy. Every bit of mercy shown to them was aiding the enemy. Squeezing them dry was the truly optimal solution. Having recognized his position, Anson made a small change to Lenore's plan regarding the reconstruction of Calandia port. Firstly, Half of the 200,000 gold coin loan would be provided to Kalandia not in cash, but in the form of supplies. Anson, without hesitation, transferred the money directly to the Storm Division and dispatched a messenger to deliver a message as quickly as possible to Endowed, the logistics director of the General Staff of the Hantu, instructing him to gather supplies worth 100,000 gold coins and send them to the port of Kalandia. The junior clerk, upon receiving the message, immediately understood Anson's order and mobilized the Storm Division members within the General Staff to begin collecting all the necessary supplies for rebuilding the city in the rear of Hantu, with a maximum limit of 60,000 gold coins, and preparing at least enough wagons to transport a quarter of the supplies. 2 days later, a messenger, nearly exhausted, arrived at the Lighthouse Palace to announce that all supplies would be ready within 7 days, 6 working days, and the first shipment would arrive outside the gates of Kalandia within 4 days. Lured by the 5-figure reward, the church-affiliated administrators and the conscripted troops combined their strengths, achieving an efficiency that astonished all of Hantu. As for the remaining 100,000 gold coins, Anson didn't intend to deliver them directly to the Kalindians. Instead, he established a Kalindian reconstruction committee to oversee and manage the expenditure of this money. The stormtroopers, the Emmanuel family, and the Kalindians would each hold 1/3 of the seats on this committee. Once the stormtroopers withdrew from Kalindian port, the vacant seats would be given to the Cathedral of the Vast Earth. This wasn't because Anson had any goodwill towards the church, he was only infinitely loyal to the Franz family, but purely out of gratitude to the Archbishop of Vast Earth for maintaining neutrality during the Imperial Vanguard's occupation and not handing over the stormtroopers' accounts to the Empire. Although the Church of Order always claimed not to interfere in secular affairs, the archbishops of each diocese actually had considerable authority, if they were truly pressured to hand over the accounts. Even if the money was eventually recovered, there would certainly be a significant loss. Therefore, even if they had only done their duty, Anson had to express his gratitude, and incidentally, cultivate a relationship so that when the 200,000 gold coins in reparations were transferred to the Ministry of War, they could help cover for him and avoid being exposed. Lenner, the de facto owner of Kalandia Port, agreed with Anson's approach. Although the thought of having his borrowed money repaid by the lender was somewhat unsettling, this committee was indeed a good way to give the Emmanuel family a detailed understanding of Kalandia Port's recovery progress. On the other hand, he actually shared similar thoughts with Anson, having no trust whatsoever in the fickle Kalindians. In fact, even if Anson hadn't mentioned this condition, Lenner wouldn't have entrusted the money to them with peace of mind. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that these cowards finally showed a bit of courage similar to a rabbit corner during the defense of the Lighthouse Palace, he originally intended to hang all these traitors. Thus, after reaching a tacit understanding among all parties, the Kalandia Port Reconstruction Committee was officially established to organize post-war recovery work, getting this once prosperous port city back on track, thereby demonstrating the sincere unity between the two kingdoms of Hantu and Clovis. As for the Kalindians' attitude, who cares? With boundless joy, Anson, holding a glass of chilled Tirpitz rum, turned and returned to the Lighthouse Palace Hall. Just days before, the Lighthouse Palace was ravaged by the Imperial Vanguard, but now it had been completely repainted. A vibrant red carpet covered the floors once stained with blood and explosion marks. The walls, still reeking of gunpowder, were brightly lit by countless scented candles, and the once damaged crystal chandeliers shone with a renewed brilliance, like a blazing sun. Beneath this crystal sun, a scene of revelry unfolded. Officers drank heartily around the tables, while Kalindian nobles in their finery displayed their generosity as hosts, and elegant young women searched for their prey on the dance floor to the strains of a band. Seafood from the wildlands, wine from the Empire, desserts from Clovis, game from the Elven Kingdom of Isar, delicacies from across the entire order of the world were casually laid out on every table for the guests to enjoy. If it weren't for the ravaged city visible through the windows and balconies, one might doubt whether the fierce battle for Kalandia Port had ever truly taken place, and feel no sense of the starving people lurking amidst the ruins. Despite being on the verge of financial ruin and even borrowing money to survive, the nobles of Kalandia insisted on holding a grand banquet to celebrate the victory achieved jointly by the two great kingdoms, and to appease Anson, their devilish savior. Anson wasn't impressed by this self-deceptive self-hypnosis. The Imperial Expeditionary Force's 20,000 troops were still fiercely attacking Aden Fortress, but he wasn't going to stop them. Besides, the stormtroopers, after two major battles on two separate fronts and an extremely arduous forced march, definitely needed rest and relaxation. And they certainly had the qualifications. If the Storm Division and the entire junta were almost at an absolute disadvantage when Colombia Port fell, then with the successive annihilation of the Imperial fleet and the vanguard, the once tilted scales had been restored to balance, even giving Anson a slight advantage. On the west, Claude Francois's 300,000-strong army possessed absolute numerical superiority and the advantage of fighting on home soil. On the east, the Toon Legion had also marched north to support the besieged Major General Ludwig Franz. Anson firmly believed that with the talents and strategies of these two, backed by an absolutely sufficient logistical supply line, and with him having severed the Empire's tentacles reaching into the vulnerable heartland of Hantu, the mere Imperial Expeditionary Force and the 13 councils were utterly insignificant. Even if a small accident occurred, the Hantu army could still retreat in large numbers. The Empire's 20,000-strong expeditionary force was insufficient to conquer the entire Hantu, and no matter how desperately the 13 councils struggled, the Church of Order would not allow a group of arrogant old gods who had voluntarily exposed themselves to continue living arrogantly. In short, victory is assured. Even if they were on the defensive, they can at least draw. How could they possibly lose? This wasn't just Anson's opinion, it was the consensus of the entire Storm Master and everyone in the entire Lighthouse Palace Hall. After the devastating Battle of Colombia Port, the once invincible Imperial army suddenly seemed not so impressive in everyone's eyes. It seems this war won't last much longer. The enthusiastic Archbishop of Hantu approached Anson with a glass of warm wine, slightly tipsy, and congratulated him. "Respected Vice Commander Anson Bach, should I congratulate you in advance? Your praise makes me truly humbled." With a slightly embarrassed wry smile, Anson humbly clinked glasses with this kind-hearted man, who is on par with Ludwig Franz, but it doesn't seem like time to celebrate yet. We haven't repelled the Empire's invasion of Hantu. Besides, even if we had, the credit should have gone to Major General Ludwig. As his subordinate, I would have been content with just receiving my share of the reward. Oh, the kind-hearted Archbishop took a sip of wine, his eyes giving a meaningful look. Then, what about anything else? As a fellow Archbishop of the Church of Order, although the Hantu diocese was far less wealthy than the Clovis diocese, he also possessed his own intelligence network. He knew a thing or two about the relationship between Anson and the Franz family, and the bloodline of the Francois family. With such a network, a promising young man like him was definitely not the type to be satisfied with deserved rewards. Anything else? I also want to break free from the Rune family's control, have my own steam differential engine, and become a blasphemous mage of conjuration magic without being wanted by the church. I wonder if you could help me." Anson smiled sheepishly. "If I had the chance, I'd like to become a brigadier general, serving as the commander of an infantry division in the Clovis Standing Army, or a deputy commander of a legion, and then, if I can retire smoothly, I'd like to become a visiting lecturer at the Royal Military Academy." "Really, that's all?" The kind-hearted Archbishop blinked. "I mean, brigadier general? As far as I know, Ludwig Franz is a brigadier general now, and he seems to be only in his early 30s. You might not be familiar with Clovis's military rank system," Anson explained, "although it doesn't require birth like the Empire. For a small country noble like me to become a colonel is already a very unexpected thing. Above brigadier general is usually a privilege of promotion for high nobles, and for me it's just a dream, but I still think you're too modest." The Archbishop still shook his head, his eyes seeming to imply something as he looked at Anson. "In my opinion, your future cannot be limited by the rank of brigadier general." I don't quite understand what you mean." "No, Your Excellency Vice Commander. I think you understand perfectly well what I'm saying." The Archbishop patted Anson on the shoulder, meeting his gaze with a look of a senior looking at a junior. "It's nothing. When opportunity knocks, you should seize it tightly and not let go, especially when that opportunity is closely related to the times. Just to give a simple analogy, if the Church today no longer adheres to the covenant of the 47th year of the Saints' calendar, how would you feel?" Anson immediately became alert, but his expression remained as calm as ever, shrugging as if it were just casual conversation. "I don't feel anything. In fact, I think this is normal. As the religious organization that controls the entire world's banking and education sectors, stands at the forefront of all modern technologies, and represents the highest consensus, it would be abnormal for the Church to continue to abide by the agreements of the Second General Order Conference. Moreover, the current world of frequent wars is enough to prove that the world of order does indeed need a supreme will to avoid war and mediate between nations. Is that so? But unfortunately, Not everyone thinks so. Some small groups even think that our church is meddling too much and that its power should be further restricted. The Archbishop chuckled. Their name is the Truth Society. I heard you had contact with them when you suppressed the Clovis riots. That's right, but I don't have a good impression of them. Anson nodded calmly. The more critical the matter, the less he could easily deny it. They're just a marginal group resisting power, not worth mentioning at all. What these people really want to complain about isn't power, but why power isn't on their side. So my opinion is that we should keep these kinds of people. After all, no matter how perfectly we do things, there will always be opponents. Keeping a group of extremists who believe in Saint Isaac is much better than keeping a bunch of old God's followers. Anson deliberately emphasized the word we. The Archbishop of Hanta was very satisfied with his statement, and after praising Anson's limitless future again, he turned and left. Finally relieved, Anson turned around and found that Fabian had appeared behind him at some point, holding an opened letter in his hand. Bad news, Anson guessed. Fabian nodded slightly, frowning, and handed the letter to Anson. The border fortress of Aden has been breached by the Imperial Expeditionary Force. When? Yesterday. Chapter 344 The Slaughter of the Tower of Ascension. The moment the words left his mouth, Anson, his expression subtly shifting, tucked the letter into his jacket, calmly picked up his wineglass, and left the brightly lit, bustling hall of the Lighthouse Palace, heading to a secluded balcony facing the sea. Fabian, understanding immediately, followed, closing the glass balcony door behind him. How many people know about this now? Anson asked, picking up an open bottle of wine, pouring a glass for his grenadier regimental commander, a relaxed smile on his face. The intelligence was sent urgently by Chief of Staff Karl Bain, Fabian replied, seemingly unrelated to the question, but Anson understood his meaning. Karl had been sent by Anson to support Claude François. If he knew, it meant that at least the 300,000 troops on the Western Front certainly knew as well. His Majesty Claude François is urgently dispatching messengers to the rear, preparing for a major battle while the Imperial Expeditionary Force has just captured the fortress and is in dire need of rest and regrouping. Iranbul Fortress will receive the same letter by tonight at the latest, Tun by tomorrow, and Karindia Port by about 3 days. In other words, within 3 days, news of the Imperial invasion of Aden would spread throughout the entire Han land. Anson took a small sip of rum, pretending to admire the sunset. Is there a more detailed report? In the letter I gave you, there is all the information Major Karl Bain has collected about the entire battle, a comprehensive summary of a vast amount of data, including confessions from routed soldiers, comparisons and summaries of various pieces of information, and an appendix outlining the approximate timeline of the entire battle. I must say, this is truly the most detailed post-war summary and report I have ever seen. Even just from the content of the report, one can determine the Empire's entire deployment and logistical situation in this battle. I dare say that based on this one piece of paper alone, Major Karl Bain deserves a place in the Army General Staff. The former Imperial Guard commander lavished praise on his colleague. Well, that was mainly because the shadow left by Thunder Fortress on this guy was simply too strong. Anson couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Give me a brief overview first. Yes, sir. Fabian, with his right hand behind his back, gazed at the sun gradually sinking below the horizon, his expression incredibly solemn. As you know, the border fortress of the Duchy of Aden, Peak Tower, is very similar to Eaglehorn City we encountered before. It's a masterpiece of fortress architecture from the previous era, improved with modern technology, and revered by the Hantu as the Western Gate. It possesses extremely sturdy walls, complete fortifications, 3,000 garrison troops, 2,000 reserve troops scattered in the rear, and a relatively sufficient amount of artillery. Normally, to conquer it, at least 30,000 soldiers, 3 times the fortress's artillery, and one must be prepared to suffer heavy casualties, while the Imperial Expeditionary Force only has 20,000 soldiers, and its artillery is mainly field guns. Fabian paused for a few seconds, gripping his wineglass, before continuing. The battle began at 2:30 a.m. The Imperial Expeditionary Force mobilized what appeared to be all their artillery, launching a full-scale bombardment of the Summit Tower Fortress's front. The defenders, awakened by the shelling, were initially thrown into disarray, but quickly retaliated during the intervals between artillery shots. To their surprise, the Expeditionary Force did not use this opportunity to launch an infantry attack. However, they hadn't considered this at the time, and the battle became a purely artillery duel. That night, there was no moon, and the sky was pitch black. The artillerymen could only barely pinpoint the enemy's location by the light from the explosions. The Imperial Expeditionary Force, on the other hand, had clearly gathered extensive intelligence beforehand, possessing a thorough understanding of the fortress's various artillery pieces and vulnerable positions. Despite the bombardment, each round of shelling was highly targeted. This battle lasted for most of the night, with the Expeditionary Force's artillery maintaining absolute suppression of the fortress and never ceasing its bombardment. The Aden garrison, realizing that the enemy had no intention of attacking, relaxed their vigilance at this point. "But I guess the Expeditionary Force still attacked." Anson raised an eyebrow. "That's right, but not from the front, but from behind." Fabian nodded slightly. A full-strength Imperial infantry division crossed the Don Mountains and attacked the fortress reserve camp from the flank. Because the Imperial artillery bombardment was so intense, and the enemy's movements were so swift, the Aden garrison inside the fortress was completely unaware of the battle behind them. By the time they realized it, 2,000 reserves had been annihilated. The Imperial infantry division, using a few prisoners and a uniform of an Aden soldier, took advantage of a lull in the artillery fire to trick their way through the city gates. The Imperial Expeditionary Force, taking advantage of the chaos, launched a general offensive and captured this incredibly fortified fortress with almost no casualties. After that, they organized a massacre. Duchy of Aden, Summit Tower Fortress. Standing beneath the city gates charred by howitzer fire, a heavy-hearted Louis Bernard gazed at the castle enveloped in billowing black smoke, burning everywhere, like a pile of embers in a fireplace. Congealed dark red blood, like a filthy carpet, covered his feet. Everywhere he looked, he saw piles of incomplete corpses haphazardly stacked. The walls on either side, almost like decorations, were covered with hanged Aden soldiers. Their bulging eyes and protruding tongues testified to the torture they endured in their final moments. Around many more walls, hordes of shackled Aden soldiers were being forced against the walls by Imperial line infantry. Gunfire erupted, and before the smoke had cleared, the commanders dragged the fallen bodies aside, then pulled another batch from the prisoners. Similar efficient executions were unfolding in various corners of the Summit Tower Fortress, the gunfire echoing each other, creating a strange rhythm. In many other places, bloodthirsty Imperial Expeditionary Force soldiers trod on the red carpet of dismembered bodies and blood, rusting bayonets as they searched for their prey. Mournful screams mingled with the executioner's triumphant laughter, echoing in his ears. Louis's expression was extremely grim. As a knight and a soldier, taking killing and death in stride had become a habit. On the battlefield of Eaglehorn, he had used artillery fire to blast entire rows of Clovis soldiers into the air, or ordered Iser Elf soldiers to charge through a hail of bullets, stepping over the corpses of their comrades. He understood, in a sense, even longed for such a death. Death on the battlefield was indiscriminate, regardless of friend or foe, class or rank. Everyone fought for their beliefs. Defeating or even killing the enemy was proof of oneself, and also a basic respect for the enemy's beliefs. But outside the battlefield, the slaughter, even the torture of unarmed prisoners and innocent civilians, left to be slaughtered, was a different matter entirely. Louis had heard a little about his commander-in-chief, Caspar Hurd. This royal nobleman had debuted by suppressing rebellions within the empire, often assigned various unremarkable and troublesome tasks. Known for his efficiency, rebellious nobles, insurgent peasants, bandits entrenched on the roads, Clovis's conscripted troops roaming the territory. Caspar's method for dealing with these troublesome enemies was simple and efficient: kill their entire families. Trouble is trouble precisely because behind the surface often lie complex problems and deeply entrenched interests. Caspar couldn't solve these problems, but he could eliminate those who raised them. As for him, although Caspar claimed he was not a bloodthirsty madman, and that the massacre of prisoners was often merely to solve immediate problems and for reasons that necessitated it, his glorious record made it hard for those around him to believe it. This time, he also had a very convincing reason. Why kill all the prisoners? It's simple, because we don't have time to deal with them. Standing atop the Tower of Ascension, the irritable old man roared impatiently at his deputy commander. We only have 20,000 soldiers, and the Emperor's logistics can only support 20,000 soldiers in battle. For every 2 prisoners, we have to consume enough supplies to feed 1 soldier and send another soldier to guard them. And what about our enemy? They claim to have an army of 300,000. 300,000. Not 1 to 10, but 1 to 15, and they also have vast territory and Clovis's support. We need 20,000 men to defeat an army of 300,000 and occupy the entire Han land. We don't have the manpower to waste. Even so, this is not a reason for you to arbitrarily slaughter prisoners of war. Bernard Morvis, the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, with his hands behind his back, said coldly in a tone of admonition, "It's one thing if they are just civilians, but there are also many nobles of Honland among the prisoners, some of whose bloodlines can even be traced back 500 years. Hanging them all won't alleviate much of our logistical pressure. It will only escalate the whole affair, branding the Empire and the Emperor with the infamy of killing prisoners of war." Infamy. Caspar was taken aback, then sneered dismissively, "Tell me, what is our Emperor doing right now?" "Well, His Majesty is dedicated to rebuilding order in the world of order, maintaining the stability of the Han lands, and protecting our allies from certain barbaric nations. He's invading Clavi, invading the Han lands. And incidentally, he's pulling in his lackeys, the Iser elves, to help them fight against the Church of Order." Caspar interrupted Bernard's cliché. "At a time like this, does he need to escape infamy and earn a good reputation? No. That's the last thing he needs right now. What does he need? He needs victory, a tangible victory. He needs the enemy to grovel before the Empire's formidable military might, offering up their territory and their wealth. That's what His Majesty needs. If we cannot conquer the Hantu as quickly as possible and defeat their scum-like army, our enemies both within and outside the Empire will remember the predicament we've faced since St. Calendar 99, when we were unable to advance an inch on the border. They will remember how the Kingdom of Clovis could challenge the Empire single-handedly. To put it bluntly, the Empire today is almost like the Kingdom of Clovis in St. Calendar 95, almost universally opposed," the old man declared sternly. "Precisely because of this, shouldn't we avoid provoking the Hantu and causing them to completely side with Clovis?" Bernard's expression was one of utter bewilderment. "If it were before, I might have accepted your advice, but not now. We're too late." Caspar sneered again. "My esteemed Bernard, you still don't understand what the unification of the Hanland truly means. That old bastard Claude François basically rose to power with Clovis's help, and now the entire Hanland is tied to him. As long as he still wears that damned crown, the entire Hanland will never submit to the Empire. To deal with enemies, you must first be ruthless enough, beat them until they are utterly broken, their bones snapped, so they can't stand or get up, only kneeling at your feet, wailing and weeping. Then give him a crutch, and he won't hate you so much he'll pick it up and beat you. He'll be grateful to you. Do you know why? Because he knows very well that even without the crutch, he's no match for you." Bernard nodded slightly. "That's the self-awareness of the weak." "Exactly. So now we must use maximum cruelty to unleash the Hanland scum's nature in this regard." Caspar nodded in satisfaction. "Therefore, put away your pity. We must make them understand that the Clovis bribed them because they need them, and the Empire's cruelty stems from the Empire needing no one. The like Hantu are worthless to the Empire. The Clovis are just a bigger bug. Only in this way will they be grateful when the Empire decides to reward them. Only then will they remember the consequences of resisting the Empire, and dare not utter such harsh words as declare war on the Empire for 30 years. With a face full of disdain, Caspar kicked the head of a corpse at his feet off the top of the tower. Looking at the bloody mess on the ground, Bernard shook his head, feeling nauseous. "I have no doubt you can do that, but Claude François's 300,000-strong army is approaching. They'll soon learn of the fortress's fall. Very well, let them come. Our soldiers need rest after a major battle. He's offering himself up, which will give us a few more days of rest." The old man grinned arrogantly. "Once the battle begins, you, me, and the lads below won't get a proper rest for days." Bernard shrugged. "All right, it's come to this, there's no need for you to persuade me anymore." Caspar changed the subject. "Tell me, has there been any good news from the fleet? And what's the situation at Carindia port?" "I was just about to tell you about that," Bernard suddenly said seriously. "Since the last splashdown, your loyal fleet commander-in-chief, General Taschen, hasn't sent a single messenger to report any intelligence for a week." "Oh?" Caspar was stunned, suddenly having a bad feeling. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345: Rest and Request for Rescue. As it turned out, Anson had severely overestimated the communication capabilities of the Hantu and the efficiency of the newly established Hantu Supreme Staff in processing information. Intelligence expected to arrive within 3 days took the Storm Division 7 extra days to receive news of the fall of the Summit Tower, even though they had stayed in Kalandia port for just as long. Shock was an understatement to describe the feelings of the Hanta people, especially the nobles. Horror was more accurate. If the fall of Eaglehorn was merely an accident, a conspiracy and betrayal forged from within, a strategic alliance based on shared interests, coupled with Anson Bach's madness and incredible luck, leading to the astonishing speed at which this seemingly impregnable fortress fell, the Hanta people could still maintain a relatively stable emotional state. After all, Eaglehorn was a natural transportation and trade hub, capable of facilitating large-scale legion movement, though not exactly convenient, and the Dawn Mountains barrier only protected one side, inherently carrying the risk of being besieged and falling. Moreover, Eaglehorn was previously controlled by the Iser Elves, whose relationship with the Hanta wasn't particularly strong. Furthermore, the Iser Elves relied on this toll booth to exploit the Hantu, so its fall naturally didn't resonate with most Hantu people. The Tower of Ascension, however, was completely different. First, it was controlled by the Duchy of Aden, one of the most powerful duchies in the Hantu, belonging to the Emmanuel family, not some ally. Second, the Tower of Ascension's terrain was rugged and its roads narrow, making large-scale legions not just difficult, but impossible to deploy. Third, the Tower of Ascension's geographical location was near perfect. Its complex terrain meant the enemy could only attack one or two sides simultaneously, eliminating the possibility of being completely surrounded and cut off from support. Finally, and most importantly, the Imperial Army had successfully crossed the Dawn Ice Peak. Not a crippled force of just over 2,000 men, but a well-equipped, fully organized, and combat-ready full-strength infantry division. The shock of this was far greater than the fall of 100 Towers of Ascension or the conquest of 10,000 Kalandia ports. If Anson's previous crossing of the Dawn Ice Peak could be explained as luck, a coincidence, or protected by the Ring of Order, then the Empire's success this time proves a truth that none of the people of Hanta want to believe. The Dawn Mountains, on which the entire Hanta relies for peace, can no longer stop the invasion from the north. For nearly 1,000 years, the people of Hanta have relied on this ancient mountain range to enjoy peace and prosperity. Their feelings for the Dawn Ice Peak are far more than just a mountain range. It is a wall, a sacred wall that separates the entire world from Hanta, protecting Hanta from the ravages of war. And now, this cruel reality is tantamount to telling the Emperor in his new clothes that he is actually naked, bringing not only a fact, but also a collapse of cognition and faith. Just 7 days earlier, the port of Kalandia had been filled with revelry and celebration, but overnight it returned to a state of trepidation and anxiety. The Kalandian nobles, usually indulging in lavish revelry and debauchery, suddenly became incredibly devout, attending church more often than they ever held their balls and parties. According to intelligence from the junior scribe, similar situations seemed to be occurring in Iranbul Fortress and Goldstone City. Large numbers of nobles and knights were in a daze, their previous high spirits plummeting to rock bottom. From top to bottom, from west to east, the newly born kingdom of Hanta was shrouded in an atmosphere of impending doom, sinking deeper and deeper into despair. Reno Emmanuel, however, being one of the parties involved, had been mentally prepared for this situation and remained remarkably calm about the fall of his fortress, even beginning to study the tactics employed by the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Anson hadn't been idle during this time either. Besides sorting through the intelligence he'd extracted from prisoners of war in the Imperial fleet and advance forces, continuing to gather intelligence from the front lines, and rebuilding Kalandia port, he was primarily busy with another matter: recruitment. Since the southward advance from Eaglehorn, his Storm Division, aside from one expansion, hadn't received any fresh blood for months. Despite Anson's best efforts to minimize casualties during the months-long battle from White Tower to Kalandia port, the regiments and divisional companies were still experiencing manpower shortages. This problem was most directly reflected in the fact that when Lisa went to various regiments to request reinforcements for her guard company, all the commanders of the Storm Division, although knowing that the vice commander's sister was even more formidable than he himself, still mustered the courage to refuse her. After all, given the terrifying rate of casualties in the guard company, assault team, their units were already understaffed. Having more men drawn from the guard company would eventually leave them completely drained. Of course, with the internal war in Clovis raging, Clovis City and the entire central province were ramping up production for the war effort, making it impossible to spare any more manpower to replenish this conscription corps. Therefore, Anson had no choice but to target the Hantu people, or more precisely, the refugees currently in Kalandia port. As the only city in the entire Hantu, although much smaller than Clovis City, it still had a population of nearly 100,000, even after suffering repeated devastation from war. More than two-thirds of its inhabitants survived. Among them were naturally the elderly, women and children, and the weak and incapacitated wounded, but most of the survivors were relatively healthy young adults with ample strength and slight malnutrition. While even by conscription corps standards, a 30-day crash course for recruits, these individuals couldn't be immediately deployed as new soldiers to various companies. They were perfectly suited to replace the supply troops as laborers. In addition, Anson was also trying to poach members from the Allied forces' Thun and Aden legions. Commanders at all levels, having received hints from the deputy commander, also displayed their ingenuity, using various methods to recruit people from friendly forces. The Storm Division receives at least 2 meals a day, including bread and fresh vegetables, canned food every 2 days, and cigarettes and beer every 3 days. They have clean uniforms to wear, and shoes are provided for blisters. Storm Division soldiers receive regular pay, share spoils of war after victories, can return home to buy land after surviving 3 battles, and become wealthy after 2 months. The Storm Division promotes equality and never oppresses new recruits. From the deputy commander to the frontline soldiers, everyone works hard to earn money to support their families, contributing to the kingdom and investors. In any case, the entire Storm Division has already made a fortune from the war in Hantu, and doesn't care about the small money of recruiting new soldiers. Moreover, the conscription corps is a kind of emergency supply, and its disbandment after the war is inevitable. There is no need to worry about what to do with these foreign soldiers afterward. Of course, self-reliance and recovering strength is one thing, but actively seeking replenishment is equally important. Alan Dawn, entrusted by Anson, once again fulfilled his duties as a scribe, sending an 8,000-word letter to the army requesting aid. The letter first mentioned the Storm Division series of achievements, allying with Thun, conquering Eaglehorn, unifying the eastern part of the Han lands, accepting the surrender of Kalandia, forcing Aden to join forces, and ending the Mist Civil War. Then came a series of current difficulties: manpower shortages, difficulty in replenishing weapons, scarcity of various types of ammunition, inconvenient transportation, a fierce enemy, the need to fight on multiple fronts simultaneously, and the lack of any reinforcements. At the end of the letter, the junior scribe analyzed the current situation of the Han-Land War. What was originally a punishment of the Iser Elves had become another conflict between the Empire and Clovis. The ownership and outcome of the Han lands would directly have a huge impact on the safety of the kingdom south. In short, the situation had changed. The arrogant Iser Elves have become a secondary enemy. Clovis's real concern is the Empire's invasion of the Han lands, and our Storm Division is the absolute main force in this battle. Therefore, generals of the army and magistrates of the Privy Council, if you don't want to see the Imperial Army, with its 300,000 inches Hanland vassal troops, march from Eaglehorn to Clovis's southern gates, you'd better provide assistance immediately. We've fought the battles you wanted to fight, we've paid the reparations you wanted to pay, though reduced from 600,000 to 200,000, and we've defended the fortresses you wanted to defend. Considering the Storm Division's unwavering loyalty and diligence, could you lend a hand? To ensure this letter appeared where it was meant to be, and not disappeared among the countless documents sent to the army and the Privy Council, Anson also made a copy and appended it to his diary sent to Sophia France. Of course, he knew that a letter, along with cries of pity and declarations of loyalty, wouldn't be enough to sway those lords and generals. Even if they were moved, they might not actually provide aid, and if they did, it would likely be discounted, with a host of additional conditions attached, and even if those conditions were met, whether aid would actually be received was uncertain. Therefore, this letter of appeal was more of a statement of intent. If it secured aid, great; if not, it didn't matter. Anson had already achieved his goal of making his presence felt. Battlefield victory was merely a prerequisite. To gain the greatest benefit from this war in the Hantu, Anson also needed a propaganda victory. He needed to transform the Hantu War from an invasion or a struggle between two superpowers for neutrality into a symbol, a landmark, something known to everyone in Clovis and the world. Only then could people forget the cause of the war, forget that the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army was Ludwig Franz. Only then could Anson, who had spearheaded the entire counterattack, enter everyone's field of vision. He wanted to make the Han-Tu War the first shot in which Clovis shifted from a passive defense to a full-scale counterattack against the Empire. Therefore, unless we want to have most of the credit stolen by Major General Ludwig's officer corps after the war, be treated as an insignificant second battlefield, and be dismissed on the spot as soon as the war ends, all of us going back to our hometowns or becoming unemployed again, we, the Storm Division, must participate in this final battle that will determine the fate of Han-Tu, Anson said solemnly to Fabian. The former Royal Guard officer wholeheartedly agreed. As a fellow unlucky fellow who often had his credit stolen by colleagues and superiors, he completely understood Anson's sense of crisis at this moment. However, he also had some concerns. What if we decide to march west and engage the Imperial Expeditionary Force in a decisive battle, and at the same time, a new situation arises on the Iser Elf battlefield, requiring us to rush to Eaglehorn to defend it immediately? After all, Major General Ludwig is your superior, and we can't disregard his orders and act on our own, Fabian said, his words both subtle and insightful. His subtext was, what if Ludwig messes things up again, even worse than last time, losing the main force of the Southern Legion and Thun's reinforcements, and the Iser Elf army besieges Eaglehorn, cutting off our retreat? Although the current situation makes it seem unlikely that the Iser Elves can turn the tide, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, both of them are the type to act impulsively, taking this low probability but potentially fatal situation very seriously. After all, Eaglehorn is currently the stormtroopers' most important lifeline. If their retreat is cut off, the kingdom of Han-Tu, without support from Clovis, might very well turn against them on the spot. You make a good point, Anson nodded slightly, agreeing with Fabian's idea. Although he had complete trust in his superior, Major General Ludwig, caution was always necessary. Furthermore, Kalindia Port needed rebuilding, the stormtroopers needed rest, and the battlefield situations on both the east and west sides were still unclear. There was no urgent need to set off immediately. Then let's wait a while, see if the situation with the Iser Elves starts to improve, or if Claude Francois requests reinforcements, before deciding where to advance, Anson said solemnly. Yes, Fabian nodded in agreement, and then suggested, if both sides send reinforcements at the same time, you can immediately lead your troops westward, and I will lead the Grenadier Regiment and reinforcements from the Han-Tu to Iser to support Major General Ludwig Franz. Are you sure? The most suitable candidate would of course be Chief of Staff Karl Bain, but it would be too deliberate to recall him from the front lines immediately. I mean, it would be too wasteful of time. So I am currently the most suitable replacement, Fabian said cautiously, of course, to avoid being misunderstood by the Major General, who might think we did this on purpose. I might not say anything good about you, and might even complain to the Major General about my dissatisfaction with you. Please forgive me, it's all right, I understand. Anson waved his hand. Any other intelligence recently, on the Western Front? No for now, Fabian, of course, knew what Anson was asking. The Empire seems to be resting at the Summit Tower. Chief of Staff Karl Bain hasn't written since that urgent letter. He's probably too busy, but even as an advisor and staff officer, commanding 300,000 troops and orchestrating a major battle that will determine the future of a kingdom, no matter how busy he is, he must be very excited right now, right? Fabian said with great envy. Chapter 346 The Curse of Calbi. So how could I have believed that bastard and come to this god-forsaken place? Desperate, Karl Bain, with enormous dark circles under his eyes, buried his face in his hands and screamed at the ceiling. Before him, piles upon piles of urgent documents had overwhelmed his desk, and his not-so-spacious tent was crammed with all sorts of parchment documents and booklets. From the tent or to the chair, there wasn't even a place to step. Meanwhile, messengers outside continued to shove more documents into his tent, threatening to overwhelm him completely with a mountain of scrolls and a sea of reports. Looking at this seemingly endless pile of documents, the Storm Division Chief of Staff, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, finally realized that there are limits to being human. The story begins after the Battle of Reef Town. Karl Bain arrived at Claude Francois's camp with orders from Anson. Ostensibly a military advisor, he was actually a liaison between the two sides, responsible for reporting to Anson on the frontline army's movements and plans, allowing the Storm Division to adjust its military deployments and marching plans. Claude Francois was overjoyed by Karl Bain's arrival, even preparing a welcoming banquet for him and publicly expressing his absolute trust in him. The reasoning was quite in line with the Han-Tu nobility's mindset. Karl was Anson's confidant, And Anson was a relative of the François family, so Karl was an absolutely trustworthy ally. It was that simple. Of course, there was another minor reason. The Hantu's supreme staff, although Anson forcibly established this to improve Hantu's mobilization and military execution efficiency, the problem was that even the best organization is composed of people, and even the most brilliant plans and strategies are executed by people. And Hantu's problem was, it had no people. To be precise, the Kingdom of Clovis lacked a large number of experienced staff officers, well-educated administrators, and communications and enforcement personnel to ensure the accurate implementation of every order. More importantly, while they knew the general staff was powerful and efficient, they didn't know how to leverage its efficiency. They had absolutely no concept of it. Karl Bain, however, possessed this understanding. As the Chief of Staff of the Storm Division, to ensure the Storm Division could keep up with Anson's perfect plan 24/7, although he had only been in office for a few months, he had gained some experience in operating the general staff. And objectively speaking, he felt he was doing a pretty good job, mainly because he could, for the most part, maintain a high degree of alignment with Anson's fantastic thought process. Under these circumstances, Claude's willingness to delegate the general staff work to Karl seemed like a very correct choice in both their eyes. To fully demonstrate the truth of his words, Claude announced at the banquet that he was appointing Karl Bain to be fully in charge of the campaign against the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and bestowed upon him the medal and title of Honorary Royal Advisor. The reason for the honor was primarily due to the fact that Karl was, after all, a Clovis, and serving abroad might negatively impact his career in the country. This thoughtful treatment flattered Karl, who had been a scapegoat for years, and he felt that after so many years of being a hapless figure, his luck was finally turning around. Then he discovered that things were not so simple. Because, like Anson, Claude François hadn't given him a proper staff, not even the most basic organization, except for his official position. This wasn't a problem with the Storm Division, because the Storm Division had a complete and independent logistical system, and even in its worst state, it was still a standard Clovis infantry division with all the necessary positions. With a little effort, maintaining a military deployment of a few thousand men wasn't as difficult as imagined. But the Hantu army was 300,000. 300,000. Just one day later, Karl Bain was overwhelmed by countless documents, not to mention 300,000, even 100,000 reports a day would keep him working day and night. Sleep became a luxury, let alone a nap or a meal. At this moment, Karl Bain was juggling between approving the distribution of 5,000 pairs of military boots and procuring 10,000 shoelaces, while also facing the crossfire of military camp planning regulations and new rifle procurement agreements. He was on the document desk position, and during continuous enemy reinforcements, calculating how long it would take for his side to completely cease resistance and surrender. Meanwhile, the entire Hantu Legion was filled with complaints. Important tasks were delayed, and the Hantu soldiers, before they could even experience the efficiency and convenience of the general staff, were already experiencing the rigidity and sluggishness of bureaucracy. Faced with the complaints of his subordinates, Claude François not only showed no intention of sending more men to Karl, but remained silent, allowing the situation to continue to deteriorate. As for why this strange situation arose, both sides were well aware of the reason. Claude François, or rather, the nobles of the Han lands, did not want Clovis to continue interfering in this war that would determine the fate of the Han lands. Of course, he still needed the Storm Division to send reinforcements when necessary, and he needed arms supplies from Clovis, but beyond that, he hoped that the victor of this war would be Claude François, not Anson Bach. Previously, Claude could tolerate Anson Bach's influence on the Han lands and his various attempts to assert his presence, because at that time, he was merely the Grand Duke of Thun, and he needed an ally above the Han lands to maintain his relationship with his allies and deter his enemies. But now, he was the king of the Han lands. As the king of the Han lands, he could not lose Clovis's aid, but he also could not allow Clovis to dominate everything in the Han lands, turning himself into Clovis's vassal from the inside out. Therefore, while nominally showing absolute respect and trust to Karl Bain, the real aim was to prevent this confidant of Anson from participating in specific military decision-making, making the Hantu a mere supporting character in the battle that would determine their own fate. Claude actually harbored a certain misunderstanding about Karl. He had always strongly supported ending the war for the Hantu. After all, although the Storm Division was a bunch of scum and cannon fodder from top to bottom, even cannon fodder wasn't worth dying for others, for a war that had nothing to do with him. This was also Anson's initial reason for sending Karl to the Western Front to support Claude, within his command clique. Although everyone was very cautious and adept at following their hearts, and cared deeply about the lives of those around them, Karl was always the one who cared most about the lives of others. When everyone else only remembered to escape, only Karl Bang could plan an escape route while also thinking of the cannon fodder around him, and incidentally finding any unfortunate souls who had been separated from their group. This guy might not be able to help others win, but he could ensure that they wouldn't suffer too much loss in the event of defeat. Clearly, in considering this aspect, Anson hadn't considered the change in Claude Francois's mindset brought about by his new position, and the unfortunate old man, Karl, became the price he paid for his lack of foresight. However, despite his complaints, Karl Bang knew exactly what he should and shouldn't do. He had to vent his frustrations and get everything done. That's the mindset of a competent employee. Besides, with his colorful history of taking the blame and suffering the consequences, what kind of client hadn't he encountered? What kind of boss hadn't he experienced? A worldly person like him had long forgotten what was surprising. Since his role was that of an advisor, and Claude Francois didn't want to hear military advice from a Clovis, he only needed to offer reasonable suggestions and reminders at the appropriate time. The rest was just prayer. Praying that his new client would be luckier than all his previous clients and bosses. Therefore, although the Empire has shown no signs of further invasion after conquering the Tower of Ascension Fortress, I still do not approve of you continuing to push the front line westward. Karl Bang, intending to make one last effort, or rather, to go all out, spoke earnestly to Claude Francois, whose face was gloomy. This will not only extend our supply lines and compress our strategic maneuvering space, but more importantly, the enemy breached the Summit Tower Fortress in just 3 days, far exceeding our pre-war plan of at least a month, while simultaneously allowing them to occupy a stable forward base. According to the most basic military principles, once the premise changes, the plan must also change accordingly, and all our current plans are preparing for the final battle in about 20 days. Therefore, my suggestion is to temporarily halt our advance, observe the enemy's situation, and then decide what to do next, to ensure this wouldn't offend the enemy and interfere with the Hantu Legion's independent military actions and plans. He specifically chose a time when the other party was free for a private meeting. His tone was also very tactful, 1,000 times gentler than when he spoke to that scoundrel. But no matter how gentle he was, it didn't mean the other party would necessarily appreciate it. My dear Karl, I understand what you're saying all too well. Claude Francois sighed deeply, appearing utterly helpless. But the problem is, even if there's danger ahead, I can't stop. Why? Karl was utterly shocked. Could there really be someone in this world who deliberately seeks death? Why? Because I am the king of the Hantu, and the first king of the Francois dynasty. Claude pounded his chest. Because I have a group of unruly subjects who want a kingdom but not a king, and several powerful nobles who could overthrow me at any time. Vasonia, Emmanuel. They only kneel before me because of the threat of the Empire, not because they truly want to submit to the Francois family. Even for their sake, I cannot show the slightest weakness, because for treacherous traitors and extreme fanatics, calmness and cowardice are essentially synonymous. Claude sneered. In this respect, Grand Duke Aiden should be more experienced than I am. All the Dukes of Emmanuel who were not tough enough were beheaded by rebellious vassals, but we are not ready yet. Karl shrugged. I understand your predicament, but now is really not the best time to advance and fight. The enemy has just captured the fortress and is waiting in ambush. If we do not change our plans, it means that the initiative will be completely in their hands. Furthermore, the Imperial Expeditionary Force is powerful and highly mobile. If they are allowed to act arbitrarily and choose their battlefields, the situation will be extremely unfavorable for the Hantu Legion. On this point, please forgive me for not completely agreeing with your opinion. Claude Francois frowned slightly. As far as I know, the main force of the Empire is locked in a stalemate with Clovis and simply cannot spare enough manpower. Even the commander sent is a retired member of the royal family, plus a few unknown minor figures, who are simply not comparable to the true elite of the Empire. Moreover, didn't the Storm Division easily win the battles at Reef Town and Carindia Port before? Those were accidents. Karl's lips twitched slightly. On the one hand, there was the factor of the enemy's underestimation of the enemy, and on the other hand, there were also many objective factors that limited the Empire's performance, which is why the Storm Division won so easily. Please wait a moment. Claude suddenly raised his hand to interrupt Karl, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Your Excellency Karl Bane, I have no intention of doubting your judgment. After all, you are an expert in this field, but you don't mean because the Hantu army is inferior to the Kulevi, the Hantu might lose battles that the Kulevi can win, right? I was thinking of saying that, but could you guarantee you wouldn't throw me out after I said it? I rolled my eyes inwardly, but Karl put on a righteous face. Absolutely not. The valiant Hantu warriors just lack modern training and sufficient weaponry. In terms of wisdom and courage, they are second to none, but in any case, continuing the advance is indeed too reckless. Even if we wait a little longer, observe the situation for a few more days, or gradually gather the advancing troops as much as possible, under the pretext of preparing for the decisive battle, how about that? If even that seems too cautious, then at least leave some reserves in case of emergency. That should be all right, right? Karl was almost begging. Claude was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I will leave 3 infantry divisions in the rear to protect the supply lines. I will entrust this force to Inners. You can communicate directly with him. I respect your professional judgment, Your Excellency Karl Bane, but I think you may be overly cautious this time. Believe me, Your Majesty Claude, when it comes to praying that my judgment is wrong. Karl sighed, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face. I hope so more than you do. Chapter 347 Decisions Before the Great Battle. My dear Karl Bane, don't be so tense. After an intense conversation, Claude François beckoned to the servant behind him carrying a cigarette case and wine. It was indeed an accident that the Empire was able to take the Summit Tower fortress, but it's not to the point that we should panic. The advantage is still on our side. In this respect, you should learn more from my nephew. Always have more confidence in yourself, don't always think the worst, and look at the bright side. You're right, that bastard. I mean, Vice Commander Anson Bach is indeed very good at this. Karl gave a wry smile. To be honest, sometimes I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Thank you. Taking the pipe from the servant, Karl Bane took a deep drag and exhaled a string of beautiful smoke rings. This isn't confidence, it's more of a self-awareness. Claude, his mood gradually improving, toyed with his wine glass as he smoked his pipe. You're an excellent military talent, Karl Bane, but clearly you don't yet understand leadership. For a leader, ability is secondary. Sometimes even lacking ability isn't unacceptable, but he must be confident, absolutely confident, because if a person doesn't even believe in himself, he can't unite those around him. Only when he unwaveringly believes he is right, that he is correct, can he succeed. Even if he's wrong, Karl couldn't help but ask. Even if he's wrong, Claude said with absolute certainty, then couldn't help but chuckle. Or rather, especially when he realizes he's wrong, he must be even more convinced that he's right, because if he's right, then the current mistake is just a small setback before success, but if he admits he's wrong, then it's utter ruin. Like now, you and I both understand that if we don't adjust our strategy immediately and continue to advance, we will inevitably give the Empire an opportunity. Losing the Summit Tower fortress, the price we need to pay to completely defeat the Imperial Expeditionary Force will likely be several times higher than before. So, what's the best decision now? Hold a military conference immediately and tell everyone that we miscalculated, that the Empire is stronger than we imagined, and that they took the Summit Tower fortress in 3 days. Therefore, we must temporarily halt our march and proceed with caution. Claude paused, pointing to the crown hanging on his chair. If I dare say that, within a month, my head in this crown will belong to someone else. So I'm telling you now, I'll be holding a military conference in 3 hours. I'll tell my Grand Duke and his vassals that our enemy is nothing but well-equipped. These vicious hyenas only managed to take the Tower of Ascension through deception and sneak attacks. By traditional chivalric standards, they've already lost, and next, our 300,000-strong army will march to the Tower of Ascension and engage the Imperial Expeditionary Force in a battle unprecedented in the Hantu, letting the entire world of order open its eyes to see how we, the Hantu people, have risen. Claude chuckled a few times as he took off his pipe. Is it worth it? Karl shook his head, his gaze never leaving Claude's face. People will die, many people will die, because we must cover up our mistakes, so we'll just let them die without knowing why. Worth it, Claude said with absolute certainty, his eyes radiating boundless majesty. As long as it brings about the rise of the François family, the rise of the Hantu, any sacrifice is worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed the wine glass filled with scarlet liquid on the ground with a bang. It shattered into pieces. Thus, Under Claude François's unwavering determination, the 300,000-strong Hantu army continued its westward march in the late summer of August. Of course, even with the Hantu's two most prosperous duchies, Mr. and Toon, backed by the wealthiest, most prosperous duchies, the Hantu army, though actually only a little over 100,000 strong, could rely entirely on supply lines for all its logistical needs. Otherwise, the vanguard might starve to death before even reaching their destination. Therefore, this 300,000-strong army had to advance separately, relying on supplies along the way to alleviate logistical pressure, and incidentally, freeing up some supply wagons for grain and more ammunition. After carefully weighing the optimal troop strength for maintaining combat effectiveness and the balance of power among the various factions, Claude François divided the entire legion into 5. First was the Royal Legion, formerly his Grand Duke's Guard, expanded and supplemented with a large number of new recruits equipped with Augusta's arsenal. Its artillery and infantry equipment were basically no different from Clovis's army. Its most powerful long-range firepower was the 24-pounder mortar, its main firepower was the 6-pounder infantry gun, and some elite units were even equipped with expensive breech-loading rifles. This force, needless to say, was personally commanded by Claude François. Because it had the most artillery in the entire army, it had to advance along the main road, in the center. Next came 2 border legions, their core forces being a mixed force of the Aden and Toon legions. Their infantry were generally well equipped, or at least each soldier carried a rifle. Their artillery was less advanced, with only a few field guns. However, due to the inclusion of many lords' private troops, they possessed a significant number of cavalry. Their mission was to cover the flanks of the Royal Legions. The 3 legions marched roughly side by side, their speed varying due to the different ratios of cavalry to artillery. To demonstrate the kingdom's internal mutual trust and unity, Claude François placed both legions under the command of the Grand Duke of Aden, as a gesture of goodwill towards his old rival. Then came the Mr. Legion, referred to by its name because this legion was almost entirely composed of troops from the Grand Duchy of Mr. Its equipment was slightly inferior to the previous 3, but not drastically so. Out of distrust of the Mist people, referring to their strength, this legion's mission was to serve as an outpost, sweep up small enemy units, and gather defeated soldiers, well, basically cannon fodder and meat shields sent to their deaths to test the firepower of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. After all, the François family's base was still the Grand Duchy of Toon, and for the vast and densely populated Mist, the more dead and the weaker their fighting force, the easier it was to manage and rule. The last one was the Reserve Legion led by Inners, which possessed all the characteristics of a Han army, chaotic organization, uneven soldier quality, and a motley collection of weapons and equipment, nominally an army, but in reality, it was not much different from armed vagrants. In order to create a legion that could directly confront the Empire, Claude François naturally gathered all his financial and human resources, although most were still a rabble, at least a relatively capable one, and eliminated all the unwanted dregs. The so-called Reserve Legion promised to Karl to stay in the rear to protect the supply lines was nothing more than a dumping ground for garbage, which was quite in line with the Storm Division Chief of Staff's consistent style, forever devoid of elite troops, all was accompanied by cannon fodder. More importantly, even with the François family's current financial resources, maintaining an army of 100,000 that fully met the Clavi military system standards was still extremely difficult. Even the current 300,000-strong army was barely adequately equipped. Realistically speaking, they were already operating at a loss. If it weren't for Anson, the Hantu would never have been able to sell so much weaponry at near cost, while the kingdom of Clavi was still fighting its own war. If the war dragged on or the casualties became too heavy, the Hantu Legion, which had just undergone an upgrade, would quickly degenerate, reverting to its original state, with its equipment level falling back to pre-ISIL punishment war standards, or even worse. Of the 5 legions, except for the reserve legions assigned to follow behind, the other 4 continued their advance towards the summit tower as planned. The only difference was that their mission had changed from reinforcing to recapture this once crucial fortress of the Hantu. That concludes all the intelligence gathered so far regarding this Hantu Legion. In the main hall of the summit tower, Bernard, the Expeditionary Force's deputy commander, stood before a long table, glancing calmly at the knights and staff on either side of the table before reporting to Commander Caspar Hurd, seated at the head of the table. "What is the general staff's plan?" the irritable old man asked in a low voice, his grim expression silencing everyone. "It's simple. We'll hold the summit tower to the death, using the Hantu people's fortresses to hold them off," Bernard succinctly summarized. Although the Battle of the Summit Tower didn't cause our army too many losses, proper rest and preparation are still necessary. Holding a strong fortress is far less costly than fighting a frontal battle in the open, and it also significantly improves our army's supply efficiency. At the same time, although the enemy doesn't have the full 300,000 they claim, 100,000 is still a considerable number. In open field battles, a 5-to-1 ratio means the enemy's line of fire is at least 3 times ours, capable of overwhelming firepower and easily outflanking our flanks. As he spoke, Bernard picked up his saber from the table and pointed to the map table in the center of the room, saying, "The terrain of the Duchy of Aden is fragmented and barren. Such areas mean that once an army is surrounded, it's easy for a large number of enemies to cut off our supply lines, trapping us in some narrow mountain path or hilly area." At the same time, in terms of mobility, although the Hantu's military system and equipment are very backward, they have the same excellent and ancient knightly tradition as the Empire, and their cavalry numbers are not inferior to ours. In other words, we do not have an absolute advantage in terms of mobility. Moreover, the situation we are facing right now is not optimistic. Bernard suddenly couldn't help but sigh and said, "So far, the Imperial Hantu fleet has been out of contact with us for more than 10 days. According to the usual outcome, it can be basically concluded that our fleet has been completely wiped out." The moment his voice fell, Bernard keenly noticed that Casper's face had become more grim. Of course, this doesn't rule out the possibility that they encountered some difficulties, such as sea storms. The weather in the Hantu in August isn't very suitable for navigation, but this brings several problems. Changing the subject, the Expeditionary Force's deputy commander held up 2 fingers of his right hand. "First, we've lost a mobile force that could attack the Hantu coastline at any time, disrupting their advance. Second, this has completely severed our contact with General Lawrence Igor in the port of Kalindia, and his advance force, and he's probably still completely unaware of the situation, let alone received further orders, making it difficult for him to coordinate with the Expeditionary Force in enemy territory." As for the Iser elves, Bernard scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as he put his right arm behind his back, "I can now advise you all not to have any expectations of them. We are Imperial Knights, and even more so, Knights of the Ring of Order. We must protect our allies, but that doesn't mean we have to protect a bunch of old gods. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we may truly be fighting alone in this war against the Hantu." Under this premise, the General Staff believes that holding the fortress to the death is the best option. That makes sense." Casper, resting his chin on his hand, nodded, forced to admit that holding the fortress to the death was indeed the best option at present, especially now that the fleet was likely wiped out and the port of Kalindia was surrounded by the Hantu army. After all, the Emperor had only given him 20,000 men, and it was impossible to divert more troops to expand the war against the Hantu, which was intended to open a second front. If they failed or suffered heavy casualties, Caspar Herald would have to bear the full responsibility. Once we stop the first wave of attacks from the Hantu, with the fighting power of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, we can easily open a breakthrough and crush their so-called 300,000 feet army. Bodmer continued with another disdainful sneer. This might not be enough to crush the Hantu in one battle, but it would allow for a steady advance, opening up opportunities for the Empire in the Hantu. Even if negotiations are inevitable, we'll have leverage to bargain with the enemy, referring to the Clovis, of course, but I don't want to bargain with these scum, and neither does the Emperor. Caspar suddenly erupted in anger. What we want is to conquer the Hantu, to trap the Clovis north of Eaglehorn. Not to bargain with them in the Hantu. The General Staff. Does the General Staff have any other plans or solutions, or are you all brainless? Deathly silence. If your goal is to annihilate, rather than crush, the Hantu Legion, a figure sitting at the very end of the long table suddenly spoke. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned in the same direction. Meeting the various expressions in the eyes, Louis Bernard, with a calm expression, slowly rose. Regarding this, I have a not-so-mature plan that you may consider. Chapter 348 is boring. On August 23, the 100th year of the Saints' calendar, in the western part of Aden, in the Earl's domain of Wasteland Castle, a silent torrent of dust billowed across the desolate plains at dawn. Thousands of cavalry, supply wagons, and artillery pieces completely blocked the makeshift dirt road, even filing the rocky, bushy fields on either side with dense infantry formations. The incessant sounds of thousands of boots, hooves, and wheels, kicking up choking dust, created an unprecedented military force across the entire wasteland. If one were to stand atop the Dawn Ice Peak and look down, one would see a gigantic fan shape that filled the entire horizon, like a prehistoric behemoth struggling to move its massive form, clumsy and chaotic. Despite the Hantu's reputation for being able to conjure an army of 150,000 with a mere stomp of its feet, when this army actually appeared, the Hantu's nobles, especially Claude François and his two Grand Dukes, realized that the Hantu, having enjoyed peace for over half a century, had forgotten how to wage war. The most obvious manifestation of this was in their marching. Although they did manage to muster an army of 300,000, their weak logistical system forced them to divide it into 5 parts, otherwise, soldiers would starve to death in droves. Poor organizational skills and inconsistent training levels meant that, even within the borders, the marching routes and coordination between legions remained chaotic. The hilly, barren, and swampy terrain of Aden amplified this problem many times over. In the Hantu, renowned for its rich and fertile lands, Aden was a distinct exception. While the relatively impoverished life may have forged the Aden people's resilient character, it was certainly not paradise for an army requiring extensive supplies. Compared to Kalindia, renowned for its delicious seafood, mist, known as the breadbasket of the wildlands, and Tune, a land dotted with plantations, Aden's specialty was, well, wild goats. Thus, the soldiers, trudging along the rough, sandy roads, wearing tattered uniforms, carrying weapons and baggage, drinking rancid beer, and eating tough, dry goat meat, quickly transformed from their former high spirits into listless, expressionless figures after 4 days of arduous marching, resembling a legendary army of undead blood magic apostles. Looking at the pathetic state of these non-Aden soldiers around him, a fleeting hint of disdain crossed the still-spirited Grand Duke of Aden's face. Indeed, aside from the valiant Aden people, the rest of the Wildlands army was nothing but utterly pathetic trash. Thinking this, Grand Duke Aden raised his head, gazing at the distant blue horizon, and even the gloom he had felt a few days earlier upon receiving news of the fall of the summit tower lifted considerably. Unlike the still confident Claude François, Grand Duke Aden, as the leader of the only duchy in the entire Han-land bordering the empire, believed that no one in the Han-land understood the empire better than him. This was a terrifying opponent that could not be measured by numbers. Its strength was not simply due to its vast territory and large army. In the face of absolute power, numbers were often not even the most important factor. Of course, if Claude hadn't been so confident and instead planned to wait and see or had any thoughts of retreat, Grand Duke Aden would have decisively rebelled and challenged the throne he had seized. He wasn't as shocked by the fall of the Tower of Ascension as other Han-land nobles. It was simple, the boasts were absolutely true, the claim of conquering in 3 days was fulfilled in 3 days, that was the true strength and appearance of the empire. It was the unfulfilled bold pronouncements that were truly astonishing. Clovis is a prime example. It was precisely because the empire spent nearly half a year making no progress on Clovis's border that Grand Duke Aden chose to uphold his agreement with Anson during the Battle of Green Valley, and later, considering Clovis's tireless assistance, formed an alliance with the François family. Otherwise, he would have preferred to risk mutual destruction rather than remain indifferent to the nearby port of Carindia, or he would have already defected to the empire, becoming a loyal collaborator and following the current imperial expeditionary force to conquer the entire Han land. Therefore, when he received news of his heir Lenaud François's disastrous defeat at Carindia, Grand Duke Aden felt no surprise, nor any regret. After all, Lenaud's soldiers were mostly misters, and he wouldn't care if they all died. On the contrary, Anson Bach's subsequent deliberate bypassing of the François family and direct support for the reconstruction of Carindia greatly intrigued him. The once inseparable relationship between Claude François and Anson Bach, who were like family, seemed to begin to crack after one of them was crowned king. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to exploit. Just as Grand Duke Aden was contemplating whether to rebel, a panting messenger suddenly interrupted his ambitious fantasies. Urgent report. The Mr. Legion has been ambushed by a large enemy force, suspected to be the main force of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Grand Duke Rukovasinia is currently leading his army in fierce fighting against the enemy. Please send reinforcements as soon as possible. What? Grand Duke Aden's pupils trembled slightly, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his temple and falling into the dust at his feet. Boom. 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 Amidst the towering columns of smoke, The explosions of cannonballs hitting the ground echoed one after another. On the smoke-filled battlefield, the deafening shouts of battle even drowned out the roar of gunfire. One after another, Imperial Line infantry companies, their banners fluttering in the wind, drove their Han soldiers, 2 or even 3 times their number, across the open battlefield. On the flanks, Imperial cuirassiers and hussars, using their own artillery fire as cover, had completed their flanking maneuvers and were now pursuing the fleeing enemy, gleefully hunting the prey with sabers and carbines, while simultaneously encircling and annihilating any officers and detachments still attempting to resist. The elite Imperial artillery, guided by the constant reports from these cavalrymen, adjusted their direction, relentlessly striking the enemy's line infantry and their already shattered artillery positions, if they had ever even attempted to construct artillery positions. Because they were tasked with reconnaissance and mopping up operations, and more importantly, because they hadn't considered the possibility that the Imperial Expeditionary Force would leave the Summit Tower Fortress to launch an attack. The Mr. Legion led by Grand Duke Ruccovesonio was extremely disorganized, with one legion even stretching the marching width of 2 legions. This was certainly not what Grand Duke Vesonio wanted. It was simply because the legion was almost entirely composed of troops from the Grand Duchy of Mr., whose training level was originally the worst among the 3 duchies. Furthermore, Mr. had just experienced a civil war, which, although quelled, was not achieved by Grand Duke Vesonio himself, but by the Storm Division. The result was that Grand Duke Ruccovesonio was practically a figurehead. Even with the legion, the Mr. nobles, including his 3 heirs, showed him no respect, each holding their own armies and acting independently. Even if he realized this was undesirable and wanted to intervene, he couldn't control anyone. Moreover, as a competent puppet, he was very aware of this, knowing very well that as long as he didn't interfere in anything, no one would remove him from his position as Grand Duke. Faced with the Imperial Expeditionary Force's all-out, relentless offensive from the outset, the Mr. Legion, caught completely off guard, suffered a near annihilation within half an hour of the battle. Why is this happening? Did Claude say the Empire would hold the Tower of Ascension to the death? On the rear lines of the Mr. Legion, Grand Duke Ruccovesonio, slumped in a chair, was deathly pale, like a hysterical little girl, his white beard trembling as he let out a piercing scream. On the battlefield before him, an infantry division, desperately rallying its remaining forces, hadn't even launched a counterattack before being subjected to a barrage of Imperial artillery fire. Then, 2 companies of Imperial cuirassiers attacked their flanks, stepping on the blast marks, followed by a bayonet charge from Imperial Line infantry. In less than 15 minutes, this stubbornly resisting infantry division was forced into a retreat, barely managing to hold its ground by constantly shrinking its lines. This was even considered relatively mild. The Miss Legion on both flanks had already crumbled into disarray, fleeing like a pack of terrified rabbits, breaking through the line of fire behind them. Entire units were being driven, surrounded, and annihilated by the Imperial Hussars. Banners and rifles were scattered everywhere, so much so that Imperial soldiers didn't even need to reload, they could simply pick up their weapons and fire at the Mist Legion's backs. By the time Ruccovesonio came to his senses, his Mist Legion had essentially lost its fighting capacity and was retreating in large numbers. Those who hadn't retreated were either unable to see their surroundings due to the heavy smoke or were being brutally beaten by the enemy. Almost none of them even considered surrendering. As for the reserves who hadn't yet engaged in battle, they decisively chose to flee the moment the flanks collapsed and the artillery positions were destroyed, leaving their Grand Duke alone on the battlefield. Despite this, Grand Duke Ruccovesonio, as the Mr., did fulfill his duties as Legion commander to some extent, sending his most loyal Mr. Knights as standard-bearers and supervisors to various fronts to desperately hold the line. After all, no matter how backward it was, the Hunland was still a nation with a tradition of chivalry, and its most elite force still consisted of these knights who possessed, or at least had, the gifted qualities. Their strength, equipment, and talent allowed them to easily organize small-scale counterattacks, reorganize the panicked routes, and put up a step-by-step resistance, thus slowing down the enemy's advance. But their opponent was the world's most experienced army against gifted knights. The Imperial Expeditionary Force, which detected the Mr. Legion's movements almost immediately, reacted instantly, concentrated rifle fire, grenade explosions, cavalry raids, or sending 3 to 5 gifted knights to surround and attack simultaneously. When all the Mr. Knights realized that continuing to counterattack was pure suicide, apart from a very few loyal or more upright individuals, most chose to refuse to carry out the Grand Duke's orders, or simply fled the battlefield. It's over. The Vasonia family is over. Mr. is over. It's all over, all over. Luca Vasonia, slumped in his chair, could only scream hysterically. In that instant, he, now 70 years old, felt much older, almost as old as his 87-year-old father. "We can't give up yet, Your Grace," a knight covered in blood clung to his shoulder, roaring with heart-wrenching pain. "It's not over yet. We can't just sit here and wait to die." You mean," the Duke of Mister's eyes lit up. "You mean you're willing to lead the army and launch another counterattack?" "No, that's suicide," the knight flatly rejected, pouring cold water on Luca Vasonia's newly glimmer of hope. "I just saw the fleeing artillerymen abandon several horses and a supply wagon on the battlefield. If you want to leave, you can still make it." Luca Vasonia, after a full 10 seconds of persuasion from the knight, the Duke of Mister finally reluctantly acknowledged his importance to the great people of Mister, and with tears in his eyes, climbed onto the supply wagon, following the galloping knight toward the safe rear. The remnants of the Mister Legion, still fighting valiantly, saw that the Grand Duke himself was nowhere to be seen, and their already dwindling morale collapsed instantly. They gritted their teeth and surrendered to the Imperial Expeditionary Force charging towards them. This is truly so boring. Gazing at the Mister Legion's near avalanche route, Imperial Expeditionary Force Commander Caspar Herald's eyes were practically filled with disappointment. Although he knew before the battle that his enemies were a bunch of utterly incompetent fodder, 20,000 men were practically no different from 20,000 pigs, he never imagined he would have so severely overestimated them. What was merely a probing attack had been transformed into a full-scale assault by the routed Mister Legion. The Imperial Knights, who had captured the Summit Tower fortress expecting a fierce battle, were astonished to find that the fighting was over before they had even finished warming up. Infantry lines crumbled at the first touch, artillery positions were destroyed with a single bomb, and cavalry advanced like the wind, completely disregarding the lives of their own men. If it weren't for the enemy's seemingly minor resistance at the end, they would have almost mistaken them for allies. In Caspar's memory, even the bandits from his hometown had more fighting spirit than these Hantu people, at least before agreeing on a price. The bandits, who knew their worth, could feign fearlessness. But these Hantu people didn't even bother with pretense. They crumbled at the first attack and fled, giving the valiant Imperial warriors no chance to demonstrate their fighting prowess. This is utterly pointless. What kind of battle is this? Chapter 349 Never. The Expeditionary Knights, from Vice Commander Bernard down, ignored the Commander-in-Chief's complaint that he was lacking enthusiasm because the enemy was too weak, and even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No one expected that this irritable old man had gone mad, throwing the entire strategic plan, the brainstorming of the staff, into the trash and adopting a ridiculous suggestion from an unknown junior staff officer. Okay, the heir to the Duchy of Edland, a direct descendant of the Sea Knights, was certainly no small fry, but what value could the advice of a young nobleman who had only recently joined the army, who had climbed to a high position through status and nepotism, and whose every battle had ended in a disastrous defeat, possibly hold? Even the current troubles the expeditionary force was facing were thanks to him. If he hadn't lost the most elite legion of the Either Elves at Eaglehorn, the conquest of the Wildlands wouldn't have been so difficult. Fortunately, the enemy was indeed incredibly weak. Otherwise, if they launched a full-scale attack without any backup plans, and if even one enemy force were to launch a surprise attack on the Summit Tower fortress, or suffer a slight setback in an encounter battle, the expeditionary force would be at risk of having its supply lines cut off, or even being completely cut off from communication with the rear. With a silent sigh, Vice Commander Bernard, his right hand behind his back, calmly turned his gaze to Caspar, who was still intently holding his monocular binoculars, as he surveyed the battle, which was now essentially over. The enemy lines have been completely routed. The Rodran and Purcell infantry divisions are rapidly clearing the battlefield. The entire battle should be finished by 4 p.m. at the latest. What are your plans now? Call back all the cavalry pursuing the enemy. And tell the infantry to stop collecting scrap, except for some ammunition. Throw everything away, the irritable old man interrupted abruptly. Also, order the frontline troops to assemble as quickly as possible, and tell the reserve corps in the rear not to set up camps, but to pack up their supplies and prepare for departure as soon as possible. Depart. The vice commander's expression changed. We've only won one battle, crushing less than a fifth of the Hantu Legion, and we haven't even established a stable supply line yet, and we're already leaving, that fast, and not a minute can be wasted, Caspar exclaimed excitedly, a snarling smile creeping across his wrinkled face. My good Bernard, it seems you haven't grasped the true essence of this plan. I'm sorry, with my limited wisdom, I truly cannot see any essence in it. The deputy commander's eye twitched, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. What I see is nothing but a madly insane suicide plan. If this Hantu army hadn't collapsed at the first touch, but instead held off our initial offensive, holding out until reinforcements and the main force arrived in the capital, we would have been surrounded by the Hantu army in the wilderness, but the fact is they didn't. They were utterly demoralized and utterly vulnerable. Caspar laughed heartily, and that's the key to a great plan. You must understand your enemy, not use unchanging common sense methods to solve every problem. So, what is the essence of this plan? You really want to know? I'm all ears. Bernard rolled his eyes inwardly. It's simple. Speed. Caspar revealed the answer. This young man from the Bernard family has astutely grasped a key point. The expeditionary force's disadvantage lies in its numbers, its advantage in our speed far exceeding that of the enemy. We have elite cavalry, top-notch artillery, and resilient infantry. This army isn't meant to defend fortresses, but to launch proactive attacks, battle after battle, launching attacks before the enemy can react, crushing their vulnerable lines with the fiercest offensive, concentrating all our strength to relentlessly defeat them, crush them, and wipe them out, wipe them out, wipe them out. Caspar's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. My good Bernard, remember what young Bernard said? This isn't a tactic for conquering cities and territories, but for annihilating the enemy. The expeditionary force only numbers slightly over 20,000. It's impossible for them to truly conquer the entire Hantu. Therefore, the only way to conquer her is to render her unable to resist us any longer. I will tear them apart, bit by bit. With a sneer, Caspar excitedly made a fist gesture towards Bernard. Order. All troops halt. Dig trenches and construct fortifications. After taking a minute to calm down, Grand Duke Aidan decisively issued the order to construct defensive positions on the spot, completely abandoning the idea of rescuing the Mr. Legion. Why? Because he knew the Mr. Legion's situation all too well. With that bunch of cowards fighting strength, facing the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and seemingly a main force ambush, they absolutely couldn't hold out until reinforcements arrived. Of course, before issuing the order, he reassured the messenger who had painstakingly run to request reinforcements, assuring him that reinforcements would arrive soon and urging Grand Duke Rukovasania and the Mr. Warriors to hold on. Grand Duke Aidan also sincerely stated that once the Summit Tower Fortress was recaptured, he would fully support Grand Duke Mr. in winning the first merit of this battle. Well, these scumbags are definitely finished, and the Vasonia family is definitely finished too, but before they're completely wiped out, they need to be allowed to make the most of their remaining value, to hold out a little longer, to buy time for the main force of the Hantu Legion to build positions and prepare for battle. After seeing off the messenger from the Mr. Legion, Grand Duke Aidan immediately dispatched his own messengers to the other three legions to deliver the news that the front lines had already met the enemy, that the Imperial Expeditionary Force had mobilized its entire force, and his decision to hold the line and fight. No matter how confident he was in himself, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could stop, or even defeat, the elite Imperial Expeditionary Force with just one legion. Soon, news from the front lines proved his judgment to be absolutely correct. Among the 5 legions of the Hantu army, the Mr. Legion and the Border Legion led by Grand Duke Aidan were advancing the fastest and were the closest, with only a difference of less than half a day's journey between them. Therefore, the battle, which ended at 4 p.m., resulted in him receiving news that very evening of the complete rout of the Mr. Legion. Over 20,000 men were routed in less than an hour, some dead, some fleeing, and even Grand Duke Mr. himself disappeared in the chaos, with no word from him since. Only 2,000 or 3,000 troops remained, having endured countless hardships to reach the Border Legion's camp, where they were temporarily incorporated into Grand Duke Aidan's reserve force. Along with the routed soldiers came another piece of bad news. The Imperial Expeditionary Force that had defeated the Mr. Legion had not returned to the Summit Tower Fortress, nor had it held its ground to prepare for the battle against the Hantu Legion, but was continuing its advance, and at an incredibly rapid pace. Such terrifying combat power and operational efficiency sent a chill down the spines of many previously confident Hantu knights, their previously high morale plummeting in half. The Mr. Legion's low combat strength was a well-known fact throughout Hantu, but even if it was low, surely it shouldn't have been wiped out in less than a day. While shocked by the Empire's strength and the Mr. Legion's utter inadequacy, many knights were also thankful that they hadn't acted rashly and disobeyed Grand Duke Aiden's orders to launch an attack on their own. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the Misters who would be in trouble now. However, their relief was short-lived, as new bad news soon followed. What? At 3:30 a.m., Grand Duke Aiden, dressed in impeccable military uniform and with bloodshot eyes, abruptly rose from behind his map table, his voice as if he had misheard. "Say it again." "This is His Majesty Claude's order." The startled messenger trembled, his voice becoming shrill. "By His Majesty's decree, for the unification of the Han lands and to eliminate the Imperial invaders, the border legions must not cease their advance. They should seize this opportunity to rapidly advance towards the summit tower, to reclaim the western gate of the Han lands in the shortest possible time. As for the Imperial expeditionary force that has ventured deep into enemy territory, His Majesty Claude will personally lead 3 legions to blockade them around the Wasteland Castle area. Once Grand Duke Aiden has recaptured the summit tower, we will then close the gates and engage them in a decisive battle." As he announced the order, the messenger couldn't help but become excited, feeling an unparalleled pride in the ambition of Claude François, the man he served. But Grand Duke Aiden clearly didn't see it that way, his expression growing increasingly astonished as he looked at the messenger. This really is what he said?" "Yes, this is what I said." Inside the Royal Army's tent, an excited Claude François roared almost hysterically at the messenger. "Tell Grand Duke Aiden. Tell him, without a moment's hesitation, advance at full speed and attack the Tower of Ascension immediately. Tell him this is the order of me, Claude François, his king, your Majesty." Standing beside him, Enners could no longer remain silent, raising his hand to stop the messenger who was about to leave. Although he didn't understand why the Imperial Expeditionary Force would risk leaving the Tower of Ascension Fortress and choosing to attack proactively, as a knight, he instinctively felt that something was definitely wrong. Grand Marshal Aiden is currently building up his position. Perhaps we should respect his decision for now, ascertain the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and then consider whether we should take the initiative. Enners, Claude interrupted him abruptly, his cold gaze fixed on Enners's face. "Do you think I'm crazy?" Enners hesitated. The messenger quickly scanned the 2 men, then discreetly slipped away. "You think Claude François has gone mad, that he's reached the point of recklessness in his pursuit of victory and his throne, that he's been driven to madness by the enemy, a madman who thinks he's invincible?" Claude gave a self-deprecating sneer. "Let me tell you, I'm perfectly calm right now, and I know exactly what kind of decision I'm making. Your Majesty, why did the Empire decide to launch a preemptive strike?" Claude tapped the map on his back with his right hand, the knuckles of his index finger making a crisp sound against the wooden plank between the summit tower and the Wasteland Fortress. "Can't they see that we have 300,000 troops? Don't they know this is the territory of the Hantu people? Don't they realize we know the terrain better than they do, and can get supplies from the surrounding area more easily?" Of course they know. Since they know all this, why did they dare to launch a preemptive strike instead of holding the fortress? It's because they also know very well that they can't possibly defeat the entire Hantu that way. Before Enners could answer, Claude revealed the answer. The Empire doesn't want the Tower of Ascension, Aiden, or Kalindia Port. They want the entire Han land, for us to kneel before them. If we merely hold the fortress, we can easily establish a strong encirclement around it. Whether or not we recapture the Tower of Ascension, the Empire cannot force us to surrender. If the Han land doesn't surrender, they can't support the Iser Elves, and they can't threaten Clovis from the south. It's that simple. So no matter the risk, they must launch an attack, even if it means cutting off our retreat. Only by waging a decisive battle, completely crushing the army we've painstakingly assembled, can the Empire conquer the entire Han land with just 20,000 men. They have no other choice, and this is our opportunity. In the deathly silence of midnight, Claude François, his pupils reflecting the candlelight, pursed his lips, his utterly calm expression sending a chill down Enners's spine. "So you sent Grand Duke Aiden to lead the border legions to attack, in order to put the Imperial Expeditionary Force in a dilemma, either retreat to defend the fortress or have their supply lines cut off," Claude said coldly. "The border legions are bait. Whether they take the bait or not, the Imperials will have no chance to continue hiding in the stone shell of the Tower of Ascension. They have no choice but to fight. Of course, we have no choice either. If we don't defeat them, The Francois dynasty will only be a flash in the pan, or even become a joke, telling our descendants, and all the descendants of the Han people, never, ever, never try to unify the Han people. That's an unrealistic fantasy. No one can do it. As he spoke, Claude's gaze fell on Anders again. We can't let that day come, right? Of course. Anders paused slightly, took a deep breath, and knelt on one knee before Claude Francois. That day will never come, never. Chapter 350 Seasickness? Despite his vehement disagreement with Claude Francois's plan, the Duke of Eden, after a day of stalling, was forced to lead his army out under constant pressure. To quickly recapture the Summit Tower fortress and achieve the strategic objective of cutting off enemy supplies and reinforcements, Claude withdrew most of the cavalry from the Duke of Eden's border legions, but gave him all the artillery from both border legions and the central garrison legion. He also replenished the border legions with as many supply wagons as possible to accelerate the advance of infantry and heavy weapons. Under the shared goal of unifying the Han lands and defeating the Empire, the nobles and princes of the Han lands temporarily forgot that they were a feudal army, displaying an explosive level of resource and manpower allocation and unprecedented efficiency typical of modern armies. Within a day, the 20,000-strong border legion had transformed from a field force into a siege force. To ensure the success of the siege, the troops assigned to Grand Duke Aden were mostly his most trusted Aden soldiers. A portion of the already strained artillery reserves of the Hantu Legion was also allocated to him, including 2 24-pound mortars, 6 12-pound cannons, and a batch of very expensive explosive shells. This amount of equipment would at most arm a single artillery company of the Clovis Infantry Division, and would be negligible in the Imperial Army. But for the Hantu, this was almost a quarter of their heavy firepower that they could immediately muster. Of course, the unspoken message of this thoughtful approach was to urge Grand Duke Aden to set out as quickly as possible and recapture the Summit Tower fortress. Therefore, despite knowing full well that he was being used by Claude Francois as bait to lure the Imperial Expeditionary Force, Grand Duke Aden had to accept this mission, which seemed tantamount to suicide. That being said, he didn't truly intend to simply meekly die. Grand Duke Aden, equally ambitious and yearning for the throne of the Hantu Kingdom, also harbored the idea of retaking the Summit Tower fortress and waiting for Claude Francois to suffer setbacks on the battlefield before turning the tide. With this ambition to rebel, the reorganized Border Legion embarked on its journey to the Summit Tower, ready to avenge its previous defeat and reclaim the western gate of the Hantu Kingdom. Having seen off its old rival, Claude Francois officially began the second step of his plan, to do everything possible to force the Imperial Expeditionary Force into decisive battle. After the Mr. Legion was completely annihilated and the Border Legion was sent to the Summit Tower fortress, he was left with 3 legions totaling 60,000 men, including the Reserve Legion currently under the temporary command of Karl Bane. Claude had originally intended these 20,000-plus men to be cannon fodder and meat shields to fill the gaps in the battle lines, but the Mr. Legion's disastrous defeat completely dispelled this idea. It wasn't that he was worried about them collapsing too quickly or suffering heavy casualties. If these scumbags broke through his defenses while fleeing, it would be a net loss. After deducting 20,000 cannon fodder, Claude Francois only had a little over 40,000 men, roughly twice the size of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Cavalry and artillery were roughly equal, while infantry was almost 3 to 4 times the size of the Expeditionary Force. If the Summit Tower fortress hadn't fallen, this force should have been sufficient, but now, to be on the safe side, Claude Francois decided to send a letter of appeal to Anson Bach, requesting him to lead the Storm Division and the Allied forces to join him as soon as possible. Although he didn't want the Clovis to share the glory of defeating the Empire, he had to admit that the newly born Hantu was not yet comparable to these two contemporary powers. As for whether the Imperial Expeditionary Force would actually engage him in a direct confrontation as he wished, Claude Francois wasn't worried. Since the Second Council of the Common Order in the 47th year of the Saints' calendar, despite continuous advancements in weaponry, the nature of warfare has remained largely unchanged. From line infantry initially replacing archers to later becoming the dominant force in armies, from artillery initially only considered for sieges to its claim of battlefield dominance, and the ever-present presence of Royal Cavalry, the constantly strengthened projectile and mobile forces have resulted in a growing reliance on logistics. This is especially true for more powerful armies. The direct consequence is that while small units might still achieve true mobility, organized legions must advance along roads, supplying one point at a time, like pieces on a chessboard. This is particularly evident in the relatively barren and rugged Duchy of Aden. The Imperial Expeditionary Force, with 20,000 soldiers equipped with a large number of artillery and cavalry, must adhere to this rule of war, otherwise their cavalry and artillery cannot function effectively, and may even be inferior to an equal number of infantry. Under this premise, unless the Imperial Expeditionary Force dared to abandon its prized cavalry and artillery, their marching route was actually predictable. Moreover, although the Hantu had lost the battle against the Mr. Legion, there were advantages to the defeat. The victorious empire needed to clean up the battlefield, take in prisoners and pursue fleeing soldiers, and reorganize and establish relatively stable supply lines. Even with the highest possible estimate, Claude predicted this would take at least 2 days, enough time for the Hantu Legion to complete its deployment. To ensure his plan was foolproof, Claude François made 2 preparations. If the expeditionary force rushed to reinforce or return to defend the Summit Tower fortress, then the Grand Duke of Aden's border legions would block their retreat, while he would lead the main force of the Hantu Legion to press forward steadily until Anson Bach arrived to join him for a complete encirclement and annihilation. If they did not return to defend and chose to continue the attack, he would retreat, yes, retreat, not withdraw, to the area of the wasteland castle, holding off the expeditionary force's offensive and waging a defensive counterattack. This was the only supply point in the vicinity, providing and preserving more than half of the logistical supplies for the 300,000-strong army of the Hantu. If the Imperial Expeditionary Force wanted to defeat the Hantu Legion, it had to take this place. Conversely, as long as the wasteland fortress was held, even knowing it was heavily guarded, the Imperial Expeditionary Force would have to launch an attack. In either case, controlling the supply lines gave him an absolute advantage, and no matter how the Imperial Expeditionary Force maneuvered, they couldn't escape his grasp. Watching the battle unfold in the direction he expected, Claude François grew increasingly confident. However, it was a pity that not everyone shared his confidence. India Port, Lighthouse Palace. Anson, dressed in a gray military overcoat and wearing a military cap, walked straight ahead in the Storm Division camp with a gloomy expression. Sentinels who noticed that their deputy commander seemed to be in a bad mood all stiffened, their standard military posture resembling the orderly flagpoles on both sides of the road. Despite the generous compensation, the Storm Division's requirements and training intensity for its soldiers were no less than those of the Southern Legion's main force, and even comparable to Clovis's regular army. After all, with Miss Sophia France as the major shareholder, or rather, the 2 major shareholders now, all the officers below Anson were genuine employees. As the project manager, he didn't need to wrestle and shirk responsibility with a group of minor shareholders like other conscripted legions. Apart from considering the returns for the investors and the welfare of the employees, Anson, as the deputy commander of the conscripted legion, was practically no different from a regular infantry division commander. To put it more bluntly, as long as he didn't rebel or openly defy the orders of the army and the Privy Council, Anson could essentially have absolute authority within the Storm Division, thanks to the authority he had built up from all the battles since Eaglehorn. As for external forces, unless the army replaces itself and the entire command headquarters, Anson is confident he can easily render the newcomer useless, or even turn him into one of their own. Knocking on Fabian's door, the Grenadier regimental commander, who was processing documents, immediately stopped what he was doing and calmly met the deputy commander's gaze. Notify all Storm Division officers to assemble and prepare to depart immediately. Without waiting for Fabian to take the rum bottle from the shelf, Anson, skipping the formalities, gave the order. Immediately, Fabian suddenly frowned, nearly dropping the bottle in surprise. "Yes, let's set off now, we can't wait any longer," Anson said gravely. The Imperial Expeditionary Force didn't hold the fortress, they launched a preemptive strike and wiped out the Mr. Legion in just 2 hours. The battle has turned from a siege into a large-scale open battle. Continuing to wait is nothing but a waste of time. Furthermore, Claude François has sent a letter requesting reinforcements as soon as possible. With this letter, we don't have to worry about what to do if Ludwig comes knocking, so, just in case, you're planning to leave now. Fabian immediately guessed Anson's meaning. The sooner the better, otherwise it might be too late. Anson nodded, tacitly agreeing with Fabian's guess. Claude François plans to block the Imperial Expeditionary Force near the Wasteland Castle and wage an encirclement battle. Now both sides are going crazy and want to take the initiative to attack. Regardless of who wins or loses, this war in the Wasteland won't last much longer. To be honest, He had considered the possibility that the Empire would choose to take the initiative to attack, but the possibility was really too low. After all, having lost a fleet, a crucial mobile force, commanders would usually choose more cautious tactics and wait until they had gained an advantage before considering whether to take risks. But now, he could only say that the other side was probably like Claude, so desperate for victory that they would rather take risks and go all out to tear apart the wasteland's 300,000-strong army head-on. Of course, it wasn't impossible for the Empire to accomplish this. The Mr. Legion was the best example. Annihilated in a single offensive, the Imperial Army, repeatedly thwarted on the border of Clovis, was a force to be reckoned with against ordinary-handed troops, provided they didn't underestimate them. On the other hand, Claude François, Anson truly couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Facing an Imperial expeditionary force that had taken the initiative, having already lost a fifth of his fighting strength, he still dared to divide his forces for multiple fronts, even confidently declaring a decisive battle against the expeditionary force at Wasteland Castle. Anson now really wanted to ask him, what if the Empire didn't want a direct confrontation, but instead turned its attention to attacking his supply lines? Karl Bain, responsible for protecting the supply line, only had a reserve legion whose combat effectiveness was a mystery. Considering the precedent of the Mr. Legion being completely annihilated in less than 5 hours, Anson did not believe that his most trusted chief of staff could perform beyond his usual level and lead a bunch of cannon fodder to defeat the Imperial Expeditionary Force. Well, Anson would be grateful if he came back alive. The troops will be assembled before dinner tonight, while the Allied soldiers will likely be assembled by noon tomorrow, mainly because many companies are still on patrol in the city. Having confirmed Anson's decision, Fabian stopped trying to dissuade him and began considering how to complete his mission. Should we inform Lord Leno Emmanuel and the Calandian nobles about the handover of city security? No need, they're not blind. We can inform them when we depart tomorrow. Anson waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, the reconstruction of Calandia port has already begun. Dragging it out will only make them more impatient with us. It's better to take this opportunity to withdraw as soon as possible. Fabian wholeheartedly agreed. So-called gratitude is nothing more than anticipation of the benefits that are about to be received. Now that Calandia port has received all the aid, even for the sake of appearances, they won't show us any more goodwill. Of course, more importantly, neither of them wanted to take on the subsequent reconstruction work of Calandia port. That would only lead to endless wrangling and trouble, and the Storm Division wasn't there to be a savior, even if they were. Given Calandia's tradition of shifting allegiances, it was hard to expect them to be grateful. So, it was more worthwhile to take advantage of this honeymoon period to find a way to scavenge what they needed and get to the Western Front as soon as possible. That was pretty much their current shared thought. However, there's a small problem here, which is supplies, Fabian suddenly said. The junior clerk, Lord Alandon, once told me that the road to the Duchy of Aden is already fully occupied with transporting supplies to the Hantu army. And there's no room for more transportation routes and supply wagons to build another supply line for us. We must find another way. Find another way? Anson raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Nothing, I just wanted to ask you about it. Fabian suddenly smiled. Deputy Commander Anson Bach, may I ask, you, seasick? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.